Muy buenos días.
Good morning to everyone. I hope yesterday you were able to rest a little bit. We're going to begin with our second session day today, and I hope today will be as fruitful as yesterday. So I wish us good work and information today. Let us begin with our agenda. And we're starting with item 5.2, Financial Report of the Director and Report of the External Auditor for 2023. I would like to bring official document 370 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Christos Casapantonio, Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table.
Members of the Executive Committee,
I will yield the floor now to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration for her report on the item. Good morning, President. The subcommittee examined an overview of the financial report of the Director for 2023. The full report was not available at the time of the subcommittee's 18th session in March, as the figures were still being audited by the organization's external auditor. The subcommittee was informed that the unaudited preliminary figures showed that the total consolidated revenue in 2023 had declined by 20.5% with respect to 2022. The reduction was mainly attributable to a decrease in revenue from procurement on behalf of member states and was an expected consequence of winding down of the emergency response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The subcommittee was also informed that the collection of assessed contributions had improved with respect to 2022 and that the unpaid balance at the end of 2023 had fallen to $30 million. In addition, the Bureau reported that funding for the liability for after-service health insurance for staff members had been increasing constantly from 11.7% in 2010 to 31.8% in 2023. In the subcommittee's discussion of the report, delegates commended the Bureau for discharging its mandate with existing resources, despite the decrease in revenue. They were pleased to note the effective use made of member states' contributions to advance public health priorities and produce tangible health results for the peoples of the region. The increase in collection of assessed contributions was also welcomed, as was the growth in the proportion of the ASHI liability that was funded. The Bureau was asked to provide additional information on the source of funds and the plan for funding the insurance healthcare liability over time. In response to that request, the Director explained that the Bureau was exploring various options for reducing the health service insurance liability and would present further information to Member States in the near future. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you very much, Salvador. Let me now offer the floor to Mr. Casapantonio to present the item.
thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to present some relevant points from the Director's financial report for the year 2023. Our accounts are presented in accordance with the international public sector accounting standards as adopted by the governing bodies, and these figures are audited, and external audit provided an unqualified audit opinion for the presentation of the financial statements. On this chart here, you see the total revenue decomposed in, analyzed in different segments or flows. We're going to go in detail further in the subsequent slides. As you can see, the amount of the organization's total revenue in 2023 was $1,279 million, which is 18.9% less than 2022. This is something that is expected and we anticipated because it's unwinding of the COVID response. And you can see primarily in the reduction of the green bar, which is the revolving funds, for, the procurement on behalf of member states. Of the total revenue of $1,279, 745.5, which is 58%, was generated from procurement of public health supplies. 234.5, which is 18%, was generated from voluntary contributions. 133 million, which is 10%, was from WHO allocations, and 105 million, which is 8%, was from assessed contributions. Of course, you can see there a component that has to do other revenue, which is the darker part to the left, and other revenue is primarily interest earned and valuation of gains and losses. So on this chart, I'm going to comment on the assessed contributions. The assessed contributions of the member states have remained stable over more than a decade. Assessed contributions that countries have committed to pay annually are due on the 1st of January each year. Under international public sector accounting standards, these contributions are considered revenue for the relevant year, regardless of whether we have been paid, collected, or not. Now, in the chart to the left with the blue bars, what we can see is the collections received from member states since 2020. In 2023, the collection of contributions for the current year in light blue were 91.3 million, or 87% of the 2023 assessments. This reflects an improved rate of receipt compared to previous years, and we are grateful to the member states that they, in the majority, they complied with the requirement in paying on time, relatively. In the chart to the right, we see the outstanding contributions at the end of 2023, and we see that the outstanding is $30 million. This is, again, a notable improvement over the past 10 years. During 2023, PAHO received payments towards current and prior year assessed contributions from 31 member states. 21 member states paid their 2023 assessments in full. 9 member states made partial payments, and 11 member states made no payment. On this chart, we see the revenue from procurement on behalf of member states. In 2023, the procurement on behalf of member states revenue totaled 745.5 million, a decrease of 33% over 2022. Again, as we said, this is expected. I'm going to talk now about the revolving funds for access to vaccines, which is the dark blue part of the bar. In 2023, the fund has invoiced 636.7 million, that is 37% less than 2022. But in 2023, we need to note that many countries mentioned that they have overstocked during 2022, and there was a low coverage for this reason. So we see that 2023 goes even lower than 2019. This is considered temporarily, and we already from now, as we see the running rates of this year versus the previous year, we see that we're doing better than than 2023. So the red color is the revolving fund for strategic public health supplies, decreased by 2022 due to the decline in supply of diagnostics tests. Again, much better performance, the running rate up till now in comparison to last year. And finally, it was supposed to be green, but it's so small, it's 200,000. It has to do with reimbursable procurement on behalf of member states. Here, we procure things that don't fall in the other categories. It's certain medicines and supplies. On this chart, we see the evolution of the revenue on voluntary contributions. And again, we see a similar trend PAHO non-emergency voluntary contributions revenue was the blue bar, was 80.1 million in 2023, a 4% increase from 2022. We see that. PAHO emergency preparedness and disaster relief revenue was 61 million, a decrease of 49% from 2022. This is anticipated primarily. We had a significant contribution here from the United States, which was implemented, and of course, we have the unwinding in 2023. Together, these funds contributed 141.5 million to the 2023 program budget, a decrease of 20% from 2022. It's notable again to compare versus the baseline. Versus the baseline, we're doing much better, even though we have unwinding of the emergencies, voluntary contributions. We're still higher than the baseline 2019, and the running rate again of 2024 is still better. So now going back to the expenses, this chart represents the total PAHO expenses. In 2023, PAHO total expenses saw a 20.6% reduction. It's expected. It matches the reduction in the revenue, and even a little bit more as a percentage, amounting to 1,232 million, down from 1,552 million in 2022. Overall, while total expenses reduced significantly, we have seen necessary increases in key operational areas to support ongoing and new technical cooperation initiatives. Starting to analyze the key components, let's start with the supplies, which is the green bar. As explained in 2023, demand decline was primarily due to surplus stock from the pandemic era and a strategic pivot by one country towards cheaper vaccines, significantly influencing the expenditure. Despite reduced immunization rate during the pandemic, supply requests remained steady until stockpile pressures forced reduction in 2023, with the rotavirus vaccine being a case at point. I will go then to the next biggest component, which would be the contractual services, which is the kind of reddish that you see there, bar. In 2023, contractual services constituted the second largest expense category for PAHO, and accounting for 16.4% of the organization's total expenses. This represents an increase of 13.4% compared to 2022. And the explanation is primarily it comes from support that we provide for national voluntary contributions. If you notice, the national voluntary contributions were much higher in 2023, so it's explained to a great extent from that. The other expense category that I would like to say a few words is the travel, which is the blue at 56 million. So in 2023, travel expenses rose, but if you compare 2022 to 2023, it's by 23 million. This increase was primarily due to the normalization of travel activities post-pandemic. It's important to note that the travel cost covers not only PAHO staff, but also member states staff who are invited to participate in training sessions, workshops, and meetings. Many of these activities were postponed during the pandemic, leading to a significant catch-up in 2023 as we resume normal operations. This essential travel supports our mission by enhancing capacity building and facilitating the implementation of health programs across the region. Another area that I would like to present to the Executive Committee is the situation regarding the after-service health insurance. It's what you see here. You see the bars of the total bar shows us the liability, and the percentage of funding, how much money we have aside, it's the blue part. And we can see that this is increasing. The division of how much we are funded, it's shown in the green line that you see there. So It's important to see over time that the funding of the liability has improved. Of course, there are a number of factors to this that we can discuss. In 2023, the defined benefit obligation for ASSI experienced an increase moving from 208 million in 2022 to 265. This rise can be attributed to adjustments in the discount rates, revised capital claims assumptions, and healthcare cost trend assumptions. The Service Health Insurance pursues three strategies to improve the funding of the ASSI liabilities. First, ensure compliance, ensure contributions are sufficient to build up assets to help cover the defined benefit obligation, contain costs through regular negotiations with healthcare providers to limit the impact of medical inflation, case management, and a review of plan design. And at the same time, another component of the revenue side is the return of the investments. As you know, this is managed by WHO, and over the long-term horizon, the return of the investments is 3.7%. This is the expected return. So, summarizing, PAHO received unqualified audit opinion for 2023. A consolidated total revenue is 1.3 billion, which is 18.9% less than 2022. This is due to unwinding of the pandemic response. Unpaid balances of assessed contributions is at 30 million, which is the lowest in the recent history. We are grateful to the member states for paying their dues on time. Procurement on behalf of member states decreased by 33% in 2023 to 745.5 million from 1.1 billion in 2022 due to the unwinding of the COVID pandemic response. As we said, we went a bit lower than the baseline that we compared 2019, but this was due to overstocking the previous year. Therefore, they placed less orders. And we see in 2023. We see in 2024, we are doing better as a running rate versus 2023 up to now. Voluntary contributions are at 234.5 million from 266.7 million in 2022. And expenses during 2023 were 1.2 billion, which is 20.6% less. They match the reduction in the revenue. And of course, the difference is the surplus which we have for the year. Thank you. This is my presentation. I'm open to questions from the members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casantonio, for your presentation. With that, I often offer the floor to begin discussion. Canada is recognized.
Madeline Bird from Canada. Canada thanks the Director and External Auditor for their respective reports. We are pleased to note PAHO's continued attainment of an unqualified audit opinion in 2023, and that no significant internal control weaknesses were brought to the attention of the External Auditor. We applaud PAHO's technical achievements over the last year and its continued efforts to leverage its unique position to provide critical technical guidance and support to member states. We note that while PAHO's total expenses decreased in 2023, there were significant increases in travel costs and general operating costs. Recognizing that the overall expense decrease was primarily driven by reduced activities through the procurement funds, we encourage the organization to continue to look for cost-effective ways in which to advance its work, including leveraging virtual meeting options as appropriate. Turning to the External Auditor's report and recognizing that this is the last under its mandate, we appreciate their revisiting of key areas explored over the last 3 biennia, reflecting on progress made and continued opportunities for improvement. On risk management, we are encouraged that the auditor considers that PAHO has continued to refine its approach in this regard. We strongly agree with the importance of embedding risk management in PAHO's decision-making processes, and the auditor's view that in projects of significant scale, there should be a more proportionate approach to the application of risk management disciplines. We look forward to learning more about the proposed roadmap to further develop and embed risk management through to 2027. We want to commend the organization's increased evaluation activity, which the auditor notes there had previously been an absence of. On this, Canada welcomes the findings of the recent RBM evaluation regarding the need for PAHO to adopt a results-based management approach, focusing on performance and programmatic results through the development of quantifiable indicators as a measure of success and delivery. Recognizing these evaluative efforts are aligned with the PAHO Forward initiative, which is set to move to its second phase, we strongly encourage the organization to heed the external auditor's recommendations in this regard. This includes engaging external perspectives to inform its development and appropriately managing the potential challenges of organizational culture change. Finally, Canada wants to take this opportunity to thank the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for its critical work to enhance PAHO's financial management and governance over the last 3 biennia. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I recognize the United States.
Thank you. The United States thanks the Bureau and the external auditor for their work in completing and reviewing this financial report and also in issuing the external audit report. And we, similar to Canada, we're very pleased that there is an unqualified audit opinion, and we appreciate and support much of Canada's comments about specifics of the report that to look at and ways that we want to see continued improvement. We really appreciate Bureau's continued work in having responsible financial management, and we appreciate that in the financial statements, despite the large decline in revenue, that the Bureau kept expenses within available resources, which resulted in a large surplus in 2023 that was larger than 2022. Which is just one of the many indications that were in the presentation about the overall strong financial health of PAHO. We note the continued decline in revenue and expenses is connected to drops in COVID-related procurement on behalf of member states. We noted, as was in the presentation, the total level dropped to about $746 million in 2023, which was about $100 million lower than the pre-pandemic level in 2019. We were curious if the Bureau was concerned about that at all, but appreciate some of the explanation about how that's related to some of the stockpiling of vaccines last year, and that looks like in 2024 that things have picked up and that procurement is expected to kind of steady out, likely around the same level as pre-pandemic, perhaps higher. We would appreciate some additional explanation here from the Bureau about what are the expected improvements from creating the combined special program of regional revolving funds. That would just be a helpful information to have. And moving to the topic of investments, could the Bureau please explain some of the decision-making and implications behind shifting more resources out of long-term investments and more towards short-term investments? There's a little bit of that in the report, but it would be helpful to have some additional explanation of that decision, and whether that's intended to be kind of a long-term shift or more of a short-term one. If available, could the external auditor discuss the expected improvements to management and oversight of the investment strategy, which was discussed in the external audit report, and also noting the external auditor's comments on results-based management. Could the Bureau please provide an update on the broader review of results-based management for PAHO and how the external auditor's feedback will be incorporated into that process? In closing, we note with appreciation that there are fewer outstanding audit recommendations than in 2022. But could the external auditor please clarify whether there were new recommendations in 2023? As while the narrative description of progress was very helpful, there didn't appear to be a new set of formal recommendations. So just some clarity on that would be very appreciated. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, United States. I give the floor to Brazil. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Of the financial report of the Director and report of the External Auditor for 2023. The document indicates that PAHO was able to discharge its mandate within existing resources despite the decrease in revenue. For that, we commend the leadership and the staff of the organization. Brazil congratulates PAHO also for the accomplishments highlighted in the report, such as the adoption and implementation of a new strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention. Regarding administrative issues, Brazil notes with appreciation the measures encompassed in PAHO Forward, aiming at greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. As for the External Auditor's report, it recognizes the advances made in the regional revolving funds, which have been merged in a special program, adopting a more holistic and strategic approach. Brazil supports exploring opportunities for using the funds to their full potential, including to foster local and regional production and innovation. Finally, Madam Chair, Brazil thanks the outgoing external auditor, the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom, for their work and contribution in the past 6 years. We welcome the incoming external auditor, Contraloría General de la República de Chile, and wish them success in the discharge of their mandate. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Brazil. I recognize Mr. Casapantonio for him to respond to the comments.
Issues of Canada, United States, and Brazil, and some of the points regarding the questions or comments. Regarding travel expenses, indeed, we are, PAHO is following and monitoring even from before a trip is planned, whether it can be done online or not. So this is something that we manage systematically because the organization focuses a lot on this. At the same time, please note that travel relating to national voluntary contributions that has to do with technical teams being hired in a particular country, in this case Brazil is the majority of the national voluntary contributions that are asked, they have, in order to implement the program, they need to travel. So that's part of the program. So the travel is staff and technical cooperation, external consultants, but we manage that. At the same time, regarding noting the comments regarding improvements in risk assessment and risk management, this is something that we are working to further strengthen that. Regarding the comments from the United States, on the issue of the investments, regarding the change in the investment profile, if you notice in a number of comments where NAO prepares ratios, the current ratio is 0.6, which means we have current assets and current liabilities which are really much higher. So we made an analysis and we consider that really originally it was considered that the investments were strategic and were more longer term. We made an evaluation, we see that we need to move them in shorter term. Because it's operational, and at the same time, regarding the investments, it gives us lower volatility when the interest rates are changing. In this environment where we have interest rates changing, the shorter the duration of the investment, the shorter the volatility. And because our objective is preservation of capital, so that's why we consider this was the prudent move. And this was a decision taken at the investment committee meeting, which we recently had with external members. And this was the result of the change. I hope this answers. I want to thank also the comments from Brazil and noting that indeed the revolving funds were put together and the change in structure had as objective so that the revolving funds are more strategic in order to capitalize communication and capacity building regarding suppliers. So perhaps this answers the question from the United States. Thank you. I don't have any other comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casapantonio. Now, I invite Mr. Damien Brewitt, who is the Financial Auditor Director of the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Please come up to the head table and present your report on 2023.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Madam President, distinguished delegates. As Member States will be aware, this is our final presentation to you at the end of our 6-year mandate. On behalf of the Controller and Auditor General of the United Kingdom, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for appointing us as your external auditors and giving us the opportunity to support the work of the organisation over the last 6 years. Our engagement with you as members has always been important, and your observations have informed our work. Presenting to this Executive Committee is an important part of the governance process to ensure we're available to you as we highlight the main issues arising from our work, providing you with our independent and objective insight. In my presentation today, I would like to cover 4 main areas of our work. Firstly, the audit of the financial statements and financial management. Then our review of governance and internal control matters, where our report reflects on the evolution of the control environment over the past 6 years. I would then like to provide some comments on PAHO Forward. And finally, I'll mention the other main performance audit areas that we've examined over our mandate and how earlier recommendations have been addressed. Turning first then to the results of the audit of the financial statements. As you've heard just now, I'm pleased to confirm that the external auditor's opinion was again unqualified and that the audit revealed no errors or weaknesses which we considered material to the accuracy, completeness or validity of the financial statements as a whole. Our opinion also confirms that expenditure has been incurred in accordance with the authorities and regulations set by you as Member States. We're pleased to note that PAHO has achieved unqualified audit opinions throughout our mandate. On financial management, PAHO reported a surplus of $47.6 million. As you've just heard, overall revenues and expenses were lower than the previous year, which was attributable to a decline in procurement as activity stabilised post-pandemic. During our mandate, PAHO has navigated significant financial challenges, with the closure of its most significant project, Mass Medicos, in 2019, cash flow pressures due to delayed payment of contributions, and of course the impact of the pandemic. While there have been improvements in the timeliness of collecting all outstanding receivables, a significant balance of $33.5 million has been impaired within the financial statements to reflect concerns around collectability. PAHO has continued to be heavily dependent upon a small number of donors for its funding. Given this, our reporting has regularly focused on the need to seek efficiencies and to better demonstrate the organisation's effectiveness. In our view, an increased focus on these areas will increase donor confidence and mitigate some of the risks of future funding challenges that may arise. Given the significant level of investments that PAHO carries, we've continued to highlight the importance of effective Treasury controls. Our report highlights the importance of operationalising previous recommendations we made in this area, particularly to strengthen management and oversight of the investment strategy and to periodically review its effectiveness with the input of external experts. Staff benefit obligations remain one of PAHO's significant financial risks, and we've reported on it regularly. PAHO has taken steps to improve and refine its approach to the valuation of the liability it presents in the financial statements. And as we heard earlier from the chair of the SPBA, we've stressed the importance of Member States regularly reviewing the costs of these benefits to ensure they remain affordable and that visibility of the cost of these arrangements are transparently reported alongside options to reduce financial risks. Turning now to our observations on PAHO's overall governance and internal control mechanisms. During our time, our recommendations have focused upon building an effective approach to the 3 lines model, within an overall accountability framework. PAHO has now begun to formulate plans to develop an accountability framework, and this can offer an opportunity to significantly improve transparency of internal control and the accountability for enforcing those controls. These developments will enable the Director to better demonstrate the effectiveness of internal control and support a clearer and more evidenced articulation in the statement on internal control, which is presented within the annual report and financial statements. Our reports have highlighted the gaps in second-line assurance activity, but we've noted that in 2024, PAHO has now developed a roadmap to introduce systematic compliance and monitoring of internal controls. We believe this important new approach will require a significant cultural shift, and the Secretariat will need to enhance the role and accountability of business process owners for this to be successful. Process owners will also need to be supported in this change with reporting tools to enable them to monitor and enforce compliance. The three lines model will not be fully effective in PAHO until these second line activities are sufficiently focused and embedded to monitor the key business processes and controls. We have regularly reported that risk management is not embedded in PAHO's decision-making processes. Our visits to country offices have consistently identified that risk management focuses on planning and corporate reporting and has not been used to inform risk-based decisions locally. This has been a finding that's been reinforced by PAHO's own external review of the processes which are commissioned following our previous recommendations. This report has led to PAHO identifying several key improvements, and it now has a plan to develop and further mature risk management by 2027. In our view, it's important to ensure that the risk management process delivers proportionate value and benefit. On the third line, there is scope to extend the work of the Office of Internal Audit and its use of external experts, particularly giving examples such as coverage of significant risks in change programmes such as PAHO Forward and other elements of change which are planned within the Secretariat. As changes are made within the internal audit and investigations teams, there's merit in reconsidering how these functions work collectively and also with the ombuds and the ethics roles to ensure that there's coherent and complementary oversight of third line activities. In our view, the role of the ombuds will be critical in providing independent advisory and conflict resolution guidance, and we're pleased to see that those arrangements have now been established. Turning now to PAHO Forward. PAHO Forward aims to deliver efficiency, transparency and accountability, aligned with improved country focus and capacity to deliver, supported by improved performance and innovation. PAHO Forward is a package of very useful measures, but we've reported that we consider these might be better framed within a clearer articulation of the ultimate outcome. We also noted the benefits of using external perspectives to help validate the approach and provide challenge to ensure that all options were considered and explored. PAHO Forward is now moving to its second phase. Continual change creates the risk of fatigue, and we've highlighted the importance of prioritising those initiatives that create the greatest beneficial change. We've also continued to highlight the need to manage the cultural change barriers, and these include the considerations relating to the Shared Services Initiative, which will involve significant organisational change. It's important that early decisions on this are made so that they can be communicated and reflected in the change programmes as a whole. Looking back now over our mandate, we've reported on how the Secretariat has responded to our earlier recommendations. In 2019, we considered the work of the Human Resources Management Department and made a series of recommendations for enhancing HR activities in the context of a strategy which at the time had not been delivered. In our follow-up, we found improvements in attracting new talent, although there were continued complexities and timescales required to recruit and hire. Our report highlighted that more objectivity, consistency and equity was needed in the performance management system. PAHO has now introduced a new rating scale in 2024 to reflect actual staff performance, and it plans to establish an expected profile of ratings with a moderation process to ensure consistency. Such changes reflect a significant cultural shift and will require support for managers and staff to ensure that they are successful. The importance of training and continuous development has also now been recognised, with increased focus on this as part of performance discussions. Following our recommendations, PAHO has begun to assess the effectiveness of its engagement with staff through surveys. It will be important to track employee engagement as PAHO Forward is delivered to help manage well-being and to address the challenges of cultural change. Collectively, the initiatives introduced offer opportunities for PAHO to create a more agile and adaptive workforce and to enhance the competencies of staff to further their developments. Procurement fund activity has grown and evolved during our mandate, with an unprecedented level of activity arising during the pandemic. In 2020, our audit identified several areas for improvement. We identified that the funds lacked an overall strategy, with opportunities for growth and better meeting the expectations of users, which were not being exploited. Since our report and a change of leadership, the funds have begun to embrace a more holistic and strategic approach. Initiatives are being considered to gain greater visibility of demand plans and to explore opportunities for regional stockpiling, bulk procurement, and to facilitate improvements in capacity and resilience in vaccine production. These changes should offer users greater value and benefits. The fees for using the funds are intended to cover the costs of administrating them. We noted in our report that we considered there was a need to review these fees and the way in which they were being reported. In 2021, we reviewed the approach to results-based management, or RBM. We noted the significant emphasis on member state consultations and the use of health prioritisation methodologies. Overall, we highlighted the adopted approach was process-heavy and resulted in significant organisational effort. The joint planning and reporting of health outcomes also made it difficult to directly identify the impact of the Secretariat's work, and the non-core activities were not well integrated within the planning and reporting mechanisms. Over much of our mandate, there has been an absence of evaluation activity, which was a significant weakness in the oversight arrangements. More recently, evaluation activity has begun, and one of these evaluations has assessed the RBM process. Many of the observations we made in our earlier reports have been echoed within this evaluation, and it's led to the Secretariat reassessing the approach and developing an action plan to ensure that the collective findings of our work and of the evaluation are built into future processes. The Secretariat recognises the need to strengthen RBM and to better identify how the Secretariat itself adds value. Along with our own recommendations, this evaluation will help to evolve performance reporting and enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the RBM process. A clearer and smaller set of measures to reflect the Secretariat's own performance will better demonstrate the value to stakeholders and donors, and we welcome the positive commitments to change. Over our mandate, we reviewed PAHO's approach to estates management. While condition surveys were completed in 2014 to inform the capital investment plan, reviews of real estate have not been undertaken within the context of an overall estate strategy. With ongoing changes in working practices, it remains important to maximise the value from PAHO's estate. While the existing real estate may require investment to enhance and improve its condition, it should be done within a more strategic approach to capital planning. We note that PAHO has not yet committed to developing a new strategy, nor has it updated its investment plans, and we consider these are important outstanding actions. As PAHO considers further renovation of the headquarters building, it has implemented our recommendations to explore the use of its accommodation in Washington and the potential to rationalise to a single site. Decisions on shared services may further reinforce opportunities in this area to secure efficiencies, and we believe these could help realise capital to fund future planned investments. It's now important to make a firm decision on the estate strategy. Finally, and to conclude, of the 24 recommendations outstanding from our work over our mandate, PAHO has implemented or partially implemented 14, and we've closed a further 2. 8 recommendations remain open or are in progress. In this, our final year, we've not raised any new specific recommendations, but our report clearly highlights areas on which PAHO should continue to focus, and we built on many of the areas within our report where recommendations remain outstanding. As we conclude our mandate, we will engage with our successors in the handover to the Office of the Controller General of Chile. We have a long-standing relationship with our Chilean colleagues, and we have a successful track record of securing effective handovers. We've already prepared for discussions and knowledge sharing to enable the transition to be effective. Finally, Madam President, I would like to express my thanks to the Director and the staff of the Secretariat for their support and cooperation in facilitating our audit work over the past 6 years. I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish the Secretariat and Member States of PAHO continued success in your objective to improve the health of all the people of the Americas. Thank you for your kind attention, and I'd be happy to take any questions or provide further background to our audit. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brewitt. I now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. I also believe, if I understood correctly, that in the early interventions by Canada and United States, there were some specific points having to do with this report. So I'd ask you to repeat your questions if you think that is appropriate. Thank you. United States, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. The United States does just want to reiterate our gratitude for the external auditor for all the great work over the past 6 years, and really appreciate the helpful recommendations and review. And it was also very helpful to see the overview of what progress PAHO has made in the areas of the recommendations that have been made over the time of that mandate. We would just like if you could to please just discuss some of the expected improvements to the management and oversight of the investment strategy. That was discussed some in the report, and it was mentioned a little bit in the presentation, but it would just be very helpful, I think, for us to understand what is already in the works for making those improvements, and what other work should be done to make sure that there is continued improvements and strengthened oversight of the investment strategy. But I think that's it for specific questions. Others, I think, were addressed during the presentation. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, United States. I offer the floor to Mr. Brewitt to respond to the comments.
Thank you very much. I'd also, before I respond to that question, thank the delegates for the kind comments about our work over the last 6 years. It's been a pleasure to serve the organisation and hopefully bring some value and further the very important objectives and movements in challenging the way that PAHO operates through PAHO Forward. I think it's been very interesting at the end of our mandate to be involved at this exciting time where changes are planned and the organisation is looking to see how it can improve and develop. I think we very much encourage that as a continuous process beyond the delivery of PAHO Forward. It's important to have those reflections, and I think when I maybe look back over our 6 years, I think the rate of that challenge and review of the organisational effectiveness has increased over the latter part of our mandate, and I think that really is an important trend to continue in this environment where organisations are challenged in terms of funding, having to work harder for donors. It's important that you're able to demonstrate that challenge and the quest for ever-improving effectiveness. So turning to the specific question on investments, we reported in the previous year some significant weaknesses within the process for investments within PAHO. We have reviewed the new policy I think we were pleased to see its contents. They echoed what we would expect to be good practice in this area. Having said that, that is a policy, and that policy is being enacted during 2024, so it will be for our successors to determine whether that policy is being implemented appropriately, and the devil will be in the detail of seeing how that's brought into effect. But I think to highlight a couple of the areas that we feel are significant, I think probably the most significant element is to have a clear strategy, and for that strategy to be informed by the use of external experts, and for a continued involvement of external expertise to look at how any benchmarks that are set for investment performance, how they're actually monitored, and whether PAHO is achieving that. The expert can also provide management with advice on the mix of investments, and as part of that, it will be really important to have a clear view on risk appetite. You may wish to take greater risks on those assets you want to hold for the longer term, to fund the longer term liabilities. That's kind of an appropriate approach. But I think in the past, PAHO has lacked that input from experts to really help model what's appropriate and relevant for the needs of the organisation. And I think a key element of the overall approach and policy is to continue to reflect on whether the policy is delivering. And part of that, as I said earlier, that ongoing reflection, can we do better? Are these processes working? Are really important elements of the policy. But overall, we see it as positive, but it will be important to now move to operationalising and having those arrangements in place. Hopefully that covers your question.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for those comments. Director, would you like to comment on this item?
Madam President, thank you. First, on behalf of the organization, let me extend my thanks to the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom. We have appreciated the working together with you, Damien and Simon, and with your entire team of auditors over the past 6 years, and we have benefited from your perspectives and recommendations. They really made I think that they made us think about how to improve the organization, how to be more efficient, how to be more transparent, and this was really a very important contribution to PAHO. Let me touch upon a few topics that were mentioned in your remarks, because some of them were implemented this year, and your report refers to the year 2023, so it will be like an update. First, we are very proud to have consistently achieved clean and qualified audits each and every year. This is no small feat for an organization the size of PAHO, and especially considering the impact of the pandemic and the financial challenges we have faced over recent years. It's a testament to the rigor of our internal controls and the strength and soundness of our financial management. We have already implemented many of the recommendations we have made, starting with the Treasury function. We have expanded our investment committee, as was recommended this year, to include external experts in investments and portfolio management of multilateral organizations. In fact, earlier this month, the investment committee held its first in-person meeting with the expanded committee. I was told it was the best and the most robust investment committee meeting ever. Regarding PAHO's accountability framework, in 2023, we embarked on a journey to strengthen the second line activities. PAHO has been improving its tool to assist managers to monitor and oversee compliance with key policy requirements. This year, PAHO has begun to reform its internal control framework and to develop its accountability framework. These tools will serve as a foundation to better support compliance, monitoring, and oversight. We recognize the need for a cultural shift to enhance the role of accountability of these functions, and are working with unity chiefs to achieve this vision. On risk management, PAHO acknowledges that the need to embed this risk management into local decision-making process, and has developed a plan to mature this approach by 2027, ensuring that the process delivers value and benefits across all levels of the organization. Regarding human resource management, I'm pleased to say that PAHO has made sustained efforts to address the recommendation of the NAO auditors from 2019. To mention a few examples, the roadmap for the implementation of people strategy has shown significant progress in modernizing policies and processes. The incorporation of HR key performance indicators enables us to monitor the effectiveness of HR functions and to identify opportunities for improvement. And the enhancement of the human capital module of PMIS generates reliable data to inform decisions regarding initiatives to effectively manage the life cycle of PAHO's workforce. Turning to result-based management, the organization is currently implementing the recommendations of the external evaluation on RBM. The development of the new PAHO strategic plan for 2026-31 provides us with an opportunity to streamline results-based planning, budget, monitoring, and evaluation. During the presentation that the Director of the Planning, Budget, and Evaluation Department, Mr. Ronnie Mazo, will present it to the Member States, I think that tomorrow, on the roadmap for the new strategic plan. This will be very clear and probably be a very good moment to receive your comments and suggestions on how we can improve this, streamlining the RBM in the organization. I am committing to strengthen PAHO's evaluation and learning culture, as shown by our practice already in place to publish all evaluation reports and to use evaluation findings and recommendations to improve performance and learning. Regarding status management, the organization agrees with the recommendation to develop an overall strategy for property improvement and planning. This is really important for us. We have recently reviewed the workplace strategy for the headquarter offices and are currently evaluating the results. We are committed to identifying the optimal workplace design to meet PAHO's post-pandemic workforce needs while enhancing organizational efficiencies. Lastly, regarding PAHO Forward, the fifth guiding pillar of my vision for the organization, we continue working to improve the organization's capacity to support and respond to the needs of our member states. During the first year of implementation, we were able to achieve more than 80% of the expected results, and next month, we will launch PAHO Forward 2.0 containing key actions with the most significant changes prioritized to create the greatest benefit in terms of enhancing efficiency, transparency, and accountability. We recognize that there is a risk of fatigue when organizational change occurs. That's why PAHO Forward has a change management plan, including employee engagement and participation, frequent and open communication with actions and expected results that can be achieved during the year. I'm very pleased that we open to the whole organization, to the entire organization, to send the suggestion for PAHO Forward 2.0. We received almost 100 suggestions, and most of them were not individual suggestions, but the teams, units, departments, and country office come together to present proposals to PAHO Forward 2.0. So this is really, I think, that a very important evidence that how engaged our staff is in this movement to provide a better capacity for our organization to deliver technical cooperation to our member states. Modern, streamlined, and strengthened management policies, processes, and systems are essential for PAHO to expand its relevance, technical expertise, and leadership in the region of the Americas and globally. So with that, let me thank again the NAO auditors for your candor, your commitment to PAHO, and all your efforts to support us over the past 6 years. May I ask you to give a round of applause to the NAO auditors. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, but let me finally just to make, I think that some comments to thank Canada, the US, and Brazil for their comments, suggestions. Just to touch, I think that two things, that needed more clarification. I fully agree with your comment from Canada that we need to ensure that the more effective ways to deliver technical cooperation needs to be put in place. For this reason, we established a policy trying to guide our technical teams to identify clearly if they need a face-to-face meeting or if that activity could be delivered using the virtual process that now we are used to have all the technical capacity. So I think that it's important to monitor that we are not having physical face-to-face meetings when it should be better to have a virtual meeting for informative issues, for instance, that you don't need the kind of person-to-person interactions that we need in this kind of meeting. And I think that this, when we hear now that for every proposal that is being presented to the executive committee, you can hear that we had 1, 2, or 3 regional consultations. In the past, this was not possible because each regional meeting with translation per diem and plane tickets costed around $200,000. So now we can have this kind of more interactive way to provide more participation from member states using better the virtual tools that you have. So I fully agree that we need to have this as a very important cultural change in the organization. About the funds, I think that it was very important to have the funds together, and we will have here a presentation also in a topic later today with some changes that we are providing. The funds in the past, they were in different departments, so no synergies, no collaboration, and the funds in our vision, they are a very important part of our technical cooperation because it's not the procurement part, but also supporting the countries to provide better planning of their demands, storage, delivery. So having them together, clearly we have more capacity to use the resources that both funds have to improve. We have very recently performed an assessment, external assessment about the procurement department that provided very relevant recommendations and how to manage better these two dimensions that are both are important. The strategic think about scanning the market, identifying producers that can be part of our procurement mechanism, and at the same time, the more tactical operational procedures that we have every day. So I think that this will also benefit directly the fund because we can have a better use of the unfortunately limited resources that we have. So these are I think that the 2 comments that you made that it was important to answer to. So thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I'd like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Let us now move on to item 5.5, report of the Office of Internal Audit for 2023. I would like to bring document CE 174/24 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. David O'Regan, Auditor General of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and present the report.
Thank you and good morning, Madam President, Dr. Barbosa, Director of PASB, distinguished delegates and observers, colleagues in the room and those participating through the live stream. I am pleased to present document CE 174/23 covering the work of the Office of Internal Audit, or IA, for 2023. The report summarizes OIA's activities, the main findings arising from 2023's internal audits, the implementation status of management actions to address the findings, and OIA's overall opinion on the organization's internal control environment. I would like to highlight some aspects of the report. We've just heard from the external auditors, whose focus is on the financial statements with operational implications. OIA focuses on the inner workings of the organization. And firstly, as I emphasize every year, OIA is exclusively an advisory office. OIA avoids any decision-making on rules, policies, and procedures. And this is to preserve OIA's impartiality in performing and reporting on its work. I'm pleased to inform the Executive Committee that OIA encountered no obstacles in the performance of its duties in 2023 and encountered no impediments to its reporting. I also confirm that the office had adequate resources to complete its planned work. Now, in 2023, two important changes took place regarding the internal audit activity. Firstly, the director of PASB, in the interests of transparency, decided to make available to member states' delegations on written request copies of internal audit reports. OIA has a page on PAHO's internet site that details the process for making such a request. And please see paragraph 14 of the report for a link to this webpage. The second change, again at the request of the director of PASB, has been an increase in the number of country office assignments. There are two reasons for this. The first, in 2023, the Bureau revised country office delegations of authority, and the majority of the delegations of authority at the country level doubled from 50,000 to 100,000 US dollars. The expanded internal audit activity at country offices reflects the greater decentralization of expenditure decisions. Another reason was to accelerate the internal audit coverage of all country offices. To support this extended internal audit work, OIA is also undertaking some desk audits. That is, audits without an on-site visit to country offices for smaller or low-risk country offices. And this undertaking of desk audits brings OIA in line with internal audit practices at the World Health Organization. As you can see from the report's annex, OIA undertook 8 country office audits in 2023, which is about double the previous number of annual country office audits. OIA also took 3 thematic audits covering resource mobilization, letters of agreement, and IT security. The major findings from these audits are summarized in the report. To conclude, OIA's overall opinion on the Bureau's internal control environment, at paragraphs 39 to 42, was that it continued to provide reasonable assurance on the accuracy and timely recording of transactions, assets, and liabilities, and of the safeguarding of assets. In 2023, none of the internal audits had an unsatisfactory rating. However, there is a possibility of individuals overriding internal controls, and OIA therefore continues to draw attention to enhancing managerial monitoring arrangements, also known as the second line of defense. With these comments, I've appreciated your attention. I hope you found the report useful, and I'll be pleased to discuss any of its contents. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. O'Regan. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion.
Estados Unidos tiene
United States.
Thank you. The United States thanks the Office of Internal Audit for this report and for the insightful observations and recommendations it contains. We welcome OIA's confirmation that it did not identify any significant weaknesses in internal controls that would compromise the achievement of the strategic and operational objectives of PAHO. We also thank OIA for its efforts to accommodate the expanded demand for its services, which we note included adding 3 additional on-site audits and a number of country office desk audits. We are also pleased to note that none of the audits, internal or at country level, had a rating of unsatisfactory, again, in 2023. We further appreciate that OIA took up the Audit Committee's recommendation that it facilitate an impartial assessment of IT security, including cybersecurity, by external experts. We note that no critical vulnerabilities were discovered during the engagement arranged with the consultant S2 Grupo, but we also understand that several weaknesses were identified with regard to network access controls. We encourage PASB to address those issues as soon as possible. The United States found the report's inclusion of the findings of its country-level recurring audit issues informative. We are concerned by the finding of repeated non-compliance in the competitive hiring of consultants, as well as procurement documentation gaps. We urge the Bureau to move with all expediency to address relevant recommendations on those issues. We also encourage OIA to produce as soon as possible its root cause analysis of recurring audit issues so that the Bureau can begin addressing those in an efficient and coordinated manner. We wish to call particular attention to OIA's findings that the Bureau needs to formalize its policy for contracting independent contingent workers on activities funded by national voluntary contributions. Given the potential high risks associated with such hiring mechanisms, we also urge management to address that particular issue as quickly as possible. Finally, we would be remiss not to thank the Bureau for the excellent work it has done to address past OIA recommendations. We note that all recommendations from audits before 2022 are now closed, and that the Bureau's overall implementation rate remains high at 89%. We encourage the Bureau to keep up the good work. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, United States. I now offer the floor to Canada.
Canada would like to thank the Office of Internal Audit for this report. We are pleased to see the continued absence of unsatisfactory ratings for any of the internal audits, reflecting a continued maintenance of adequate internal controls across the organization, with the understanding that there is still room for improvement. We note OIA's expanded country-level work plan in 2023, which included the introduction of formal desk audits, and agree that PAHO's increased decentralization of expenditure decisions and approvals to country offices should in turn be accompanied by increased auditing. Concerned to see that OIA has continued to find recurring issues at country level, we are encouraged by OIA's efforts to undertake a root cause analysis of these and related recurring internal audit issues across the organization, much like the USA has just proposed. We consider this to be a promising approach to identifying sustainable solutions, and we look forward to learning about the results of this analysis, including next steps. We remain worried that OIA continues to draw attention to ongoing weaknesses in second-line activity, as well as the protracted use of the organization's special emergency procedures, meant to be used during times of exceptional challenge, and would like to seek more information from the Secretariat on actions being taken to address these ongoing concerns. Finally, Canada views risk management as key in protecting the organization from reputational, legal, and financial risks. In order to ensure this, we strongly support the recommendations put forward by OIA, including implementing corrective measures to enhance PAHO's overall IT security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. I now recognize Uruguay. Thank you, President. We think it's timely to express our gratitude for the information presented this morning and all the reports that we've heard for 2023. These are documents that reflect the work and care that is necessary to ensure transparency and accountability in managing the organization's resources. Based on this, we want to reiterate our thanks to all the technical personnel that worked on preparing these documents, the professionalism of human resources at the organization also, and we extend our gratitude to the external auditor while noting the suggestions and observations that are in their report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uruguay. I now offer the floor to Dr. O'Regan to respond to these comments.
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank all the interventions. I very much appreciate your close reading of the report and your support for the office, OIA. It seems to me, Madam President, that many of the questions were geared more towards the Secretariat giving updates on various matters. But I would just like to pick up on maybe one thing that occurred throughout the comments is the root cause analysis of the recurring issues. Because it's true that over the years, we tend to find a pattern across the organization, and not only in country offices, but at headquarters, where we're seeing certain issues which bubble up for a time and then go quiet and then reoccur. So, for an example would be, we mentioned the hiring of consultants and the documentation of the necessary evidence of competitive hiring. Those are the kind of issues that we'll be looking at, and we'll be reporting this to the member states next year at the Executive Committee. Other than that, Madam President, I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Doctor Gervas Barbosa, ¿tiene algún
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, do you have any comments?
Okay, I want to thank the United States, Canada, and Uruguay for their comments and also the work that was presented by the Office of the Internal Audit. As was mentioned, we provided additional funds to the office in order to increase the number of auditing processes in the organization. I think that this was important because we adopted some measures to provide more flexibility to the organization. So, as you know, we increased the delegation of authority for the country office from 20,000 to 100,000. And I was very pleased to see that during this external assessment of the procurement department that I mentioned before, one of the recommendations that they made was that we were exactly at the optimal level of the centralization. This corroborated the analysis, the internal analysis that we had made, that we didn't need to increase the delegation of authority to 300,000 as WHO Geneva made to other regions. So I think that it was important to hear that. But and also I want to recognize and to thank our internal auditor because utilizing a risk-based assessment. So now we have this audit, this desk audit, for less risky operations in centers and the in-person auditing processes for the country office centers or activities here at the headquarters that we need more a more detailed vision. So I think that is important to increase at the same time that we increase delegation of authorization and decentralizing and providing more flexibility, that we keep this very important, this relevant activity running well throughout the organization. And I also want to remind you that now all the reports from the audits are available to member states. So they are not published on our website, but each one of the member states can ask the internal audit office to review the reports. This also was adopted last year as part of the package of initiatives to provide more transparency for the organization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. This debate will be reflected in the final report. We are going to take our coffee break now. We have a half an hour for our coffee break, and then we will come back and take up our work again.
PMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab. We also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child, it's a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this. Just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab, it was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So,
personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving,
Yes.
Collaboration, yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby, and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal. And I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams. And I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's right to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Imagine a future in the Americas where everyone can access essential health technologies. PAHO's regional revolving funds support Latin American and Caribbean countries' commitment to making it a reality. The revolving funds are cooperation mechanisms that allow PAHO member states to pool their needs for vaccines and other public health supplies and procure them in volume and under better conditions. A fraction of each purchase goes to a capitalization account that provides short-term credit to speed up procurement processes. Other benefits are affordable and timely access to vaccines and medicines, countries can get life-saving supplies at fair prices through transparent processes. Improved health outcomes, more people receive preventative care and treatment. Reduced disease burden plays a critical role in controlling and eliminating infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. Increased regional solidarity coordinates countries' efforts so the benefits reach the entire region. Over decades, the funds have helped the region to achieve reduction of vaccine-preventable diseases like measles, polio, and rubella, improved maternal and child health by providing essential supplies and training, strengthens health systems throughout the Americas with the availability of essential medicines. The PAHO Regional Revolving Funds are a powerful example of regional cooperation when countries pool resources and expertise. We are stronger when we work together to achieve health for all. Learn more about PAHO's Regional Revolving Funds by visiting our website or contacting us.
Over the past year, PAHO has made significant strides in fostering an evaluation culture and practice to increase effectiveness, efficiency, transparency, and accountability of its work. See some of the main goals PAHO has reached so far. 5 major evaluations conducted and ongoing. 3 of them are published, including the evaluation of PAHO's response to COVID-19. The first evaluation of the kind among all WHO regions, creation of a repository gathering all evaluation evidence in PAHO for enhanced institutional memory and learning, personnel capacity building in evaluation practices, launch of PAHO's evaluation external website for increased transparency and accountability, more than 30 recommendations from evaluations being implemented and tracked through the new evaluation platform. How has your work been informed by evaluation? Join us on this journey of continuous improvement as PAHO works to evolve and achieve better results through evaluation and learning.
Buenas. Hola Elsa, ¿qué tal está? Dentro ahí está mami adentro. Pero primero estamos a tomar la presión.
¿Qué tal está? Pues todo bien. En las comunidades a veces no hay luz, no hay carro, no hay cómo mover una persona para la clínica asistorial, la Trinidad, y entonces uno tiene que estar ahí al lado de la paciente. Las pacientes ellas se ponen bien contentas, yo voy siempre a visitarlas, ya uno ya les dice lo que tienen que hacer, que si sienten algún movimiento de algo otras cosas, que lo llamen a uno o que vayan al centro de salud, al médico.
Hace 19 años que yo soy voluntaria y a mí mi motivación de ser voluntaria fue cuando yo tuve mi tercer hijo, que mi niño fue muy enfermo y yo decía, yo no tengo quien nos apoye. A mí me quedaba largo, pues dije yo un día, yo voy a ser voluntaria, yo voy a apoyar a muchas madres que no tienen quien las apoye.
Aquí en Trinidad ofrecemos el servicio de telemedicina relacionada a mujeres embarazadas. Consiste primero en la captación de embarazadas que residen en estos lugares.
Se les solicita a la voluntaria de salud y a la
paciente que tenga acceso a un teléfono y que tenga acceso de la red para recibir esta llamada.
Ellas tienen una comunicación directa, tenemos un grupo de chat, nos informa si hay algún signo de alarma o algún inconveniente con alguna embarazada.
Tiene como objetivo principal la detección de enfermedades del embarazo mediante la detección temprana de los signos de alarma con el apoyo de las voluntarias de salud.
Todos los meses nosotros lo estamos haciendo. Les damos charlas a las madres, como identificar las enfermedades.
El proyecto también les ha facilitado a ellas varias herramientas para hacer más completa esta teleconsulta.
Tenemos muchos materiales que los han dado, como son los libros, ¿verdad? De dónde va el niño creciendo, los cuidados del niño que tiene que tener la mamá y ella y uno también.
Me siento orgullosa como voluntaria y digo yo, hasta que ya Dios me diga, venga para acá, yo creo que voy a dejar de ser voluntaria.
9 meses del embarazo, desde allí estoy yo pendiente. Estoy con el celular, me llaman. Doña Pablita, vi que tengo dolor. ¿A qué hora le comenzó el dolor? A tal hora, 4 de la mañana, 5 de la mañana, 2 de la mañana, 3 de la mañana, a la hora que sea. Espéreme que ya voy a llegar.
Para mí, donar sangre es algo que no tiene precio, porque lo que está haciendo es donar vida a otra persona que lo necesita.
Cuando yo dono sangre me siento súper bien, me siento feliz, porque sé que hay otra persona que necesita y le estoy ayudando poquitito, no es mucho, pero para mí ya es un gran logro.
Llevo donando sangre ya hace muchos años, soy donadora activa de sangre. Realmente para mí es una causa muy importante que me mueve.
Es la primera vez que dono sangre, es una experiencia increíble. Incito a todas las personas que puedan donar, que donar salva muchas vidas.
Es la primera vez que estoy donando sangre y la verdad que ni se siente nada, súper bien.
Me parece además algo que todos deberíamos poder hacer de forma frecuente. Yo lo hago cada vez que puedo, desde que soy pequeña. Vengo de una familia donde la donación de sangre se nos inculcó desde jovencitos. Padres también son donantes y somos en general todos muy conscientes de lo necesario que es hacer esto. Es importante sacar los mitos relacionados a la donación de sangre. Es algo que se hace cada vez más rápido, de forma cada vez más cómoda. Así que nada, le diría a la gente que no le dé muchas vueltas y que si está en condiciones de donar, que se acerque, que es algo muy importante para las personas que están necesitando la sangre, pero también para que funcione nuestro sistema de salud.
Y hay que donar porque hay mucha gente que necesita.
Estoy también dando un ejemplo a mi hijo y a mi familia, y es lo que yo quiero hacer.
Acompáñenos a ver de cerca los resultados del proyecto Aumento del Acceso Equitativo a las Vacunas, el diagnóstico y la atención clínica para las poblaciones en situación de vulnerabilidad en las Américas. Cada acción en el terreno cuenta, cada actividad, cada esfuerzo, cada vida impactada. Nuestro compromiso y apoyo a las comunidades e instituciones que han formado parte del proyecto se ha orientado a trabajar en acciones para la prevención del contagio de enfermedades transmisibles, promoción de la salud mental y estilos de vida saludables. Lo anterior, alineado a las prioridades de la estrategia de cooperación de la OPS con el país.
En el área de salud de Talamanca hemos implementado ferias de salud, hemos implementado vacunatorios extramuros, tuvimos tamizajes durante todo este tiempo a nivel domiciliar, trabajando con los ATAP para tratar de encontrar esa población la cual está en riesgo social y no acuden a los servicios de salud.
Con este proyecto se realizaron actividades muy significativas como ferias de la salud, un total de 9 ferias, campañas de vacunación, talleres de salud comunitaria, de habilidades para la vida.
El principal impacto del proyecto fue promover el bienestar y la salud de la población mediante las actividades realizadas y los recursos donados.
El proyecto ha beneficiado a la comunidad tanto como en la salud y en la reducción de violencia, tanto dándoles capacitación y charlas a los padres de familia y a los niños.
Con la ayuda del proyecto logramos mitigar mucho las enfermedades no transmisibles como son la diabetes y presión alta.
Los principales aprendizajes con este proyecto fue el fortalecimiento de ese trabajo en equipo de todos los que laboramos, ¿verdad?, durante este periodo de pandemia y durante este proyecto.
Creo que uno de los principales aprendizajes que dejó este proyecto es que es posible realizar comunicación adaptada a las particularidades de las comunidades.
La parte de una comunidad en pobreza, flujos migratorios de extracontinentales, el temor de la población de reunirse en grupos para poder hacer estos talleres.
Uno de los principales desafíos para la sostenibilidad de este proyecto tiene que ver con asegurar presupuesto de parte de las instituciones que formamos parte del sector social y salud en el cantón. Presupuesto que nos permita adaptar y continuar algunas de las líneas de trabajo que se lograron trabajar con este proyecto.
La OPS y sus proyectos han sido una gran bendición para nuestra área de salud, que muy agradecidos por todo esto.
Estamos en Puerto Inírida, Guainía, la triple frontera con Venezuela y Brasil, para el lanzamiento de la Semana de la Vacunación de las Américas. Buscamos reforzar la importancia de las vacunas. Las vacunas son seguras, eficientes y nos ayudan a prevenir enfermedades, así como también a salvar vidas.
Dándoles pues la bienvenida, dándole la bendición, que eso es lo que siempre hemos soñado en nuestro departamento, que llegue la salud a territorio.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, que está conformada por todos los países de la región de las Américas, hace un esfuerzo único para poder incrementar las coberturas de vacunación. Desde su secretariado, la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, trabajamos mano a mano con cada uno de los territorios, en este caso en Colombia, para poder llegar a los municipios más alejados, llegar a esas comunidades indígenas, a las poblaciones afrodescendentes, a las diferentes etnias, llevando las vacunas y también otros servicios para proteger la salud y el bienestar de los pobladores.
Y gran parte de nuestra población se encuentra ubicada en zona rural y rural dispersa. Entonces, el acceso ya se ha convertido en una de las cosas más importantes para el programa, y es, así como los niños de las ciudades reciben la vacuna, poder llegar a esos niños tan alejados y que están en una situación, hay veces de vulnerabilidad, en donde hay mayor riesgo de enfermar, ya sea porque no se tienen una muy mala nutrición. Entonces las vacunas ayudan a ese sistema inmunológico para que se desarrolle y no se enferme, porque la probabilidad de que pueda morir, por ejemplo, por un sarampión y además de una persona desnutrida aumenta la probabilidad. Entonces, vacunar a esa población susceptible y que está alejada y muy vulnerable es de vital importancia para nosotros en esta jornada de Semana de Vacunación en las Américas. Hacemos un mayor énfasis en estos territorios vulnerables para que podamos de alguna manera utilizar estrategias para poder llegar a esta población que está más alejada y, como mencionaba, que vive en zona fronteriza y que vive en zona rural dispersa. Entonces, muchas veces lo que hacen las entidades territoriales y las secretarías de salud y las IPS que realizan estas actividades es realizar recorridos por las comunidades que viven cercanas a los ríos y que además están en frontera. Entonces nosotros debemos hacerles saber a la población que ellos son beneficiados por esto, que deben pedir y deben luchar por ese derecho que tienen hacia vacunar. Es un derecho que tienen los niños y deben exigirlo, deben exigir la vacunación.
Y por eso hay que comenzar desde la base. Estos equipos tienen que ir a atender las necesidades de cada una de las comunidades.
Algunas comunidades, algunas etnias pues no entienden pues lo que son las vacunas, pero ahí vamos paso a paso y pues que dejen de vacunar a los niños para que en el futuro pues no les den las enfermedades por las cuales pues estamos vacunando.
La jornada para nosotros ha sido productiva. Hemos encontrado algunos niños para vacunación, hemos realizado la respectiva vacunación y además sí se presta para seguir administrando las próximas dosis.
Reafirmar que las vacunas son seguras, las vacunas son eficaces, nos permiten prevenir enfermedades y salvar vidas, y las vacunas son gratuitas. Colombia ha hecho una gran inversión en el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones, tiene 21 vacunas para 26 enfermedades y son gratuitas para todos los proveedores en el territorio. En Colombia no hay barreras para la vacunación. Lleven la voz, hagan que cada miembro de su comunidad esté vacunado, protegido contra las enfermedades. Muchas gracias.
Para nosotros, la captura de pequeños mamíferos es importante para identificar diferentes patógenos. En algunas ocasiones colocamos redes para capturar murciélagos, extraemos muestras de sangre, muestras de tejido para llevarlas al laboratorio y luego entonces identificar estos pequeños mamíferos y sus patógenos que nos pueden causar algún problema de salud. El mayor problema en los murciélagos sería la rabia, que es una enfermedad que no es muy estudiada en diferentes lugares. Si hay un caso de alguna persona infectada por Hanca, tenemos que buscar entonces los sitios adecuados para poder colocar las trampas. Y principalmente la vivienda de la persona, los sitios donde habitualmente circula la persona, si es un área de cultivo, si es el patio de la casa, para aumentar el interés de que poder capturar los animales que queremos.
La OPS está desarrollando una iniciativa en conjunto con el CDC, con el Instituto Nacional de Enfermedades Virales Hemorrágicas y el Instituto Gorgas, para diseñar un taller que permita hacer la transferencia en el manejo de potenciales enfermedades zoonóticas, que algunas conocemos, otras son desconocidas, como por ejemplo hantavirus y adenovirus, que ha afectado en diferentes regiones de las Américas, como Bolivia, como Argentina, Venezuela, en relación a arenavirus o hantavirus en Brasil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, Panamá, Bolivia. Pero hay otros países que desconocemos esa situación. La pandemia nos ha enseñado que no podemos quedarnos con los brazos cruzados, que debemos de estar preparados, y la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, con una vital participación y protagonismo en recordarnos de que tenemos que trabajar unidos.
Somos 3 centros colaboradores más los expertos de OPS, todos al mismo tiempo trabajando con el objetivo de diseñar un taller que sea bastante realista, que vaya a tener escenarios. Es un ejercicio tipo tabletop exercise en donde realmente los escenarios se basan en lo que hemos hecho en el pasado, lo que nos ha tocado vivir, tanto en la parte de epidemiología como en laboratorio, como de ecología. Y eso es una gran fortaleza que se tiene, que seamos diferentes centros con diferentes capacidades, con diferentes retos, pero que todos nos estamos poniendo de acuerdo para diseñar algo que va a servir a países que ya tienen vigilancia y países que no tienen vigilancia. Eso por un lado. Y justamente los retos es que no todos los países son iguales. Uno de los grandes retos es que hay algunos países que ya tienen vigilancia, diagnóstico, cosas establecidas, y hay países que realmente no es que estén empezando de cero, pero digamos que no hay una vigilancia ni de hantavirus ni de arenavirus que esté establecida. Entonces tenemos que hacer algo que funcione un poco para todos. Por eso la idea de tener estos ejercicios con escenarios y con diferentes situaciones que se puedan analizar conjuntamente. El otro reto que se mantiene obviamente es darle sostenibilidad a este tipo de iniciativa, porque nosotros pues hasta la fecha hemos funcionado a través de un acuerdo cooperativo que tenemos con la OPS, y bueno, mientras teníamos la posibilidad de apoyar ese acuerdo cooperativo lo hacemos, pero en realidad ese apoyo es muy pequeño y realmente se necesita más recursos para poder realmente montar este proyecto y desarrollarlo y continuarlo y darle sostenibilidad, porque no vale la pena mandar los ensayos, los primers, las sondas y algunos reactivos a un país y luego ya no lo pueden hacer porque ya no tienen kit. Entonces ese es uno de los retos.
Presentamos la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud Jerónimo Venegas, ubicada en el Depósito de Respuesta Humanitaria de las Naciones Unidas en el Centro Logístico Regional en Panamá. La reserva se ha establecido como parte de un mecanismo operacional regional que apoya a países en situaciones de emergencia mediante el envío de suministros cuando es necesario, dando una respuesta rápida, coordinada y eficaz. Esto se logra gracias a la coordinación entre diferentes equipos, la evaluación de necesidades, la integración de sistemas logísticos y la vinculación de procesos administrativos especiales de emergencia. La gestión técnica y operativa de la reserva está a cargo del Departamento de Emergencias en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en estrecha coordinación con áreas técnicas y entidades de apoyo a nivel regional. Los beneficios de este mecanismo incluyen la reducción de los tiempos de entrega, la disminución de los riesgos de retrasos, el almacenamiento seguro, el cumplimiento de los estándares de calidad y una visión integral de la prestación de servicios de salud. La reserva ha brindado apoyo en situaciones de inundaciones, terremotos, erupciones volcánicas, tormentas tropicales, huracanes, brotes de enfermedades y emergencias prolongadas en la región. Además, se cuenta con un inventario identificado y actualizado mediante análisis técnico, basado en lecciones aprendidas y la experiencia en eventos previos. Con esto, la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud Jerónimo Venegas muestra que ante situaciones de emergencia en nuestra región es un mecanismo fundamental de apoyo a los países afectados para proteger a los más vulnerables y salvar vidas.
Bueno, muy bien.
Very well. Continuing with today's agenda, we will now move to item 3.7, report of the Audit Committee of PAHO. I would like to bring document CE 174/10 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Martin Gosten, member of the Audit Committee, to come to the head table and present the report.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, Director, honorable delegates and participants at this session of the Executive Committee, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the report of the Audit Committee of the Pan American Health Organization, document CE 174/10. The three aspects to be presented are the general issues having to do with the work of the Audit Committee, a brief summary of the committee's priorities for the past period, and lastly, the Audit Committee recommendations contained in the document. With regards to the general issues having to do with our work, the Audit Committee was established in 2009 through a resolution of the Directing Council of the organization, holding its first meeting in November 2010. The Audit Committee contributes to strengthening governance, accountability, and transparency of the organization, together with the other mechanisms set forth. In accordance with the terms of reference, the Audit Committee advises the Director and Member States of PAHO through this Executive Committee. The committee's work is carried out in accordance with the internationally accepted practices. Usually, the committee meets twice a year for 2 days, and at those occasions meets with the director, the upper management, and other officials, as well as with the external auditor. The committee looks at the documents and policies presented at its meetings. The committee looks at the terms of reference on a regular basis to make sure they're up to date and are in accordance with the best standards for audit committees or supervision subcommittees of any United Nations agency. The previous practice of the Audit Committee was that it would cover the period July to June. In our self-evaluation meeting of April 2023, the committee members spoke about the possibility of changing the reporting period to January through December of each year, which will facilitate the process of providing an annual report, and member states will have access to the Audit Committee at an earlier date. The Audit Committee will continue reporting to the Executive Committee in mid-year. This practice is aligned with other committees of the United Nations system. Given this change, the report CE 174/10 covers a 6-month period from July to December 2023. The future Audit Committee reports will concur with the calendar year as all the other oversight activities. The annual report that we are presenting to you covers the work carried out by the audit from the 172nd Executive Committee through 31 December 2023. Following the usual schedule, the committee met in late 2023. It was an autumn meeting. This included informative or briefing sessions and presentation of higher officials and other officials. Recommendations were made after that meeting. The Audit Committee members are appointed nominally to exercise for 2 complete periods of 3 years. Audit Committee members in the period were Mrs. Sarah Greenblatt, who began her first mandate in July 2023 for a 3-year period. Mr. Alan Siegfried, who was appointed in 2019 and is currently discharging his second period. And I was appointed in 2018. I'm coming to the end of my second period. This vacancy will be made open through document CE 174/11. It has been my privilege to chair the committee for the period covered by this report. The Audit Committee supports the PAHO Forward initiative that was launched by the Director. The purpose is to promote PAHO's advances in innovating areas such as strengthening its approach in countries, ensuring there is greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability in internal processes and management systems. Mr. Director, Madam President, I hope that this PAHO Forward initiative will be very successful. The transparency shows different areas that are discussed in our annual report. These areas are aligned with the Audit Committee terms of reference and looks at the priorities of the committee for the period. Our work is organized in 2 annual meetings with recurring topics and specific questions that may arise. The committee is grateful for the collaboration and cooperation received from the Director, upper management, and all PAHO staff, as well as the external auditors. This support and cooperation were key to achieve progress in the broad range of matters considered and recommended by the committee. The committee followed up on the recommendations of internal audit reports from the external auditors and those of the committee itself. In order to facilitate monitoring of recommendations from the committee, we included this table in our report that shows that PAHO is implementing the committee's suggestions. As I mentioned a moment ago, this covers through 31 December 2023. We have had an additional meeting in spring of this year, at which meeting management, together with the committee, considered 9 of these recommendations as potentially implementable. This represents over 80% of the 11 recommendations that appear on this table. The committee is grateful to all efforts to comply with these recommendations. The committee also asked management to seek clarification regarding recommendations whenever deemed necessary. In the period covered by this report, the committee had 2 recommendations. Both are geared to ensure compliance of the organizational objectives, both in internal audit activities as well as in the area of investigation. I want to conclude this presentation by thanking the committee and all the cooperation that we have received during this period. Let me also thank the committee itself, Director Barbosa, and the entire management for the opportunity I have had to be a member of this committee for 2 periods or 2 mandates. The PAHO has gone and faced many challenges in the last 6 years, including the COVID-19 pandemic and financial problems, just to give you 2 examples. The committee was always present to strengthen governance, accountability, and transparency, together with the other mechanisms set for the organization. Thank you very much, Madam President, and I remain available should there be any questions relating to this report. Thank you very, very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. United States is recognized.
The United States thanks the Audit Committee for its work and recognizes its valuable contribution to strengthening the organization's governance, accountability, transparency, and stewardship. We especially appreciate the insights and recommendations provided in this year's report, and we encourage management to address those recommendations in a timely manner. In particular, we support the committee's recommendations that the Bureau provide the committee with further information on the use of key performance indicators used to measure the performance of PAHO's oversight functions, including the Offices of Internal Audit and Investigations. We believe such information would be useful to member states in fulfilling their oversight duties, and we encourage those offices to similarly incorporate such information into relevant Bureau reports to PAHO's legislative bodies. The United States additionally wishes to draw attention to the recommendation to the Office of Internal Audit that OIA work to investigate the root causes of the recurring and systemic issues identified in its previous reports, and we would welcome any update on that effort. With regard to open recommendations from prior years, the United States notes that the recommendation to OIA to facilitate an outside independent assessment of IT security remains incomplete. We wish to stress the importance of that issue to PAHO's digital infrastructure and integrity and would welcome an update on the status of that initiative. We also want to highlight PAHO's progress in improving compliance with the mandatory cybersecurity processes and note the benchmarking exercise that indicated that PAHO was ahead of similar organizations in terms of its Microsoft Secure Score. Finally, we thank the Audit Committee for its attention again this year to assessing PAHO's efforts to prevent and respond to sexual misconduct. We request that the committee continue providing its independent observations and advice, taking into account UN system best practices as PAHO pursues critical activities in this area, including the revision to the PAHO harassment policy and the development of its comprehensive policy on sexual misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States. And now I offer the floor to Argentina. Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning to all. Argentina is grateful for this report and carefully read its recommendations. We urge and ask for special focus on compliance with 4 of these recommendations. The recommendation that the Audit Committee to ensure that the internal audit facilitate an independent assessment of IT security, that is recommendation 1, and for the office to provide additional information having to do with the initiatives for changes within the organization, recommendation 4. Financial sustainability of activities, this is in recommendation 7. And lastly, the organization's human capital as contained in recommendation 8. Thank you very much. Thank you, Argentina. I now offer the floor to Mr. Gusten to respond to these comments. Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much to the delegates for their questions and comments. As I mentioned during the presentation, as of 31 December, the report includes all the activities through 31 December 2023. There was also an update at our spring meeting in 2024. 9 of the 11 recommendations that were open and shown in the report have actually been implemented by the organization. Taking this into account, let me point out that the information security audit was carried out by the organization and the report was received at the meeting. With regard to the base causes for the recommendations and for monitoring the root causes of the suggestions, that was also carried out and it was presented to management. And this is part of the PAHO Forward initiative. And these causes are being looked into in order to improve the organization's activities. In regards to sexual misconduct and harassment, we are following through on this. The organization is starting to work in this area, and a comparison is being drawn up with the United Nations systems. We are receiving information on these activities. With regard to the organization's sustainability, this is a key issue that I will convey to the new members of the Audit Committee so that they continue monitoring it. This is not a point in time but rather something that needs to be reviewed as it evolves over time. I think it would also be advisable to ask the director to take the floor so that he can provide some updates relating to the issues that were raised. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. I offer the floor to Mr. Barbosa, should he have any comments to make.
With your permission, Madam President, I will ask our Director of Administration, Christian, to make a comment about the ITS security that was mentioned.
Okay. The IT security audit that was conducted under the Office of Internal Audit, as Mr. Gosden reported, was completed and reported at the spring audit committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I think that another thing that was reported by Mr. David Regan is that the root causes is one of the priorities for the plan of audit for this year that is being already conducted and will be presented to this executive committee next year. About the sexual harassment, exploitation, there will be a specific presentation further, I don't know if today or tomorrow, but we have implemented many of the recommendations. Now we have hired a P5 position here in Washington, D.C. that is the regional advisor. We had a workshop last year on this topic. We had another workshop this year in Colombia with focal points from all country offices, exactly to standardize the processes and to have it not only in headquarters but also in every country one person that's a focal point to monitor these activities and to implement these activities, because this is really a very important topic. I thank the U.S. for this, for coming with this point. Agradeço também
Let me also thank Argentina. The points mentioned about financial sustainability, I think that the previous report was quite detailed. As far as human resources, there will be a specific presentation that will be shared with you by our Director of Human Resources.
Madam Chet, I want to thank Mr. Gosden for his commitment during his tenure as a member of the Audit Committee of IPARO and as the chair of the committee in recent years. Mr. Gosden has served as a member of the committee since 2018 and is currently in his second term, which will conclude at the end of this week. He has also served as the chair of this committee. PAHO's Audit Committee has an important advisory role in strengthening the organization's governance, providing executive management and member states with advice to assist the Bureau in fulfilling the organization's oversight responsibilities. It's my great pleasure on behalf of the entire organization to thank you for the openness in which you have conducted your work, providing the Bureau the space to collaborate with the Audit Committee of IPARO. Thank you very much, and I will also ask a round of applause to Mr. Gosden to thank for his good service. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa.
Muy bien, informo al comité que el debate.
Very good. I'd like to let you know that the report will be reflected in the final report.
Muy bien. Bueno, estimados delegados.
Distinguished delegates, I understand that member states have held conversations and made some progress on the text of the draft resolution policy to strengthen the performance of the health sector on climate change with health equity. And since there are a couple of issues on which we have to continue working, I propose that we set up a working group to come to an agreement on the text of this proposed resolution on this policy for strengthening health sector action. So I'd ask you if you all agree on this.
Muy bien. Entonces,
Very good. Should there be no objection, I'd like to let the plenary know that the group will meet in room C during the lunch break. All member states are invited to participate. Lunch, a light lunch will be served, and we will have interpretation into English and Spanish. So let me just remind you, room C during the lunch break. Likewise, I'd like to let the jury PAHO Award Committee for Health Services Management and Leadership 2024 that the meeting will be held in room 412. Today in room 412. Very good.
Brasil, usted tiene la palabra.
Brazil is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam President. Just a point of clarification. You said that member states are invited to participate in the working group. These are the member states of PAHO or member states of the Executive Committee. Observers are invited also? That is my question.
Brasil están todos.
All member states are invited, observers and members of the Executive Committee. Thank you very much for the question. So next, we shall move on to the proposed resolution, PR2, Strategy and Plan of Action to Strengthen Tobacco Control in the Region of the Americas 2025-2030. Any comments by member states in connection with this proposed resolution? Strategy and Plan of Action to Strengthen Tobacco Control in the Region of the Americas. Ecuador is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Cordial greetings to all present in the room. Ecuador wishes to say that in order to attain a consensus in connection with this resolution, we would like to withdraw the suggestions offered on the various resolutions with a spirit in order to move forward on this document and come to a consensus by all those present here. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Ecuador. So I now give the floor to the rapporteur to introduce the changes proposed.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In keeping with the comments made by the representative from Chile, we will add one additional paragraph after or in OP2 of this proposed resolution. We will add an additional paragraph to letter E, little e, which would now become little f, and it reads as follows: strengthen national measures and international cooperation to eliminate illicit trade in tobacco products. With this change, the other alinea will be designated as a G, H, and last but not least, I. That is a change that is brought about in the resolution, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, distinguished rapporteur. Let me remind all member states that you can have access to this text. You can access the text on your iPads to correct or follow the proposed resolution. So I now open the floor for comment on this proposed resolution.
Muy bien, entonces.
Very well, thank you. Since I see no request for the floor, we take this resolution as adopted.
Continuamos entonces.
Let us move on with the rest of our agenda. We move on to 4.9, strategy in order to strengthen early warning of health emergencies. This is strategy on epidemic intelligence for strengthening early warning of health emergencies 2024-29. This is document C-174/20, and I invite Dr. Ciro Ugarte, Director of Health Emergencies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come up to the head table to introduce that agenda item.
Madam President of the PAHO 174th Executive Committee, Magister Gabriela Gomez. Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, Director of the Pan American Health Organization, honorable delegates of the member states, dear colleagues. I'm glad to introduce the agenda item 4.9, Strategy on Epidemic Intelligence and Health Emergencies 2024-2029, expressed in the document CE 174/20. Recalling the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to effectively and promptly apply the lessons learned, a new strategy is being proposed aimed at strengthening early warning systems through enhanced epidemic intelligence capacities. This proposed strategy requires expanding our data sources for prompt detection, considering, for example, genomic surveillance and community source information, effectively managing large volumes of information, and accelerating risk assessment and verification of signals and events to facilitate swift responses. Moreover, it calls for innovative approaches tailored to our regional, national, and local context. This is a member states-driven initiative, initially proposed by Brazil and further supported by PAHO member states. PAHO Secretariat is working closely with member states to advance these efforts, actively engaging with their ideas across all subregions. This entails leveraging regional efforts across technical capacities such as those mobilized by the Strategy on Regional Genomic Surveillance for Epidemic and Pandemic Preparedness and Response. I would like to especially thank all of our member states for their participation in the 4 regional and 3 sub-regional consultation meetings. Their participation highlights our joint commitment to understand and integrate all perspectives in this strategy. Our objective is clear: to empower member states and therefore the region with solid epidemic intelligence capacities for early warning for health emergencies. To achieve this, we are prioritizing 4 strategic lines of action with a One Health approach: enhancing regional and national governance, leadership, and coordination; building technical capacities at all levels; promoting integration and interoperability of data and information systems; and finally, fostering multi-sectoral collaboration for knowledge management. Our region, through the adoption and implementation of this resolution, will be better equipped to face potential epidemic situations, thereby increasing the health sector's resilience to emergencies. These efforts will also contribute to other regional and global initiatives to achieve the highest possible level of health and well-being of the peoples of the Americas. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ugarte. The Executive Committee is invited to review the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems relevant, and consider the possibility of approving the proposed resolution as presented in Annex A. I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion on the document presented.
Solamente una simple aclaración.
Just one minor clarification. We are now going to make whatever comments we have on the document. If you have any additional comments in connection with the resolution, we will do that after we read the proposed resolution. Just that clarification. Jamaica is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Dunstan Bryan, Jamaica. Jamaica has effectively managed several events over the years using a robust national surveillance system. Under the Public Health Act, and guided by the National Surveillance Policy and Manual, Jamaica's team in the National Epidemiology Branch performs epidemic intelligence using standard operating procedures with indicator-based and event-based surveillance that covers a list of communicable diseases and health events. The system covers all parts of the island and allows for signals and updates from regional and global perspectives, including in accordance with reporting and information sharing under the international health regulations through Jamaica's national IHR focal point. There is a weekly review of data, and where indicated notifications are issued to relevant departments for action, including the Health Emergency Operating Center, as well as the public using traditional and non-traditional data sources. The system is, however, manual, with an unprecedented number of events that resulted in the health system being in a constant state of response over the last 5 years. We need to improve our ability to operate in an electronic environment. There has been at least one new event per year, including a protracted dengue outbreak, the emergence of COVID-19 and monkeypox, and several occurrences of severe weather events, including protracted drought, periods of severe heat stress, and occasions of flooding, require us to respond in accordance with this strategy. Therefore, we welcome the input of PAHO in updating our capacities and capabilities to better cope with the increasing demands. We wish to also thank PAHO for their support to our submission to the Pandemic Fund, and note that this proposal to the Pandemic Fund is in alignment with the strategy. While we understand the need for harmonization, Jamaica believes that greater emphasis should be made in the strategy to identify and address the issues that affect small island developing states that are disproportionately affected by issues of climate change. We therefore request that consideration be given to strengthen strategic line 2 and 3 to specifically identify actions to be taken to support small island developing states. Notwithstanding this issue, Jamaica endorses the strategy and recommends its adoption. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Jamaica. I now recognize the U.S.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Diseases with epidemic and pandemic potential, such as influenza, dengue, cholera, yellow fever, hemorrhagic fevers, and plague, present a shared threat across the Americas, and the United States is committed to strengthening pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response domestically in the Americas region and globally. The international health regulations play a major role in stopping disease outbreaks at their source by setting obligations for governments to report outbreaks early and building capacities needed to detect, prepare for, and respond to outbreaks before becoming widespread around the world. The United States IHR National Focal Point actively fosters international cooperation through regional and bilateral exchanges with other NFPs within the PAHO region. The U.S. IHR NFP collaborates through open lines of communication, sharing best practices, and supporting capacity building. This collaboration enhances epidemic intelligence and facilitates timely detection and response to health threats. We thank PAHO for their efforts to develop the draft strategy, and we support its proposed line of action. It is notable that the Americas is the first WHO region to undertake such a strategy. We are proud of the constructive approach that the Americas region has taken to strengthening capacity and collaboration, both in global discussions and within the region. The United States advocates for strong international cooperation, supporting regional partners with technical expertise, resources, and capacity building initiatives. We are committed to sharing knowledge and best practices to enhance collective preparedness and response. The U.S. is committed to supporting global initiatives and frameworks that promote coordinated efforts to prevent, detect, and respond to public health threats, safeguarding the health of our populations across the Americas and beyond. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. I thank the U.S. Next, I recognize Chile. Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning. Chile wishes to express its support for this initiative on epidemic intelligence as proposed by the organization. As has already been stated, we are facing a complex and dynamic situation in the region with a persistent threat of potential epidemic outbreaks such as flu, dengue, cholera, amongst others, and new threats that are constantly emerging due to the cultural and environmental changes that we're experiencing in our region. Therefore, we believe that it is imperative to have sound, efficient, robust early warning systems, and as well as response systems that can detect, verify, investigate, and assess the risks posed by said phenomena and the harm that they might cause in public health, as well as the development and implementation of timely responses. We applaud the approach on epidemic intelligence as proposed, which combines information stemming from different sources in systems of greater sophistication than the current systems available and much more agile. Chile has undertaken the commitment to strengthen its detection and response capacity to public health events in keeping with the international health regulations. We are improving our infrastructure in public health by bringing in different forms of surveillance based on indicators and events. The proposed strategy, as presented in the 4 lines of action, offers a valuable framework in order to strengthen our capacities. Specifically, improving coordination and leadership to increase technical capabilities, interoperability of systems, and different tools, as well as to promote cooperation among institutions are essential elements that ought to be adopted and adapted to our local realities. It is only through a joint and multidisciplinary effort that we will be able to forge ahead in the availability of a public health capable of dealing with health emergencies that are emerging. Chile reaffirms its commitment with the initiative presented and the work with PAHO and member states. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chile. I now give the floor to Canada.
Thank you. Merci. As we've all learned so well during these past years, early warning of health emergencies is critical in providing us all a head start in assessing and implementing public health interventions that can save lives and reduce the negative impacts of emergencies. Canada applauds the leadership of PAHO in being a pioneer in establishing this strategy for strengthening early warning. And as we've all just witnessed in Geneva, preparing for and preventing health emergencies remains top of mind for member states. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank PAHO for their support to the region throughout the process of the pandemic agreement negotiations and towards the successful conclusion of the IHR amendments process. As home to the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, a leader in the field of event-based surveillance, Canada recognized early on the importance of integrating indicator-based surveillance data with other forms of surveillance data, such as event-based surveillance. Canada supports the strategy's call to strengthen epidemic intelligence in the region through the integration of signals from multiple different sources of data. We encourage the consideration of some challenges of incorporating these different data sources beyond traditional indicator-based data, including the rising context of mis- and disinformation, and the requirements to comply with applicable privacy laws within member states as surveillance activities are undertaken. As an early contributor to the establishment of the WHO's Epidemic Intelligence from Open Sources initiative and its predecessor, Canada has always been a strong proponent of fostering collaboration in the field of epidemic intelligence. Canada has and continues to provide the EIOS initiative with extensive in-kind technical expertise and is committed to the continued input of data to support the WHO and other member states' event-based surveillance efforts. This strategy really is the right step in helping pave a path towards strengthening epidemic intelligence in the region and to support early warning of future health emergencies. Merci.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Canada. I now call on Argentina. Thank you, Madam President. First of all, Argentina would like to thank Brazil for presenting this proposal and would like to thank the organization for having taken many of our comments in the different virtual meetings and including these in the document. Argentina has been working on surveillance for a long time with a great deal of effort in spite of the adverse conditions faced by our country. To a certain extent, this leads me to express my gratitude to Brazil for this proposal, to PAHO for the support, and then to the U.S. For the offer made to provide help and assistance and support in beefing up our capacities. On the other hand, we believe that we ought to consider certain situations in supporting Chile with their position in connection with the need to facilitate the interoperability of systems. And on the other hand, to understand that there ought to be some articulation between the different areas in order to bring about this text fully, completely, and with positive results at the end of the same. The year of 2020 has left behind a lesson, which is that we have to work all together, we have to follow things closely, and that the only way of being able to defeat these adverse situations that come our way is by opening up and by working all of us together in order to defend our populations. It is along these lines that we express our gratitude on behalf of Argentina and this ongoing work in order to strengthen our capacities. On the other hand, we do have a request, perhaps this is a minor request, which is a need for having the bibliography and the support in Spanish, in the Spanish language for our technical teams, since not everyone can handle things in the original language so that they can undertake all the relevant actions. So thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. And now let me give the floor to Brazil. Thank you, Madam President. We are living in an interconnected world. All infectious diseases can quickly spread, going beyond the borders, demanding an effective and efficient response by public health officials. In that regard, epidemic intelligence is essential for early detection and early warning of health emergencies, thus avoiding outbreaks and epidemics from becoming devastating pandemics. In the Americas, the development and the exchange of new technologies and epidemic intelligence will enable us to anticipate things and to be able to face the threats and the risks in public health in a more efficient and interconnected way. Therefore, Brazil would like to commend the Secretariat for promoting the discussion of such a relevant issue for the region. We believe that it is through cooperation and exchange of experiences among countries that we will be able to strengthen our capacity to apply abilities and skills in epidemic intelligence and have coordinated actions in preparedness and response to future public health emergencies. In that regard, we believe that PAHO will act as a liaison among countries, offering not only the support and the technical support, but also cooperating in order to build confidence at a regional level through the promotion of transparency and improving the exchange of information. We agree with the 4 lines of action. The strategic lines are proposed by the document, and we urge countries to prioritize this issue at a national level and invest financial and human resources with the purpose of implementing this within the context of the reconstruction of their post-pandemic health systems. Last but not least, as we did at the end of 2023 at the regional meeting on the use of epidemic intelligence for timely response and warning with the presence of more than 30 countries, we are ready and available to continue working and cooperating with the efforts in order to deal with public health emergencies. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And now I give the floor to El Salvador. Thank you, Madam President. The COVID-19 pandemic was not the first one and will not be the last one. We ought to be prepared and to generate resilience in our health systems. We have to automate and to capitalize on the experiences of the lessons learned during the pandemic. That is important. El Salvador has made significant progress in implementing the epidemic intelligence strategy as part of the integrated work done by our country, PAHO, cooperating agencies, and other states that supported us with the exchange of best practices and support. We believe that presenting country progress and showing the experience in a general way helps all countries in order to move forward in a standardized way. As a country, I'd like to mention some strategic activities carried out, such as the development of leadership and coordination of epidemic intelligence for early warning. Any plan obviously starts off on the basis of a diagnosis. We've carried this out with a tool that has helped us verify the capacities and skills that we have, the self-assessment of the IHR in a periodical way. We've conducted epidemic intelligence stewardship with the creation of a public health emergency center, an analysis center where we have epidemiologists participating together with different institutions in the integrated health system, hospitals, care centers, where we expedite processing of information, analysis, and recommendations to make decisions based on evidence. We created a surveillance infrastructure that has information based on cases, syndromic sentinel surveillance, lab surveillance, genomic, and research on outbreaks. So we thank PAHO for the implementation of this system on epidemic intelligence open code system for all countries. These surveillance systems have enabled us to include standardized routine for collection of different sources that enable us to identify early warning signals or public health events. Within the surveillance network, we've developed articulated work between health, agriculture, and the environment under the strategy of One Health. We create the integration of processes and procedures, an integrated work plan, prevention of diseases and threats, exchange of information, and we thus create an improvement in the interoperability of systems that are so important to detect threats. We're working towards the creation of a center, integration of capacities with immediate forecast and analytics, which facilitates early detection of these threats. On the other hand, and as part of the same strategy, the strengthening of technical capacities that for the first time includes a medical epidemiology specialty with 27 professionals in a theoretical and practical way, including drills, the continuous training of epidemiologists and training in epidemiology of non-epidemiologists, which is important, rapid response teams of physicians, nurses, health promoters that are at the heart of the community's statistical analysis, biostatistics, training on outbreak management, the international health regulation, training programs, and field epidemiology, as well as applied epidemiology courses. Also, the theoretical and practical training, not only of health resources, but also on agriculture and the environment in a structured way. Last but not least, we would like to thank Dr. Ciro Ugarte, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, and the entire PAHO team, and several member states that supported us in building the country's strategy for the support received in order to build a sound epidemic intelligence strategy and continuous improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, El Salvador. I give the floor to Ciro Ugarte for him to respond to the comments just made. Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm grateful for all of the comments made by member states and reiterate my thanks to all of the member states of the organization that did take part in drafting and developing this document, which is of the utmost importance as expressed. Many of our epidemic intelligence management systems are in need of improvement, and we need to move forward to enhance coordination and even leadership. And the developing island nations of the Caribbean need an additional fillip. And that's why during those mechanisms we developed during the COVID response represent strides forward. We still have more work to do. I think the United States, because its support has been key during the COVID-19 response and beyond, without a doubt, being ours, the first region that has proposed a resolution like this. This certainly poses considerable challenges, as a number of member states have said. Early detection, timely early detection is important for us to rein in and control any outbreak at the source. So that is a fundamental priority of our whole region, which has been particularly hard hit by COVID-19. As the representative of Chile has said, there is a challenge in finding other sources and to use those sources the best way possible. It's a challenge in governance, in handling and managing information. Some of the information isn't official, and given that it's not official, sometimes its worth, its value is not fully taken into account, and therefore it's not incorporated into the system, because there needs to be better coordination from on high. Leadership is important, and we continue to foster this training. All of the countries are being trained constantly on different varied sources of information, and we are on the right path to further strengthen this system, but we still have work to do. We do need to work together, as Argentina has said, is fundamental in our region. We've shown this. So we are facing right now 8 emergencies. And these alerts are being done together and swiftly. That is one of the true lessons we learned from COVID-19, and we commit to continue to strengthen this system. I think Brazil expanded its surveillance system in an extraordinary way over the last couple of years. Some epidemiological surveillance centers now, well, there are more than 160, correct, throughout all of Brazil. Brazil is a federal country in which it's not always easy to share information, to make decisions, and so I think this is progress that all of the countries would like to continue learning from. El Salvador, without a doubt, we are staying abreast of this joint effort. We see the effort put forward by El Salvador, and this is a very broad process encompassing all of Latin America, Central America. Thank you, Dr. Ugarte. I give the floor to Dr. Barbosa for his remarks. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank all of the countries. I think Brazil's initiative that was then supported by all the countries of the region. I thank you for this. This resolution is very important for us to continue strengthening those capacities that we already have in the region, as well as each one of the countries of our region, as rightfully said by the Director of the Emergency Department, Ciro Ugarte. We already have in our region, despite the difficulties and challenges and gaps we face, there is a lot of technical capability in our region. Countries have developed many capacities during the pandemic itself, especially the need to respond better. I love to see how in only 2 countries of the region did we have genomic surveillance, and now more than 20 do this in a coordinated way. There is a much bolstered capacity to conduct surveillance. We've also had some great experiences under the concept of One Health. So how can we work better? Not long ago, I was in Paraguay and I saw firsthand a project that was presented. We supported the country in this, and it was supported by the Pandemic Fund. And it's not just the different sectors of government that were around the table, but a number of agencies were involved from a joint effort of human and animal health and of the environment. So this is an example of what's being done in some countries to build capacity, being able to work with a multiplicity of sources of information and to have the ability to transform these data and information into intelligence. That is, this can serve as a guide for more effective response. So I thank all of the speakers for your interventions and the offers for regional cooperation, all of which are very much welcome. And throughout the whole process of discussing this instrument, the countries of the region strengthened their ability to establish consensuses around complex matters. A very favorable environment has been created to further foster cooperation, and there should be a priority line of technical cooperation in each one of the countries of the region. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I would ask the rapporteur then to present this proposed resolution. Thank you, Madam President. Proposed resolution. Strategy on epidemic intelligence for strengthening early warning of health emergencies 2024-2029. The 174th session of the Executive Committee. PP, having reviewed the proposals of strategic epidemic intelligence for strengthening early warning of health emergencies 2024-2029, document CE 174/20, resolves, operative paragraph, to recommend that the 61st Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Strategy on epidemic intelligence for strengthening early warning of health emergencies 2024-2029. The 61st Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having reviewed the strategy on epidemic intelligence for strengthening early warning of health emergencies 2024-2029, PP2, taking into account the importance of integrating epidemic intelligence operations within a comprehensive early warning mechanism that is able to promptly and effectively detect, verify, investigate, assess, and respond to public health threats and emergencies. Preambular paragraph 3, bearing in mind the experience of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, which highlighted the need for rapid verification of signals of potential public health threats. PP4, recognizing the varying levels of implementation of epidemic intelligence among countries in the region of the Americas and the importance of using different data sources to assess risks, as well as the need for rapid adaptation and continuous innovation to enhance early warning systems for health emergencies. PP5, considering that a key purpose of epidemic intelligence is to detect, verify, and assess public health risks as early as possible in order to mitigate and reduce their impact on populations. PP6, acknowledging that as health threats and their drivers change and novel threats emerge, epidemic intelligence must continuously improve in order to ensure early detection and response. Resolves. Operative paragraph 1. To approve the strategy on epidemic intelligence for strengthening early warning of health emergencies 2024 to 2029. Operative paragraph 2. To urge all member states, considering the national contexts, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A. Promote the implementation of the strategic lines of action set out in the strategy. B. Strengthen technical capacity for conducting epidemic intelligence activities aimed at promptly detecting, verifying, assessing, reporting on, and responding to public health emergencies of national and international concern. C. build capacity and participate in defining best practices based on scientific evidence on epidemic intelligence, fostering coordination and collaboration across various sectors and disciplines, and developing standardized terminology and concepts to enhance comprehension and effectiveness in epidemic intelligence efforts. Operative paragraph 3, to request the Director to provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen capacities that will contribute to the implementation of the strategy and the achievement of its objectives. B, promote the dissemination of lessons learned and good practices in epidemic intelligence, leveraging the advancements achieved within the region. C, report periodically to the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of the strategy through a midterm review in 2027 and a final report in 2030. Thank you very much, Rapporteur. I open the floor to initiate debate.
Brasil tiene la palabra.
Brazil has the floor. Thank you, Madam President. We would like to make a proposal by way of perfecting this project or proposed resolution. Given that just a few months ago at the World Health Assembly, we put the finishing touches on the international health regulations and amendments thereto, and epidemiology or epidemic surveillance should be included in that. So at the end of paragraph PP2, we should add the expression in keeping with the international health regulations. Operative, rather. At the end of the operative paragraph 2, we would add, in keeping or pursuant to the international health regulations, which seems to be a timely and necessary guidance to the work that needs to be done. Thank you, Brazil. I give the floor to Chile. Thank you, Madam President. I'm grateful for that brilliant comment just made by Brazil. I think it is absolutely necessary to incorporate into this text the update that we conducted and approved just a month back of the IHR. Thank you, Chile. I would ask if everyone would be in agreement with that. The inclusion of this wording that was just suggested.
No habiendo objeciones, entonces le pedimos a...
There not being any objections, then I would ask the rapporteur to please read that addition. With the observation made by Brazil, the second operative and the heading thereto would read as follows: to urge all member states, considering their national contexts, needs, vulnerabilities, and national priorities, and pursuant to the international health regulations, and it would continue as it currently stands. Madam President, thank you. Then that change suggested by Brazil and formally backed by Chile is approved. The resolution is also approved.
Bueno, muy bien, vamos a hacer ahora nuestro break. Les recordamos.
Let's have our break now. And let's recall the two meetings that are going to be held. The jury for the PAHO Award. That meeting is going to be held in 412. And the working group is going to be meeting in room C. Now the member states that have been invited will be served a light lunch, and there will be interpretation in English and Spanish. We will meet again here at 2.
So AMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab. We also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child, it's a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this. Just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab, it was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So,
personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving,
Yes.
collaboration. Yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby, and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal. And I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams. And I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's rights to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Imagine a future in the Americas where everyone can access essential health technologies. PAHO's regional revolving funds support Latin American and Caribbean countries' commitment to making it a reality. The revolving funds are cooperation mechanisms that allow PAHO member states to pool their needs for vaccines and other public health supplies and procure them in volume and under better conditions. A fraction of each purchase goes to a capitalization account that provides short-term credit to speed up procurement processes. Other benefits are affordable and timely access to vaccines and medicines, countries can get life-saving supplies at fair prices through transparent processes. Improved health outcomes, more people receive preventative care and treatment. Reduced disease burden plays a critical role in controlling and eliminating infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. Increased regional solidarity coordinates countries' efforts so the benefits reach the entire region. Over decades, the funds have helped the region to achieve reduction of vaccine-preventable diseases like measles, polio, and rubella, improved maternal and child health by providing essential supplies and training, strengthens health systems throughout the Americas with the availability of essential medicines. The PAHO Regional Revolving Funds are a powerful example of regional cooperation when countries pool resources and expertise. We are stronger when we work together to achieve health for all. Learn more about PAHO's Regional Revolving Funds by visiting our website or contacting us.
Buenas. Hola, Elsa, ¿qué tal está? Dentro ahí está mami, adentro. Pero primero estamos a tomar la presión.
¿Qué tal está? Pues todo bien. En las comunidades a veces no hay luz, no hay carro, no hay cómo mover una persona para la clínica sectorial, la Trinidad, y entonces uno tiene que estar ahí al lado de la paciente. Las pacientes ya se ponen bien contentas, yo voy siempre a visitarlas, ya uno ya les dice lo que tienen que hacer, que si sienten algún movimiento de algo otras cosas, que lo llamen a uno o que vayan al centro de salud, al médico.
Hace 19 años que yo soy voluntaria y a mí mi motivación de ser voluntaria fue cuando yo tuve mi tercer hijo, que mi niño fue muy enfermo y yo decía, yo no tengo quien nos apoye. A mí me quedaba largo, pues dije yo un día, yo voy a ser voluntaria, yo voy a apoyar a muchas madres que no tienen quien las apoye.
Aquí en Trinidad ofrecemos el servicio de telemedicina relacionada a mujeres embarazadas. Consiste primero en la captación de embarazadas que residen en estos lugares.
Se le solicita a la voluntaria de salud y a la paciente que tenga acceso a un teléfono y que tenga acceso de la red para recibir esta llamada.
Ellas tienen una comunicación directa, tenemos un grupo de chat, nos informa si hay algún signo de alarma o algún inconveniente con alguna embarazada.
Tiene como objetivo principal la detección de enfermedades del embarazo mediante la detección temprana de los signos de alarma con el apoyo de las voluntarias de salud.
Todos los meses nosotros lo estamos haciendo, le damos charlas a las madres, como identificar las enfermedades.
El proyecto también les ha facilitado a ellas varias herramientas para hacer más completa esta teleconsulta.
Tenemos muchos materiales que los han dado, como son los libros, ¿verdad? De dónde va el niño creciendo, los cuidados del niño, que tiene que tener la mamá y ella y uno también.
Me siento orgullosa como voluntaria y digo yo, hasta que ya Dios me diga, venga para acá, yo creo que voy a dejar de ser voluntaria.
9 meses del embarazo Desde allí estoy yo pendiente. Estoy con el celular, me llamo. Doña Pablita, vi que tengo dolor. ¿A qué hora le comenzó el dolor? A tal hora. 4 de la mañana, 5 de la mañana, 2 de la mañana, 3 de la mañana, a la hora que sea. Espéreme que ya voy a llegar.
Para mí, donar sangre es algo que no tiene precio, porque lo que está haciendo es donar vida a otra persona que lo necesita.
Cuando yo dono sangre me siento súper bien, me siento feliz, porque sé que hay otra persona que necesita y le estoy ayudando poquitito, no es mucho, pero para mí ya es un gran logro.
Llevo donando sangre ya hace muchos años, soy donadora activa de sangre. Realmente para mí es una causa muy importante que me mueve.
Es la primera vez que dono sangre, es una experiencia increíble. Incito a todas las personas que puedan donar, que donar salva muchas vidas.
Es la primera vez que estoy donando sangre y la verdad que ni se siente nada, súper bien.
Me parece además algo que todos deberíamos poder hacer de forma frecuente. Yo lo hago cada vez que puedo, desde que soy pequeña. Vengo de una familia donde la donación de sangre se nos inculcó desde jovencitos. Padres también son donantes y somos en general todos muy conscientes de lo necesario que es hacer esto. Es importante sacar los mitos relacionados a la donación de sangre. Es algo que se hace cada vez más rápido, de forma cada vez más cómoda. Así que nada, le diría a la gente que no le dé muchas vueltas y que si está en condiciones de donar, que se acerque, que es algo muy importante para las personas que están necesitando la sangre, pero también para que funcione nuestro sistema de salud.
Y hay que donar porque hay mucha gente que necesita.
Estoy también dando un ejemplo a mi hijo y a mi familia, y es lo que yo quiero hacer.
Acompáñenos a ver de cerca los resultados del proyecto Aumento del Acceso Equitativo a las Vacunas, el diagnóstico y la atención clínica para las poblaciones en situación de vulnerabilidad en las Américas. Cada acción en el terreno cuenta, cada actividad, cada esfuerzo, cada vida impactada. Nuestro compromiso y apoyo a las comunidades e instituciones que han formado parte del proyecto se ha orientado a trabajar en acciones para la prevención del contagio de enfermedades transmisibles, promoción de la salud mental y estilos de vida saludables. Lo anterior, alineado a las prioridades de la estrategia de cooperación de la OPS con el país.
En el área de salud de Talamanca hemos implementado ferias de salud, hemos implementado vacunatorios extramuros, tuvimos tamizajes durante todo este tiempo a nivel domiciliar, trabajando con los ATAP para tratar de encontrar esa población la cual está en riesgo social y no acuden a los servicios de salud.
Con este proyecto se realizaron actividades muy significativas como ferias de la salud, un total de 9 ferias, campañas de vacunación, talleres de salud comunitaria, de habilidades para la vida.
El principal impacto del proyecto fue promover el bienestar y la salud de la población mediante las actividades realizadas y los recursos donados.
El proyecto ha beneficiado a la comunidad tanto como en la salud y en la reducción de violencia, tanto dándoles capacitación y charlas a los padres de familia y a los niños.
Con la ayuda del proyecto logramos mitigar mucho las enfermedades no transmisibles como son la diabetes y presión alta.
Los principales aprendizajes con este proyecto fue el fortalecimiento de ese trabajo en equipo de todos los que laboramos, ¿verdad?, durante este periodo de pandemia y durante este proyecto.
Creo que uno de los principales aprendizajes que dejó este proyecto es que es posible realizar comunicación adaptada a las particularidades de las comunidades.
La parte de una comunidad en pobreza, flujos migratorios de extracontinentales, el temor de la población de reunirse en grupos para poder hacer estos talleres.
Uno de los principales desafíos para la sostenibilidad de este proyecto tiene que ver con asegurar presupuesto de parte de las instituciones que formamos parte del sector social y salud en el cantón. Presupuesto que nos permita adaptar y continuar algunas de las líneas de trabajo que se lograron trabajar con este proyecto.
La OPS y sus proyectos han sido una gran bendición para nuestra área de salud, que muy agradecidos por todo esto.
Estamos en Puerto Inírida, Guainía, la triple frontera con Venezuela y Brasil, para el lanzamiento de la Semana de la Vacunación de las Américas. Buscamos reforzar la importancia de las vacunas. Las vacunas son seguras, eficientes y nos ayudan a prevenir enfermedades, así como también a salvar vidas.
Dándoles pues la bienvenida, dándole la bendición, que eso es lo que siempre hemos soñado en nuestro departamento, que llegue la salud a territorio.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, que está conformada por todos los países de la región de las Américas, hace un esfuerzo único para poder incrementar las coberturas de vacunación. Desde su secretariado, la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, trabajamos mano a mano con cada uno de los territorios, en este caso en Colombia, para poder llegar a los municipios más alejados, llegar a esas comunidades indígenas, a las poblaciones afrodescendentes, a las diferentes etnias, llevando las vacunas y también otros servicios para proteger la salud y el bienestar de los pobladores.
Y gran parte de nuestra población se encuentra ubicada en zona rural y rural dispersa. Entonces, el acceso ya se ha convertido en una de las cosas más importantes para el programa, y es, así como los niños de las ciudades reciben la vacuna, poder llegar a esos niños tan alejados y que están en una situación, hay veces de vulnerabilidad, en donde hay mayor riesgo de enfermar, ya sea porque no se tienen una muy mala nutrición. Entonces las vacunas ayudan a ese sistema inmunológico para que se desarrolle y no se enferme, porque la probabilidad de que pueda morir, por ejemplo, por un sarampión y además de una persona desnutrida aumenta la probabilidad. Entonces, el vacunar a esa población susceptible y que está alejada y muy vulnerable es de vital importancia para nosotros en esta jornada de Semana de Vacunación en las Américas. Hacemos un mayor énfasis en estos territorios vulnerables para que podamos de alguna manera utilizar estrategias para poder llegar a esta población que está más alejada y, como mencionaba, que vive en zona fronteriza y que vive en zona rural dispersa. Entonces, muchas veces lo que hacen las entidades territoriales y las secretarías de salud y las IPS que realizan estas actividades es realizar recorridos por las comunidades que viven cercanas a los ríos y que además están en frontera. Entonces, nosotros debemos hacerles saber a la población que ellos son beneficiados por esto, que deben pedir y deben luchar por ese derecho que tienen hacia vacunar. Es un derecho que tienen los niños y deben exigirlo, deben exigir la vacunación.
Y por eso hay que comenzar desde la base. Estos equipos tienen que ir a atender las necesidades de cada una de las comunidades.
Algunas comunidades, algunas etnias pues no entienden pues lo que son las vacunas, pero ahí vamos paso a paso y pues que dejen de vacunar a los niños para que en el futuro pues no les den las enfermedades por las cuales pues estamos vacunando.
La jornada para nosotros ha sido productiva. Hemos encontrado algunos niños para vacunación, hemos realizado la respectiva vacunación y además sí se presta para seguir administrando las próximas dosis.
Reafirmar que las vacunas son seguras, las vacunas son eficaces, nos permiten prevenir enfermedades y salvar vidas, y las vacunas son gratuitas. Colombia ha hecho una gran inversión en el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones, tiene 21 vacunas para 26 enfermedades y son gratuitas para todos los pobladores en el territorio. En Colombia no hay barreras para la vacunación. Lleven la voz, hagan que cada miembro de su comunidad esté vacunado, protegido contra las enfermedades. Muchas gracias.
Para nosotros, la captura de pequeños mamíferos es importante para identificar diferentes patógenos. En algunas ocasiones colocamos redes para capturar murciélagos, extraemos muestras de sangre, muestras de tejido para llevarlas al laboratorio y luego entonces identificar estos pequeños mamíferos y sus patógenos que nos pueden causar algún problema de salud. El mayor problema en los murciélagos sería la rabia, que es una enfermedad que no es muy estudiada en diferentes lugares. Si hay un caso de alguna persona infectada por Hanca, tenemos que buscar entonces los sitios adecuados para poder colocar las trampas, y principalmente la vivienda de la persona, los sitios donde habitualmente circula la persona, si es un área de cultivo, si es el patio de la casa, para aumentar el interés de poder capturar los animales que queremos.
La OPS está desarrollando una iniciativa en conjunto con el CDC, con el Instituto Nacional de Enfermedades Virales Hemorrágicas y el Instituto Gorgas, para diseñar un taller que permita hacer la transferencia en el manejo de potenciales enfermedades zoonóticas, que algunas conocemos, otras son desconocidas, como por ejemplo hantavirus y adenavirus, que ha afectado en diferentes regiones de las Américas, como Bolivia, como Argentina, Venezuela, en relación a arenavirus o hantavirus en Brasil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, Panamá, Bolivia. Pero hay otros países y desconocemos esa situación. La pandemia nos ha enseñado que no podemos quedarnos con los brazos cruzados, que debemos estar preparados, y la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, con una vital participación, protagonismo, en recordarnos de que tenemos que trabajar unidos.
Somos 3 centros colaboradores más los expertos de OPS, todos al mismo tiempo trabajando con el objetivo de diseñar un taller que sea bastante realista, que vaya a tener escenarios. Es un ejercicio tipo tabletop exercise en donde realmente los escenarios se basan en lo que hemos hecho en el pasado, lo que nos ha tocado vivir, tanto en la parte de epidemiología como en laboratorio, como de ecología. Y eso es una gran fortaleza que se tiene, que seamos diferentes centros con diferentes capacidades, con diferentes retos, pero que todos nos estamos poniendo de acuerdo para diseñar algo que va a servir a países que ya tienen vigilancia y países que no tienen vigilancia. Eso por un lado. Y justamente los retos es que no todos los países son iguales. Uno de los grandes retos es que hay algunos países que ya tienen vigilancia, diagnóstico, cosas establecidas, y hay países que realmente no es que estén empezando de cero, pero digamos que no hay una vigilancia ni de hantavirus ni de arenavirus que esté establecida. Entonces tenemos que hacer algo que funcione un poco para todos. Por eso la idea de tener estos ejercicios con escenarios y con diferentes situaciones que se puedan analizar conjuntamente. El otro reto que se mantiene obviamente es darle sostenibilidad a este tipo de iniciativa, porque nosotros pues hasta la fecha hemos funcionado a través de un acuerdo cooperativo que tenemos con la OPS, y bueno, mientras teníamos la posibilidad de apoyar ese acuerdo cooperativo lo hacemos, pero en realidad ese apoyo es muy pequeño y realmente se necesita más recursos para poder realmente montar este proyecto y desarrollarlo y continuarlo y darle sostenibilidad, porque no vale la pena mandar los ensayos, los primers, las sondas y algunos reactivos a un país y luego ya no lo pueden hacer porque ya no tienen kit. Entonces ese es uno de los retos.
Presentamos la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud Jerónimo Venegas, ubicada en el Depósito de Respuesta Humanitaria de las Naciones Unidas en el Centro Logístico Regional en Panamá. La reserva se ha establecido como parte de un mecanismo operacional regional que apoya a países en situaciones de emergencia mediante el envío de suministros cuando es necesario, dando una respuesta rápida, coordinada y eficaz. Esto se logra gracias a la coordinación entre diferentes equipos, la evaluación de necesidades, la integración de sistemas logísticos y la vinculación de procesos administrativos especiales de emergencia. La gestión técnica y operativa de la reserva está a cargo del Departamento de Emergencias en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en estrecha coordinación con áreas técnicas y entidades de apoyo a nivel regional. Los beneficios de este mecanismo incluyen la reducción de los tiempos de entrega, la disminución de los riesgos de retrasos, el almacenamiento seguro, el cumplimiento de los estándares de calidad y una visión integral de la prestación de servicios de salud. La reserva ha brindado apoyo en situaciones de inundaciones, terremotos, erupciones volcánicas, tormentas tropicales, huracanes, brotes de enfermedades y emergencias prolongadas en la región. Además, se cuenta con un inventario identificado y actualizado mediante análisis técnico, basado en lecciones aprendidas y la experiencia en eventos previos. Con esto, la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud Jerónimo Venegas muestra que ante situaciones de emergencia en nuestra región es un mecanismo fundamental de apoyo a los países afectados para proteger a los más vulnerables y salvar vidas.
So AMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab, we also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child, it's a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this. Just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab, it was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So,
personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving,
Yes.
Collaboration, yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby, and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal. And I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams. And I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's rights to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Imagine a future in the Americas where everyone can access essential health technologies. PAHO's regional revolving funds support Latin American and Caribbean countries' commitment to making it a reality. The revolving funds are cooperation mechanisms that allow PAHO member states to pool their needs for vaccines and other public health supplies and procure them in volume and under better conditions. A fraction of each purchase goes to a capitalization account that provides short-term credit to speed up procurement processes. Other benefits are affordable and timely access to vaccines and medicines, countries can get life-saving supplies at fair prices through transparent processes. Improved health outcomes, more people receive preventative care and treatment. Reduced disease burden plays a critical role in controlling and eliminating infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. Increased regional solidarity coordinates countries' efforts so the benefits reach the entire region. Over decades, the funds have helped the region to achieve reduction of vaccine-preventable diseases like measles, polio, and rubella, improved maternal and child health by providing essential supplies and training, strengthens health systems throughout the Americas with the availability of essential medicines. The PAHO Regional Revolving Funds are a powerful example of regional cooperation when countries pool resources and expertise. We are stronger when we work together to achieve health for all. Learn more about PAHO's Regional Revolving Funds by visiting our website or contacting us.
Buenas. Hola Elsa, ¿qué tal está? Dentro ahí está mami, adentro. Pero primero estamos a tomar la presión.
¿Qué tal está?
Pues todo bien.
En las comunidades a veces no hay luz, no hay carro, no hay cómo mover una persona para la clínica sectorial, la Trinidad, y entonces uno tiene que estar ahí al lado de la paciente. Las pacientes ya se ponen bien contentas, yo voy siempre a visitarlas, ya uno ya les dice lo que tienen que hacer, que si sienten algún movimiento de algo otras cosas, que lo llamen a uno o que vayan al centro de salud, al médico.
Hace 19 años que yo soy voluntaria y a mí mi motivación de ser voluntaria fue cuando yo tuve mi tercer hijo, que mi niño fue muy enfermo y yo decía, yo no tengo quien nos apoye. A mí me quedaba largo, pues dije yo un día, yo voy a ser voluntaria, yo voy a apoyar a muchas madres que no tienen quien las apoye.
Aquí en Trinidad ofrecemos el servicio de telemedicina relacionada a mujeres embarazadas. Consiste primero en la captación de embarazadas que residen en estos lugares.
Se le solicita a la voluntaria de salud y a la paciente que tenga acceso a un teléfono y que tenga acceso de la red para recibir esta llamada.
Ellas tienen una comunicación directa, tenemos un grupo de chat, nos informa si hay algún signo de alarma o algún inconveniente con alguna embarazada.
Tiene como objetivo principal la detección de enfermedades del embarazo mediante la detección temprana de los signos de alarma con el apoyo de las voluntarias de salud.
Todos los meses nosotros lo estamos haciendo, les damos charlas a las madres como identificar las enfermedades.
El proyecto también les ha facilitado a ellas varias herramientas para hacer más completa esta teleconsulta.
Tenemos muchos materiales que los han dado, como son los libros, ¿verdad? De dónde va el niño creciendo, los cuidados del niño que tiene que tener la mamá y ella y uno también.
Me siento orgullosa como voluntaria y digo yo, hasta que ya Dios me diga, venga para acá, yo creo que voy a dejar de ser voluntaria.
9 meses del embarazo Desde allí estoy yo pendiente. Estoy con el celular, me llaman. Doña Pablita, vi que tengo dolor. ¿A qué hora le comenzó el dolor? A tal hora. 4 de la mañana, 5 de la mañana, 2 de la mañana, 3 de la mañana, a la hora que sea. Espéreme que ya voy a llegar.
Para mí, donar sangre es algo que no tiene precio, porque lo que está haciendo es donar vida a otra persona que lo necesita.
Cuando yo dono sangre me siento súper bien, me siento feliz, porque sé que hay otra persona que necesita y le estoy ayudando poquitito, no es mucho, pero para mí ya es un gran logro.
Llevo donando sangre ya hace muchos años, soy donadora activa de sangre. Realmente para mí es una causa muy importante que me mueve.
Es la primera vez que dono sangre, es una experiencia increíble. Incito a todas las personas que puedan donar, que donar salva muchas vidas.
Es la primera vez que estoy donando sangre y la verdad que ni se siente nada, súper bien.
Me parece además algo que todos deberíamos poder hacer de forma frecuente. Yo lo hago cada vez que puedo, desde que soy pequeña. Vengo de una familia donde la donación de sangre se nos inculcó desde jovencitos. Padres también son donantes y somos en general todos muy conscientes de lo necesario que es hacer esto. Es importante sacar los mitos relacionados a la donación de sangre. Es algo que se hace cada vez más rápido, de forma cada vez más cómoda. Así que nada, le diría a la gente que no le dé muchas vueltas y que si está en condiciones de donar, que se acerque, que es algo muy importante para las personas que están necesitando la sangre, pero también para que funcione nuestro sistema de salud.
Y hay que donar porque hay mucha gente que necesita.
Estoy también dando un ejemplo a mi hijo y a mi familia, y es lo que yo quiero hacer eso.
Acompáñenos a ver de cerca los resultados del proyecto Aumento del Acceso Equitativo a las Vacunas, el diagnóstico y la atención clínica para las poblaciones en situación de vulnerabilidad en las Américas. Cada acción en el terreno cuenta, cada actividad, cada esfuerzo, cada vida impactada. Nuestro compromiso y apoyo a las comunidades e instituciones que han formado parte del proyecto se ha orientado a trabajar en acciones para la prevención del contagio de enfermedades transmisibles, promoción de la salud mental y estilos de vida saludables. Lo anterior, alineado a las prioridades de la estrategia de cooperación de la OPS con el país.
En el área de salud de Talamanca hemos implementado ferias de salud, hemos implementado vacunatorios extramuros, tuvimos tamizajes durante todo este tiempo a nivel domiciliar, trabajando con los ATAP para tratar de encontrar esa población la cual está en riesgo social y no acuden a los servicios de salud.
Con este proyecto se realizaron actividades muy significativas como ferias de la salud, un total de 9 ferias, campañas de vacunación, talleres de salud comunitaria, de habilidades para la vida.
El principal impacto del proyecto fue promover el bienestar y la salud de la población mediante las actividades realizadas y los recursos donados.
El proyecto ha beneficiado a la comunidad tanto como en la salud y en la reducción de violencia, tanto dándoles capacitación y charlas a los padres de familia y a los niños.
Con la ayuda del proyecto logramos mitigar mucho las enfermedades no transmisibles como son la diabetes y presión alta.
Los principales aprendizajes con este proyecto fue el fortalecimiento de ese trabajo en equipo de todos los que laboramos, ¿verdad?, durante este periodo de pandemia y durante este proyecto.
Creo que uno de los principales aprendizajes que dejó este proyecto es que es posible realizar comunicación adaptada a las particularidades de las comunidades.
La parte de una comunidad en pobreza, flujos migratorios de extracontinentales, el temor de la población de reunirse en grupos para poder hacer estos talleres.
Uno de los principales desafíos para la sostenibilidad de este proyecto tiene que ver con asegurar presupuesto de parte de las instituciones que formamos parte del sector social y salud en el cantón. Presupuesto que nos permita adaptar y continuar algunas de las líneas de trabajo que se lograron trabajar con este proyecto.
La OPS y sus proyectos han sido una gran bendición para nuestra área de salud, que muy agradecidos por todo esto.
Estamos en Puerto Inírida, Guainía, la triple frontera con Venezuela y Brasil, para el lanzamiento de la Semana de la Vacunación de las Américas. Buscamos reforzar la importancia de las vacunas. Las vacunas son seguras, eficientes y nos ayudan a prevenir enfermedades, así como también a salvar vidas.
Dándoles pues la bienvenida, dándole la bendición, que eso es lo que siempre hemos soñado en nuestro departamento, que llegue la salud a territorio.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, que está conformada por todos los países de la región de las Américas, hace un esfuerzo único para poder incrementar las coberturas de vacunación. Desde su secretariado, la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, trabajamos mano a mano con cada uno de los territorios, en este caso en Colombia, para poder llegar a los municipios más alejados, llegar a esas comunidades indígenas, a las poblaciones afrodescendentes, a las diferentes etnias, llevando las vacunas y también otros servicios para proteger la salud y el bienestar de los pobladores.
Y gran parte de nuestra población se encuentra ubicada en zona rural y rural dispersa. Entonces, el acceso ya se ha convertido en una de las cosas más importantes para el programa, y es, así como los niños de las ciudades reciben la vacuna, poder llegar a esos niños tan alejados y que están en una situación, hay veces de vulnerabilidad, en donde hay mayor riesgo de enfermar, ya sea porque no se tienen una muy mala nutrición. Entonces las vacunas ayudan a ese sistema inmunológico para que se desarrolle y no se enferme, porque la probabilidad de que pueda morir, por ejemplo, por un sarampión y además de una persona desnutrida aumenta la probabilidad. Entonces, el vacunar a esa población susceptible y que está alejada y muy vulnerable es de vital importancia para nosotros en esta jornada de Semana de Vacunación en las Américas. Hacemos un mayor énfasis en estos territorios vulnerables para que podamos de alguna manera utilizar estrategias para poder llegar a esta población que está más alejada y, como mencionaba, que vive en zona fronteriza y que vive en zona rural dispersa. Entonces, muchas veces lo que hacen las entidades territoriales y las secretarías de salud y las IPS que realizan estas actividades es realizar recorridos por las comunidades que viven cercanas a los ríos y que además están en frontera. Entonces nosotros debemos hacerles saber a la población que ellos son beneficiados por esto, que deben pedir y deben luchar por ese derecho que tienen hacia vacunar. Es un derecho que tienen los niños y deben exigirlo, deben exigir la vacunación.
Y por eso hay que comenzar desde la base. Estos equipos tienen que ir a atender las necesidades de cada una de las comunidades.
Algunas comunidades, algunas etnias pues no entienden pues lo que son las vacunas, pero ahí vamos paso a paso y pues que dejen de vacunar a los niños para que en el futuro pues no les den las enfermedades por las cuales pues estamos vacunando.
La jornada para nosotros ha sido productiva. Hemos encontrado algunos niños para vacunación, hemos realizado la respectiva vacunación y además sí se presta para seguir administrando las próximas dosis.
Reafirmar que las vacunas son seguras, las vacunas son eficaces, nos permiten prevenir enfermedades y salvar vidas, y las vacunas son gratuitas. Colombia ha hecho una gran inversión en el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones, tiene 21 vacunas para 26 enfermedades y son gratuitas para todos los proveedores en el territorio. En Colombia no hay barreras para la vacunación. Lleven la voz, hagan que cada miembro de su comunidad esté vacunado, protegido contra las enfermedades. Muchas gracias.
Para nosotros, la captura de pequeños mamíferos es importante para identificar diferentes patógenos. En algunas ocasiones colocamos redes para capturar murciélagos, extraemos muestras de sangre, muestras de tejido para llevarlas al laboratorio y luego entonces identificar estos pequeños mamíferos y sus patógenos que nos pueden causar algún problema de salud. El mayor problema en los murciélagos sería la rabia, que es una enfermedad que no es muy estudiada en diferentes lugares. Si hay un caso de alguna persona infectada por Hanca, tenemos que buscar entonces los sitios adecuados para poder colocar las trampas. Y principalmente la vivienda de la persona, los sitios donde habitualmente circula la persona, si es un área de cultivo, si es el patio de la casa, para aumentar el interés de poder capturar los animales que queremos.
La OPS está desarrollando una iniciativa en conjunto con el CDC, con el Instituto Nacional de Enfermedades Virales Hemorrágicas y el Instituto Gorgas, para diseñar un taller que permita hacer la transferencia en el manejo de potenciales enfermedades zoonóticas, que algunas conocemos, otras son desconocidas, como por ejemplo hantavirus y adenovirus, que ha afectado en diferentes regiones de las Américas, como Bolivia, como Argentina, Venezuela, en relación a arenavirus o hantavirus en Brasil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, Panamá, Bolivia. Pero hay otros países que desconocemos esa situación. La pandemia nos ha enseñado que no podemos quedarnos con los brazos cruzados, que debemos estar preparados, y la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, tuvo una vital participación y protagonismo en recordarnos de que tenemos que trabajar unidos.
Somos 3 centros colaboradores más los expertos de OPS, todos al mismo tiempo trabajando con el objetivo de diseñar un taller que sea bastante realista, que vaya a tener escenarios. Es un ejercicio tipo tabletop exercise en donde realmente los escenarios se basan en lo que hemos hecho en el pasado, lo que nos ha tocado vivir, tanto de la parte de epidemiología como del laboratorio, como de ecología. Y eso es una gran fortaleza que se tiene, que seamos diferentes centros con diferentes capacidades, con diferentes retos, pero que todos nos estamos poniendo de acuerdo para diseñar algo que va a servir a países que ya tienen vigilancia y países que no tienen vigilancia. Eso por un lado. Y justamente los retos es que no todos los países son iguales. Uno de los grandes retos es que hay algunos países que ya tienen vigilancia, diagnóstico, cosas establecidas, y hay países que realmente no es que estén empezando de cero, pero digamos que no hay una vigilancia ni de hantavirus ni de arenavirus que esté establecida. Entonces tenemos que hacer algo que funcione un poco para todos. Por eso la idea de tener estos ejercicios con escenarios y con diferentes situaciones que se puedan analizar conjuntamente. El otro reto que se mantiene obviamente es darle sostenibilidad a este tipo de iniciativa, porque nosotros pues hasta la fecha hemos funcionado a través de un acuerdo cooperativo que tenemos con la OPS, y bueno, mientras teníamos la posibilidad de apoyar ese acuerdo cooperativo lo hacemos, pero en realidad ese apoyo es muy pequeño y realmente se necesita más recursos para poder realmente montar este proyecto y desarrollarlo y continuarlo y darle sostenibilidad, porque no vale la pena mandar los ensayos, los primers, las sondas y algunos reactivos a un país y luego ya no lo pueden hacer porque ya no tienen kit. Entonces ese es uno de los retos.
Presentamos la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud Jerónimo Venegas, ubicada en el Depósito de Respuesta Humanitaria de las Naciones Unidas en el Centro Logístico Regional en Panamá. La reserva se ha establecido como parte de un mecanismo operacional regional que apoya a países en situaciones de emergencia mediante el envío de suministros cuando es necesario, dando una respuesta rápida, coordinada y eficaz. Esto se logra gracias a la coordinación entre diferentes equipos, la evaluación de necesidades, la integración de sistemas logísticos y la vinculación de procesos administrativos especiales de emergencia. La gestión técnica y operativa de la reserva está a cargo del Departamento de Emergencias en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en estrecha coordinación con áreas técnicas y entidades de apoyo a nivel regional. Los beneficios de este mecanismo incluyen la reducción de los tiempos de entrega, la disminución de los riesgos de retrasos, el almacenamiento seguro, el cumplimiento de los estándares de calidad y una visión integral de la prestación de servicios de salud. La reserva ha brindado apoyo en situaciones de inundaciones, terremotos, erupciones volcánicas, tormentas tropicales, huracanes, brotes de enfermedades y emergencias prolongadas en la región. Además, se cuenta con un inventario identificado y actualizado mediante análisis técnico, basado en lecciones aprendidas y la experiencia en eventos previos. Con esto, la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud Jerónimo Venegas muestra que ante situaciones de emergencia en nuestra región es un mecanismo fundamental de apoyo a los países afectados para proteger a los más vulnerables y salvar vidas.
So AMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab, we also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child is a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this. Just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab, it was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So,
personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the individual, the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving. Yes. Collaboration, yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby, and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal. And I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams. And I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's right to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Imagine a future in the Americas where everyone can access essential health technologies. PAHO's regional revolving funds support Latin American and Caribbean countries' commitment to making it a reality. The revolving funds are cooperation mechanisms that allow PAHO member states to pool their needs for vaccines and other public health supplies and procure them in volume and under better conditions. A fraction of each purchase goes to a capitalization account that provides short-term credit to speed up procurement processes. Other benefits are affordable and timely access to vaccines and medicines, countries can get life-saving supplies at fair prices through transparent processes. Improved health outcomes, more people receive preventative care and treatment. Reduced disease burden plays a critical role in controlling and eliminating infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. Increased regional solidarity coordinates countries' efforts so the benefits reach the entire region. Over decades, the funds have helped the region to achieve reduction of vaccine-preventable diseases like measles, polio, and rubella, improved maternal and child health by providing essential supplies and training, strengthens health systems throughout the Americas with the availability of essential medicines. The PAHO Regional Revolving Funds are a powerful example of regional cooperation when countries pool resources and expertise. We are stronger when we work together to achieve health for all. Learn more about PAHO's Regional Revolving Funds by visiting our website or contacting us.
Buenas. Hola, Elsa, ¿qué tal está? Dentro ahí está mami, adentro. Pero primero estamos a tomar la presión.
¿Qué tal está?
Pues todo bien.
En las comunidades a veces no hay luz, no hay carro, no hay cómo mover una persona para la clínica asistorial, la Trinidad, y entonces uno tiene que estar ahí al lado de la paciente. Las pacientes ya se ponen bien contentas, yo voy siempre a visitarlas, ya uno ya les dice lo que tienen que hacer, que si sienten algún movimiento de algo, otras cosas, que lo llamen a uno o que vayan al centro de salud, al médico.
Hace 19 años que yo soy voluntaria y a mí mi motivación de ser voluntaria fue cuando yo tuve mi tercer hijo, que mi niño fue muy enfermo y yo decía, yo no tengo quien nos apoye. A mí me quedaba largo, pues dije yo un día, yo voy a ser voluntaria, yo voy a apoyar a muchas madres que no tienen quien las apoye.
Aquí en Trinidad ofrecemos el servicio de telemedicina relacionada a mujeres embarazadas. Consiste primero en la captación de embarazadas que residen en estos lugares.
Se le solicita a la voluntaria de salud y a la paciente que tenga acceso a un teléfono y que tenga acceso de la red para recibir esta llamada.
Ellas tienen una comunicación directa, tenemos un grupo de chat, nos informa si hay algún signo de alarma o algún inconveniente con alguna embarazada.
Tiene como objetivo principal la detección de enfermedades del embarazo mediante la detección temprana de los signos de alarma con el apoyo de las voluntarias de salud.
Todos los meses nosotros lo estamos haciendo, les damos charlas a las madres, como identificar las enfermedades.
El proyecto también les ha facilitado a ellas varias herramientas para hacer más completa esta teleconsulta.
Tenemos muchos materiales que los han dado, como son los libros, ¿verdad? De dónde va el niño creciendo, los cuidados del niño, que tiene que tener la mamá y ella y uno también.
Me siento orgullosa como voluntaria y digo yo, hasta que ya Dios me diga, venga para acá, yo creo que voy a dejar de ser voluntaria.
9 meses del embarazo Desde allí estoy yo pendiente. Estoy con el celular, me llamo. Doña Pablita, vi que tengo dolor. ¿A qué hora le comenzó el dolor? A tal hora. 4 de la mañana, 5 de la mañana, 2 de la mañana, 3 de la mañana, a la hora que sea. Espéreme que ya voy a llegar.
Para mí, donar sangre es algo que no tiene precio, porque lo que está haciendo es donar vida a otra persona que lo necesita.
Cuando yo dono sangre me siento súper bien, me siento feliz, porque sé que hay otra persona que necesita y le estoy ayudando poquitito, no es mucho, pero para mí ya es un gran logro.
Llevo donando sangre ya hace muchos años, soy donadora activa de sangre. Realmente para mí es una causa muy importante que me mueve.
Es la primera vez que dono sangre, es una experiencia increíble. Incito a todas las personas que puedan donar, que donar salva muchas vidas.
Es la primera vez que estoy donando sangre y la verdad que ni se siente nada, súper bien.
Me parece además algo que todos deberíamos poder hacer de forma frecuente. Yo lo hago cada vez que puedo, desde que soy pequeña. Vengo de una familia donde la donación de sangre se nos inculcó desde jovencitos. Padres también son donantes y somos en general todos muy conscientes de lo necesario que es hacer esto. Es importante sacar los mitos relacionados a la donación de sangre. Es algo que se hace cada vez más rápido, de forma cada vez más cómoda. Así que nada, le diría a la gente que no le dé muchas vueltas y que si está en condiciones de donar, que se acerque, que es algo muy importante para las personas que están necesitando la sangre, pero también para que funcione nuestro sistema de salud.
Y hay que donar porque hay mucha gente que necesita.
Estoy también dando un ejemplo a mi hijo y a mi familia, y es lo que yo quiero hacer.
Acompáñenos a ver de cerca los resultados del proyecto Aumento del Acceso Equitativo a las Vacunas, el diagnóstico y la atención clínica para las poblaciones en situación de vulnerabilidad en las Américas. Cada acción en el terreno cuenta, cada actividad, cada esfuerzo, cada vida impactada. Nuestro compromiso de apoyo a las comunidades e instituciones que han formado parte del proyecto se ha orientado a trabajar en acciones para la prevención del contagio de enfermedades transmisibles, promoción de la salud mental y estilos de vida saludables. Lo anterior, alineado a las prioridades de la estrategia de cooperación de la OPS con el país.
En el área de salud de Talamanca hemos implementado ferias de salud, hemos implementado vacunatorios extramuros, tuvimos tamizajes durante todo este tiempo a nivel domiciliar, trabajando con los ATAP para tratar de encontrar esa población la cual está en riesgo social y no acuden a los servicios de salud.
Con este proyecto se realizaron actividades muy significativas como ferias de la salud, un total de 9 ferias, campañas de vacunación, talleres de salud comunitaria, de habilidades para la vida.
El principal impacto del proyecto fue promover el bienestar y la salud de la población mediante las actividades realizadas y los recursos donados.
El proyecto ha beneficiado a la comunidad tanto como en la salud y en la reducción de violencia, tanto dándoles capacitación y charlas a los padres de familia y a los niños.
Con la ayuda del proyecto logramos mitigar mucho las enfermedades no transmisibles como son la diabetes y presión alta.
Los principales aprendizajes con este proyecto fue el fortalecimiento de ese trabajo en equipo de todos los que laboramos, ¿verdad?, durante este periodo de pandemia y durante este proyecto.
Creo que uno de los principales aprendizajes que dejó este proyecto es que es posible realizar comunicación adaptada a las particularidades de las comunidades.
La parte de una comunidad en pobreza, flujos migratorios de extracontinentales, el temor de la población de reunirse en grupos para poder hacer estos talleres.
Uno de los principales desafíos para la sostenibilidad de este proyecto tiene que ver con asegurar presupuesto de parte de las instituciones que formamos parte del sector social y salud en el cantón. Presupuesto que nos permita adaptar y continuar algunas de las líneas de trabajo que se lograron trabajar con este proyecto.
La OPS y sus proyectos han sido una gran bendición para nuestra área de salud, que muy agradecidos por todo esto.
Estamos en Puerto Inírida, Guainía, la triple frontera con Venezuela y Brasil, para el lanzamiento de la Semana de la Vacunación de las Américas. Buscamos reforzar la importancia de las vacunas. Las vacunas son seguras, eficientes y nos ayudan a prevenir enfermedades, así como también a salvar vidas.
Dándoles pues la bienvenida, dándole la bendición, que eso es lo que siempre hemos soñado en nuestro departamento, que llegue la salud a territorio.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, que está conformada por todos los países de la región de las Américas, hace un esfuerzo único para poder incrementar las coberturas de vacunación. Desde su secretariado, la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, trabajamos mano a mano con cada uno de los territorios, en este caso en Colombia, para poder llegar a los municipios más alejados, llegar a esas comunidades indígenas, a las poblaciones afrodescendentes, a las diferentes etnias, llevando las vacunas y también otros servicios para proteger la salud y el bienestar de los pobladores.
Y gran parte de nuestra población se encuentra ubicada en zona rural y rural dispersa. Entonces, el acceso ya se ha convertido en una de las cosas más importantes para el programa, y es, así como los niños de las ciudades reciben la vacuna, poder llegar a esos niños tan alejados y que están en una situación, hay veces de vulnerabilidad, en donde hay mayor riesgo de enfermar, ya sea porque no se tiene una muy mala nutrición. Entonces las vacunas ayudan a ese sistema inmunológico para que se desarrolle y no se enferme, porque la probabilidad de que pueda morir, por ejemplo, por un sarampión y además de una persona desnutrida, aumenta la probabilidad. Entonces, vacunar a esa población susceptible y que está alejada y muy vulnerable es de vital importancia para nosotros en esta jornada de Semana de Vacunación en las Américas. Hacemos un mayor énfasis en estos territorios vulnerables para que podamos de alguna manera utilizar estrategias para poder llegar a esta población que está más alejada y, como mencionaba, que vive en zona fronteriza y que vive en zona rural dispersa. Entonces, muchas veces lo que hacen las entidades territoriales y las secretarías de salud y las IPS que realizan estas actividades es realizar recorridos por las comunidades que viven cercanas a los ríos y que además están en frontera. Entonces nosotros debemos hacerles saber a la población que ellos son beneficiados por esto, que deben pedir y deben luchar por ese derecho que tienen hacia vacunar. Es un derecho que tienen los niños y deben exigirlo, deben exigir la vacunación.
Y por eso hay que comenzar desde la base. Estos equipos tienen que ir a atender las necesidades de cada una de las comunidades.
Algunas comunidades, algunas etnias pues no entienden pues lo que son las vacunas, pero ahí vamos paso a paso y pues que dejen de vacunar a los niños para que en el futuro pues no les den las enfermedades por las cuales pues estamos vacunando.
La jornada para nosotros ha sido productiva. Hemos encontrado algunos niños para vacunación, hemos realizado la respectiva vacunación y además sí se presta para seguir administrando las próximas dosis.
Reafirmar que las vacunas son seguras, las vacunas son eficaces, nos permiten prevenir enfermedades y salvar vidas, y las vacunas son gratuitas. Colombia ha hecho una gran inversión en el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones, tiene 21 vacunas para 26 enfermedades y son gratuitas para todos los proveedores en el territorio. En Colombia no hay barreras para la vacunación. Lleven la voz, hagan que cada miembro de su comunidad esté vacunado, protegido contra las enfermedades. Muchas gracias.
Para nosotros, la captura de pequeños mamíferos es importante para identificar diferentes patógenos. En algunas ocasiones colocamos redes para capturar murciélagos, extraemos muestras de sangre, muestras de tejido para llevarlas al laboratorio y luego entonces identificar estos pequeños mamíferos de sus patógenos que nos pueden causar algún problema de salud. El mayor problema en los murciélagos sería la rabia, que es una enfermedad que no es muy estudiada en diferentes lugares. Si hay un caso de alguna persona infectada por Hanca, tenemos que buscar entonces los sitios adecuados para poder colocar las trampas, y principalmente la vivienda de la persona, los sitios donde habitualmente circula la persona, si es un área de cultivo, si es el patio de la casa, para aumentar el interés de poder capturar los animales que queremos.
La OPS está desarrollando una iniciativa en conjunto con el CDC, con el Instituto Nacional de Enfermedades Virales Hemorrágicas y el Instituto Gorgas, para diseñar un taller que permita hacer la transferencia en el manejo de potenciales enfermedades zoonóticas, que algunas conocemos, otras son desconocidas, como por ejemplo hantavirus y adenovirus, que ha afectado en diferentes regiones de las Américas, como Bolivia, como Argentina, Venezuela, en relación a arenavirus o hantavirus en Brasil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, Panamá, Bolivia. Pero hay otros países que desconocemos esa situación. La pandemia nos ha enseñado que no podemos quedarnos con los brazos cruzados, que debemos estar preparados, y la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, tuvo una vital participación y protagonismo en recordarnos de que tenemos que trabajar unidos.
Somos 3 centros colaboradores más los expertos de OPS, todos al mismo tiempo trabajando con el objetivo de diseñar un taller que sea bastante realista, que vaya a tener escenarios. Es un ejercicio tipo tabletop exercise en donde realmente los escenarios se basan en lo que hemos hecho en el pasado, lo que nos ha tocado vivir, tanto en la parte de epidemiología como en laboratorio, como de ecología. Y eso es una gran fortaleza que se tiene, que seamos diferentes centros con diferentes capacidades, con diferentes retos, pero que todos nos estamos poniendo de acuerdo para diseñar algo que va a servir a países que ya tienen vigilancia y países que no tienen vigilancia. Eso por un lado. Y justamente los retos es que no todos los países son iguales. Uno de los grandes retos es que hay algunos países que ya tienen vigilancia, diagnóstico, cosas establecidas, y hay países que realmente no es que estén empezando de cero, pero digamos que no hay una vigilancia ni de hantavirus ni de arenavirus que esté establecida. Entonces tenemos que hacer algo que funcione un poco para todos. Por eso la idea de tener estos ejercicios con escenarios y con diferentes situaciones que se puedan analizar conjuntamente. El otro reto que se mantiene obviamente es darle sostenibilidad a este tipo de iniciativa, porque nosotros pues hasta la fecha hemos funcionado a través de un acuerdo cooperativo que tenemos con la OPS, y bueno, mientras teníamos la posibilidad de apoyar ese acuerdo cooperativo lo hacemos, pero en realidad ese apoyo es muy pequeño y realmente se necesita más recursos para poder realmente montar este proyecto y desarrollarlo y continuarlo y darle sostenibilidad, porque no vale la pena mandar los ensayos, los primers, las sondas y algunos reactivos a un país y luego ya no lo pueden hacer porque ya no tienen kit. Entonces ese es uno de los retos.
Presentamos la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud Jerónimo Venegas, ubicada en el Depósito de Respuesta Humanitaria de las Naciones Unidas en el Centro Logístico Regional en Panamá. La reserva se ha establecido como parte de un mecanismo operacional regional que apoya a países en situaciones de emergencia mediante el envío de suministros cuando es necesario, dando una respuesta rápida, coordinada y eficaz. Esto se logra gracias a la coordinación entre diferentes equipos, la evaluación de necesidades, la integración de sistemas logísticos y la vinculación de procesos administrativos especiales de emergencia. La gestión técnica y operativa de la reserva está a cargo del Departamento de Emergencias en Salud de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, en estrecha coordinación con áreas técnicas y entidades de apoyo a nivel regional. Los beneficios de este mecanismo incluyen la reducción de los tiempos de entrega, la disminución de los riesgos de retrasos, el almacenamiento seguro, el cumplimiento de los estándares de calidad y una visión integral de la prestación de servicios de salud. La reserva ha brindado apoyo en situaciones de inundaciones, terremotos, erupciones volcánicas, tormentas tropicales, huracanes, brotes de enfermedades y emergencias prolongadas en la región. Además, se cuenta con un inventario identificado y actualizado mediante análisis técnico, basado en lecciones aprendidas y la experiencia en eventos previos. Con esto, la Reserva Estratégica para Emergencias y Desastres en Salud Jerónimo Venegas muestra que ante situaciones de emergencia en nuestra región es un mecanismo fundamental de apoyo a los países afectados para proteger a los más vulnerables y salvar vidas.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos y todas. Espero.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch. I hope that the different meetings that were held were also good. With that, we're ready to return to today's agenda. We're going to begin this afternoon with item 5.7, update on the status of the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women and Reproductive Health. I would like to bring document CE 174/26 to the attention of the committee, and I invite Dr. James Fitzgerald, Director of the Department of Health Systems and Services of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Also, I yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to report on this item. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. The subcommittee reviewed a report on the current status of the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women and Reproductive Health, and considered a proposal by the Bureau to close the center and transfer its functions to the Department of Health Systems and Services at PAHO headquarters. This change was proposed because capacity for perinatology and reproductive health care has increased significantly within the region. This center no longer meets the financing conditions to continue to operate as a specialized center in a country, as set out in the Strategy for the Future of the Pan American Centers, which was adopted by the Directing Council in 2005. The subcommittee expressed support for the proposal to close the center and transfer its functions to PAHO headquarters. It was hoped that this change would facilitate gender mainstreaming efforts in the long term and to serve to better integrate women's health into all aspects of PAHO's work. And gratitude was expressed to the staff of the center for their work to support sexual and reproductive health and women's, children's, and adolescents' health in the region. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. I now turn the floor over to Dr. Fitzgerald for him to present this item.
Madam President of the 174th Executive Committee, delegates to the Executive Committee, Director Dr. Barbosa. The Latin American Center of Perinatology, CLAP, was created in 1970, 54 years ago, through an agreement between the government of the Republic of Uruguay, the National University of Uruguay, and the Pan American Health Organization. As a specialized center of the Pan American Health Organization, CLAP was established to really promote and advance academic research and higher education, specializing in the clinical management of pregnancy, childbirth, and neonatal health. During the period 1970 to 2005, CLAP trained more than 4,500 clinical professionals in perinatology and strengthened the capacity of countries in the development of women's reproductive and neonatal policy frameworks. As capacity in medical education has advanced and academic centers developed throughout the region, CLAP shifted its focus to issues of public health, delivering technical cooperation to countries in policy development, capacity building, guideline development, health information systems, and operational research in reproductive, maternal, and neonatal health. Commencing in 2005, CLAP assumed a dual role within the organization, both as a specialized Latin American center and a decentralized technical unit in women's health and reproductive health. Pan American centers have been an important modality of PAHO's support to Latin America and the Caribbean for more than 60 years in specialized areas of research and capacity development, a situation that continues to evolve as academic capacity in human resource training and research continues to develop throughout the region of the Americas. The document presented today presents an overview of the work of CLAP since its establishment and presents the proposals to close CLAP as a specialized center in Uruguay, transferring and integrating its functions as a technical unit at PAHO headquarters in Washington, D.C. The rationale for this proposal is provided for, firstly, by the fact that the center does not meet financing conditions for operations of a center in a country. Secondly, that the region has significantly increased capacity in areas of research and development in perinatology. And thirdly, by the need to intensify PAHO's technical cooperation in women's, maternal, neonatal and reproductive health across the region, but in a manner that is more fully integrated with strategies for the strengthening of health systems based on primary health care. The proposal will also provide benefits to the organisation and its member states, in that it will contribute to operationalising and strengthening integrated action within technical areas across the organisation, in established strategies and priorities aimed at recovering lost gains in maternal mortality, improving maternal and neonatal health through the expansion of primary health care, and strengthening the capacity of health systems to deliver quality, integrated and inclusive sexual and reproductive health services. Additionally, the transfer of technical functions to PAHO headquarters will result in a 28% reduction in operational costs for the organisation relative to the cost of operations in Uruguay, as efficiencies can be achieved through the absorption of programmatic and administrative operations within PAHO headquarters. In presenting this proposal, the Secretariat would like to recognise and thank the government of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay for hosting the Centre in Montevideo, Uruguay, and for its continued support to CLAP's work over the past 54 years. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. The Executive Committee is invited to examine the information presented in this document, provide any comments it deems pertinent, and consider adopting the draft resolution presented in Annex A. I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion on the document presented. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Jamaica wishes to thank the Executive Committee for providing the status report on CLAP. Jamaica achieved a significant public health milestone in May 2024 when we achieved validation of elimination of mother-to-child transmission of syphilis and HIV. This achievement is a demonstration of several years of commitment, dedication, and teamwork among a wide range of health professionals and several local and international stakeholders, including PAHO. Additionally, Jamaica has benefited from technical cooperation and support provided by PAHO through CLAP, including capacity building for clinical management of postpartum hemorrhage, a leading cause of maternal mortality in Jamaica. There are also considerations for implementation of perinatal information systems, digital surveillance platform for maternal and neonatal health, as well as accessing the learning management system for capacity building in contraceptive technologies for local practitioners. Jamaica wishes to point to the issues that affect our maternal mortality rates, however, that are above the threshold of 70 per 100,000. In 2023, Jamaica has a ratio of 136.9 per 100,000, coming from a high of over 220 per 100,000 during COVID. Based on the assessment done of this issue in country, many challenges exist that is preventing us from reaching the target. Included in this is the fact that the high rates of NTDs among women in childbearing ages cause far more complicated pregnancies and deliveries. Jamaica notes the recent call by the Director for greater action in the efforts to reduce maternal deaths and joins in his assessment that the region should assess why the investments made in this area have not yielded higher levels of return. We therefore call for more investments in research from CLAP in the Caribbean and look forward to greater support to the country office as we seek to bring Jamaica's rates within international standards. Jamaica has no objection to the seamless transfer of CLAP functions to headquarters in Washington and look forward to the continued collaboration with CLAP under this new arrangement. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. I recognize Argentina. Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, everyone. Argentina had the pleasure of participating in formal and informal consultations with the Latin American Center, and that has been over the last 50 years. And the truth is, it has been an enriching exchange, and it has made it possible for the neonatology services and services provided to mothers and their children in our country. It has enabled us to grow. And in recent years, CLAP has somehow been constantly consulted as we have crafted policies having to do with mother and child health. Once again, I want to thank the organization for having facilitated this type of exchange, and also we thank member states for having taken these actions that support the mental and physical health of our population. And it is in that framework that we look at the TC provided by CLAP in terms of providing us with information. All of this is important for analysis, for a strategic approach to the situation, so as to develop evidence-based public policy. Also, we would like to take this opportunity to thank Uruguay. Uruguay was the place where CLAP operated for many, many years. So in that connection, we, however, support moving the functions of CLAP to Washington so that we will be able to continue to work with CLAP and profit from its support. Thank you, Argentina. I call on Dr. Fitzgerald for him to respond to the comments.
Much, Madam President. Thank you to the delegates of Jamaica and Argentina for providing the information and really highlighting the important role that CLAP has played in really strengthening national capacities in maternal health and perinatology and neonatal health, and addressing the critical issue of maternal mortality. The transition of CLAP to the closure of CLAP and its transition of its functions to Washington, D.C. is actually occurring in a critical moment, I think, in the Americas, whereby even despite the reductions in maternal mortality we've seen from 2000 to 2014, we have seen an increase in maternal mortality from 2015 right through to 2020, from 58 deaths per 100,000 live births to 68 deaths per 100,000 live births during the same period. And so part of this can be explained, obviously, to the barriers to access and the issues around access to sexual and reproductive health services, integrated maternal care during the pandemic, but there are more structural issues associated with the capacity of health systems and policies relating to the social and cultural determinants of health that are really required to be addressed in a far more integrated and programmatic approach. The transition of CLAP to Washington will allow us really to strengthen those integrated strategies, recognizing that, as we published in the call to action that the Honourable Delegate from Jamaica mentioned last week, 8 of the 10 deaths are really sensitive to health systems, health services issues in the region. And it will be very important for us to be able to identify the causalities within the localities, recognizing the cultural and other social determinants of health that are contributing to either the barriers to access or the lack of capacity in terms of delivery of postpartum care that are contributing to this issue. And so we will really be focusing in the future on an integrated approach around primary healthcare strategy at the national, subnational and local level to really improve maternal health, women's health in a far more integrated manner, and the transfer of the functions to Washington of CLAP. The creation of a technical unit here in Washington, D.C. will actually be supporting these areas of work. Jamaica also mentioned the importance of the investments in this area. In the call to action that the Director made on June 18th, there is a specific call for us to begin to obviously reprioritize this as a political priority within the public and social health agenda, the public health and social agenda within the Americas, and to begin to look how we can target increased financing to maternal programs, to women's health, but also to look at issues around effectiveness and efficiency of health financing, particularly of primary health care, but also in the management of postpartum care and obstetric emergencies. And so this will be a critical area of our work. And we'd be happy to work both with Jamaica and, of course, all other member states in the implementation of this call to action, really focusing our action in the 12 priority countries that we have identified moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fitzgerald. I give the floor to Director Barbosa to see if he has any comments. Thank you very much, Madam President. I wanted to thank Jamaica and Argentina for their comments. This matter of maternal mortality, as was just said by Dr. Fitzgerald, is something that is of utmost concern to us because we had a significant increase during the pandemic for reasons everyone is acquainted with. First of all, because pregnant women were an important risk group in terms of developing serious types of COVID-19, and also because often the peaks in transmission meant that the antenatal care facilities were closed, or many women had to wait to get access to services when they needed them. But as James Fitzgerald just said, the increase in maternal mortality began before the pandemic. So I think that it's important to well analyze the data for each country. Some countries have reported during a webinar that we had last week that more than 600 people attended that webinar, and that webinar was a call to action. But some countries were reporting that the acute increase that we saw during the pandemic is actually coming down, but at the same time we have to find the reasons why there has been an increase since 2015. What factors explain what barriers keep women from having access to services? So as to have adequate policies. So this is a priority area for us. That call to action was to present the member countries a roadmap so as to strengthen our technical cooperation, making it possible to quickly bring down those unacceptable levels of maternal mortality. Maternal mortality, as we know, is one of the most straightforward indicators reflecting access and quality of healthcare services. So I think that it is up to every country to make an effort, a joint effort, and we're ready to support them in that endeavor. I would like to thank the government of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay. I thank Uruguay for the support lent during 50 years to the Perinatology Center, headquartered in their country. And also we have Sam Segura with us. I want to express appreciation for the high quality technical quality of the people working at the center. They have provided technical cooperation to countries in the matters that are part of the responsibilities of CLAP. That same quality will continue to exist, but it will be better integrated with the other units that are part of the Health Systems and Services Department here at PAHO. As James Fitzgerald said during his presentation, this center was set up 50 years ago, and PAHO has had to date something like 9 Pan-American centers. Back in the past, they were important because they were a significant source of development and scientific research technologies. But with all of the development we have seen in the region, it makes better sense today to have a system where we can put together networks working with the universities, the institutions across the region, so we can focus our activity on technical cooperation. That is our most important mission. So what we're doing is merely something that devolves naturally for this center. So it can become a center, it can continue to support the countries of the region through technical cooperation. When I visited Uruguay, I went with the minister, with Karina Redondo, and we went to the perinatology department at the Hospital de Clínicas, and we had a very good conversation with the hospital director, and I asked him to ask that the perinatology department that has excellent quality, I suggested that they become a collaborating center for PAHO WHO. That is the way that we have a structuring our efforts with centers of excellence. So it would be great so that we can gain from the expertise all of the scientific excellence of perinatology in Uruguay, so we can continue to support the countries in the region, helping with accrediting their perinatology departments and having that hospital become our main support. With that, I would ask the rapporteur to read the resolution. Thank you. Proposed resolution, update on the status of the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women, and Reproductive Health. The 174th session of the Executive Committee, preambular paragraph, having examined the update on the status of the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women, and Reproductive Health, document CE 174/26, resolves, operative paragraph, to recommend that the 61st Directing Council adopt a resolution along the following lines. Update on the status of the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women, and Reproductive Health. The 61st Directing Council, preambular paragraph 1, having examined the update on the status of the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women, and Reproductive Health, PP2, recognizing that Pan-American centers have been an important modality of technical cooperation for the Pan-American Health Organization for more than 60 years, but that this situation has evolved with the development of national capacities in the areas of human resource training and research. PP3, considering that appropriate measures should be taken to improve the cost effectiveness and efficiency of the centers in terms of the use of available resources to respond to the needs identified by PAHO member states. PP4, recognizing the contribution of the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women, and Reproductive Health, subsequently CLAP/WR, in promoting, strengthening, and improving the capacity of the countries of the region of the Americas in relation to women's maternal, neonatal, and reproductive health since its creation in 1970. PP5, considering the need to increase PAHO's capacity for technical cooperation in the areas of women's, maternal, neonatal, and reproductive health, and to efficiently and effectively integrate this with cooperation for the strengthening of primary health care and the development of health systems. Resolves, operative paragraph 1, to take note of the proposal to update the institutional status of CLAP-WR OP2, to note that the creation of a women's maternal, neonatal, and reproductive health unit that incorporates the center's functions at PAHO headquarters in Washington, D.C., will enhance PAHO's technical cooperation capacity in the area of women's maternal, neonatal, and reproductive health. Operative paragraph 3, to approve the closure of CLAP-WR as a Pan-American Center and the transfer of its functions to PAHO headquarters in Washington, D.C. Operative paragraph 4, to request the director to A, take the necessary measures to close CLAP/WR as a PAHO Pan-American Center, terminate the current agreement with the government of Uruguay, and transfer CLAP's functions to PAHO headquarters in Washington, D.C. as of January 2025. B, ensure that the functions and operations of CLAP-WR are seamlessly transferred to to PAHO headquarters. And C, thank the government of Uruguay for its support, acknowledging its contributions during different stages of CLAP's existence in the country. That is all, Madam President. Thank you, Rapporteur. And with that, I offer the floor to engage in discussion. It seems there are no objections, so we declare this resolution adopted.
Continuamos nuestro punto de agenda.
We continue with the next agenda item 5.8, report on the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states. I would like to bring document CE 17427 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Santiago Cornejo, Executive Manager of the Regional Revolving Funds Special Program of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I now offer the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration to report on the item. Thank you, Madam President. The subcommittee looked at a report on the charge assessed to the procurement of public health supplies for member states through the regional revolving funds of the organization. The subcommittee was grateful for the transparency of the office and the information concerning the administrative component of the charge assessed on the procurement. The delegates praised the leadership and the transparency through the regional revolving funds and underscored the role of the funds in the strengthening of health systems and guarantee of access to quality products. Delegates also noted the crucial role of the revolving funds in ensuring access to medicines, vaccines, and other essential medical supplies. In addition, delegates welcomed the investment of resources from the procurement charge in developing opportunities for promoting regional manufacturing capacities. It was considered essential to foster regional autonomy and reduce dependence on external suppliers, particularly in times of crisis. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report. Thank you very much for that presentation. I now offer the floor to Mr. Cornejo to present the item. Thank you very much, Madam President, Director, distinguished members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to present this document that provides an update on financial resources collected through the regional revolving funds and propose strategic actions to improve the health of the Americas. Over more than 40 years, the regional revolving funds have proved to be an essential tool for member states for the elimination and control of diseases. In the last biennium alone, we feel that the revolving funds contributed to protect over 160 million people in our region. In 2020, Resolution CD 58.R4 maintained the revolving funds at 4.25 as a charge based on the product, but adjusted the composition, increasing the administrative charge from 1.25 to 1.75% and reducing the contribution to the capital account from 3 to 2.5%. The 1.74 charged in administrative charge are essential to cover the administrative functions of the PAHO Secretariat, including staff, technical cooperation, and investment projects such as the digital portal for member states. As we heard this morning by Christos, the COVID-19 pandemic increased resources in 2021-2022 exceptionally, but in 2023 we noted a reduction, which suggests a return to collections values at the level prior to pandemic. The capital account of the revolving fund financed a line of credit to all member states that so requested without any need for using all of the funds available. Although the revolving funds have made important progress in supporting regional health, it is now necessary to recalibrate priorities to tackle emerging challenges, such as lessons learned from COVID-19 or the challenges of high-cost medicine. This document presents 3 strategic priorities for the regional revolving funds. The first, the strengthening of regional innovation and manufacturing. To promote regional production is essential to increase health security and reduce dependence on foreign sources. Second, establishing regional supply agreements for rapid response, taking advantage of the demand for the financial resources of the revolving funds to have better terms for early access to essential medical products, and that way ensure a timely regional response to emergencies and future pandemics. Third, creating a regional stockpile to have strategic supplies of essential medical devices to avoid chain disruptions and reduce transportation costs. This benefits, in particular, small developing island states. The office is working on these 3 pillars as described in the document. To accelerate these priorities, the document proposes 3 adjustments in the operation of the funds. The first, once the line of credit has covered the member states' needs, the use of remaining funds of up to 15% of the capital account will be used for interventions to increase the access to public goods. This flexibility would allow, for instance, to provide volume guarantees to regional suppliers to ensure predictability of demand. This is important for the production investments that are so needed. The flexibility could also be used to make payments to reserve pandemic vaccines, a tool that is already used by high-income countries and was used during the COVID-19 pandemic. The flexibility could also be used for advanced purchase of high-demand products such as syringes to have a central reserve and thus reduce cost and transport emissions and to offer a more rapid response when requested by member states. These uses could be done in collaboration with other financiers such as development banks to create innovative financial instruments and investment incentives in our region. The second proposal is to exempt the 2.5% charge to the capital account to regional products or products manufactured regionally. The elimination of this charge would reduce the cost for member states and could be an additional benefit for regional manufacturers. Lastly, the option of also excluding the 2.5 charge when it's for large volumes and high-cost products to generate economies of scale and better prices. This flexibility would make the revolving funds more competitive with countries with a large demand volume. And their participation in the revolving fund would participate all member states because we could improve our prices, and also the 2.5% will be waived for all the producers or manufacturers of that product. These measures will improve the regional resilience, promote equity, and encourage a focus of solidarity for public health. The priority of the capital account will continue being the access to the line of credit for member states. But the proposed flexibility will help us accelerate the priorities identified by member states, such as promoting or encouraging regional manufacturing, implement lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, and improve the conditions for access to high-cost medicine. The proposed flexibility benefits are advantage for all member countries. And the spirit of solidarity and Pan-American effort is something that we'll continue upholding. We want all member states to reaffirm their commitments and to support the revolving funds and regional manufacturers. Together, we can continue working for health and the well-being. The Executive Committee is invited to note this report, make any necessary comment, and approved the proposed resolution that appears in Annex A. Thank you for your attention and your support. Thank you very much, Santiago Cornejo. As he noted, the committee is invited to note this report and make whatever comments they deem necessary and approve the proposed resolution in Annex. So with that being said, let me offer the floor to the plenary to start discussion of the document that was just presented. Jamaica is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Jamaica appreciates the innovation that is being demonstrated in the operation of the fund. Jamaica, among other Caribbean islands, suffer from the fact that they are small economies and cannot provide the type of economies of scale that allow us to bargain for better prices. This was demonstrated in COVID-19 when our countries could not effectively access needed vaccines and support to support the halt of the pandemic. We appreciate and note the efforts of PAHO, who supported collective engagements that allowed us to access vaccines from donor countries. We agree with the areas of the strategic plan action, especially as it relates to the establishment of regional agreements for rapid response and creating regional stockpiles which benefit us in the Caribbean. We unreservedly support the proposal for flexible use of the capital accounts and look forward to further dialogue as we conclude on the agreements in country to support the process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. I now give the floor to Ecuador. Thank you very much, Mr. Vega from Ecuador. In paragraph 14, in the priorities of the revolving funds, it mentions that the Bureau is exploring innovative financing mechanisms to overcome financial barriers to regional innovation. We're obviously very grateful for the entire content of the report, which is extremely valuable, especially when thinking about the spirit of solidarity, Pan-Americanism, and other elements that were mentioned. And Ecuador, in this case, would request that eventually, when studies are available, or perhaps data on innovating financing mechanisms that may be developed, that information be shared with member states so that we may benefit and to support precisely the financial sustainability of the health systems in all of our countries, and in particular, obviously, I'm referring to Ecuador. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. I offer the floor now to Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this report. We continue to recognize PAHO's procurement funds as critical mechanisms for improving the health of the peoples of the Americas, providing a unique expertise and value for the region that was only further underscored during the COVID-19 pandemic response. Canada also acknowledges that since these PAHO funds were originally established, the landscape in which they operate has significantly evolved, for which we appreciate the organization's innovative efforts to adapt these funds to ensure they remain strategic and responsive to the changing needs of the region. Given the importance of safeguarding the overall sustainability of these funds, Canada considers it critical from a governance perspective that PAHO continue to prioritize credit lines for member states, as well as the availability of funds when considering application of the proposed flexibilities in the use and contribution to the capital accounts. We are encouraged to note that this is reflected in the document and have a minor edit to propose to the resolution to ensure that this is fully reflected there as well, which we will put forward when it is read. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Canadá. Le ofrezco el uso de la palabra.
Thank you, Canada. Brazil is now recognized. Thank you, Madam President.
The Executive Manager of the Regional Revolving Funds, Mr. Santiago Cornejo, for the presentation of the report on the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states. We particularly appreciate the detailed data on the destination of the financial resources collected from the administrative component of the charge of the regional revolving funds. The contribution of the funds to health in the Americas is undeniable. As the report states, in the previous biennium, more than 130 million people were protected through vaccines and 37 million people through medicines and health supplies procured through the funds. It's not an overstatement that the funds have long been the envy of other regions. They are some of our many crown jewels, and we must seek to use them to their fullest potential. In that context, Brazil welcomes the innovations introduced to the management of the funds, including the addition of three critical priorities encompassing strengthened regional innovation and manufacturing, regional supply agreements for rapid response, and the creation of a regional stockpile or hub. Brazil also supports the proposed draft resolution on the regional revolving funds. It offers greater flexibility and allows for greater innovation in seeking to leverage the funds towards an even greater contribution to public health in the Americas. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. Let me now give the floor to Santiago Cornejo to respond to the comments. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Jamaica, Ecuador, Canada, and Brazil for the comments and suggestions, as well as the ongoing support for the funds and the priorities that we are proposing with the flexibilities. As member states have pointed out, many of the flexibilities and lessons learned through the COVID-19 pandemic have and continue to help us design new strategies and new operations that will be needed to respond to the region. But it also taught us that we cannot work alone. It's important to work with all the stakeholders in the region, and that is why when it comes to financing, we're having a close dialogue not only with the development banks, but also with other banks that are highly interested in financing regional manufacturing so that there is more availability in our region. Now, once the resolution is approved, we can have greater flexibility, and with this ongoing dialogue, we'll obviously share the information with all member states. Let me also reiterate that the capital line will continue being the priority, the line of credit for all the countries that need it. For many countries, this is a critical instrument to ensure that they receive the product in a timely manner when needed from a programmatic standpoint, but it also helps us comply with delivery schedules with the providers, and that gives us credibility and better negotiating leverage when we sit down with them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Cornejo. Let me offer the floor to Director Barbosa, should he have any comments. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Very briefly, I'd like to thank member states for the comments and suggestions. This is part of a process for transformation of these revolving funds so that they can be more agile, more nimble, can provide greater access to countries, and also serve as a tool to strengthen the regional manufacturing capacity. Without a regional market, we cannot have sustainable regional manufacturing. So the changes we are proposing in this resolution allow using part of the line of credit up to 15% after having supported all countries that request usage of the line of credit. In many countries, the legislation does not allow them to make prepayment, so they need to use the line of credit, and then 1 or 2 months later, they can reimburse the organization. So once we've responded to all these requests, use part of the line of credit to do things such as having a stock of some important products, as mentioned by the Santiago Cornejo, our executive director. In some Caribbean islands, the price we pay for transportation is more expensive than the product, and not a little bit more, but 3 or 4 times more expensive than the product itself. So to be able to have that stock in the region will make it possible to decrease the access price and facilitates the situation should there be an emergency. And also the waiving of the 2.5% charge in the case of 10 vaccines that cost 10 cents or 15 cents, it doesn't make much of a difference. But with the new vaccines that cost $30 to $40, it is a significant difference. And being able to waive the 2.5% charge for all countries facilitates the addition of more countries in the joint procurement, which is a benefit to all. And it will not harm the capacity of the line of credit. Let us not forget, the line of credit is always growing. If one country uses and sends money, then when we look over time at the line, we think we already do have a line of credit that is sufficient to support all the countries in the region. So to be able to discount that 2.5% is not going to cause a drop in the line of credit. And it's also going to be an attraction for yet more countries to join these joint procurement efforts through the funds. And also it's a discount for manufacturers in the region, which is yet another mechanism that supports regional production. In the case of the Mercosur countries, and here we received a request from Paraguay and Uruguay, Argentina. They were also present at the meeting as Chile. So we presented a project for the procurement of high-cost medicine through the revolving fund. This will be interesting to many other countries in the region also, I'm sure. So we're working on that proposal right now. In this case, we have identified that there are producers of some of these drugs in the region. So to have that flexibility of being able to offer multi-year contracts to those manufacturers in combination with a 2.5% discount could be attractive, so that here again we will be able to support development of regional manufacturing. So this resolution I think is very important, so that the funds will not only continue playing their excellent role of guaranteeing access to products of quality at accessible prices, but it will also serve as an element to strengthen regional manufacturing capacity. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Director Barbosa. Let me invite the rapporteur now to present the proposed resolution. Thank you, Madam President. Proposed resolution, review of the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states. The 174th session of the Executive Committee, preambular paragraph, having reviewed the report on the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states, document CE 174/27 resolves, operative paragraph, to recommend that the 61st Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Review of the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states. The 61st Directing Council, PP1, having reviewed the report on the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies for member states, PP2, recognizing the historic role of the revolving fund for access to vaccines, revolving fund hereinafter, the regional revolving fund for strategic public health supplies hereinafter strategic fund, and the reimbursable procurement on behalf of member states, collectively known as the regional revolving funds or RRFs of the Pan American Health Organization, in facilitating access by member states to essential public health supplies and the evolving needs of the region of the Americas, driven by the rapid advancement of innovations and new technologies in vaccines and medicines, which often come with significant costs. PP3. Noting the need to strengthen regional supply chain resilience, innovation, and manufacturing to improve equitable access to quality-assured health technologies, including during emergencies. PP4, considering the potential benefits of utilizing a small portion of the RRF's capital accounts to aggregate financing for regional public goods and incentivize investments in regional innovation and manufacturing. Resolves. Operative paragraph 1. To urge all member states, considering their contexts, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A. Continue to recognize the regional revolving funds as the strategic regional technical cooperation mechanisms most suitable for providing equitable access to public health supplies, including high-cost products and medical countermeasures. B. Promote solidarity and Pan-Americanism through participation in the RRFs, exploring areas beyond current engagement. C. Endorse the strategic priorities of the RRFs to support member states in addressing emerging challenges and opportunities while allowing for increased flexibility and innovative approaches in the use of the funds. D. Authorize the director to use up to 15% of the RRF's capital accounts at the discretion of the director to incentivize regional innovation and manufacturing, implement innovative procurement strategies, negotiate pre-pandemic agreements, and/or develop financing initiatives, all with the aim of responding more effectively to member states' emerging health needs. OP2. To request the director to A. Use the RRF's capital accounts to continue providing short-term financing through the credit lines as a priority. B. Exempt at his discretion the 2.5% capital account component of the charge assessed on the procurement of public health supplies when 1. The goods are regionally manufactured to incentivize regional production and self-reliance, and/or 2. The products have high budgetary impact, such as for large volumes of high-cost products. C. Report on the implementation of the above flexibilities to the governing bodies of PAHO at the end of the biennium 2026-2027. That concludes the proposed resolution. Thank you. Thank you, Rapporteur. Let me now offer the floor to the plenary for discussion. Canada has the floor.
Canada has a minor amendment to a proposed OP1D of the resolution. It would read as authorize the director, and then here we would add subject to the availability of funds in the capital accounts to use strategies, negotiate pre-pandemic agreements, and so on. So this is to ensure the application of this flexibility considers the availability of the funds available in the accounts and is aligned with what is currently reflected in paragraph 15A of the document. So it's just to ensure consistency. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Canadá.
Thank you very much, Canada. Could you please repeat the proposed amendment?
So OP1D, authorize the director, and then here we would add subject to the availability of funds in the capital accounts to use strategies, negotiate pre-pandemic agreements, and so on.
If there are no objections to this amendment, It will be reflected in the text and it will be read to the plenary in a few moments. There are no objections? Thank you.
Bueno, muy bien, habiendo hecho las correcciones.
Okay, now that the corrections have been made, we will be reading that amendment. Thank you very much, Madam President. With the addition called for by Canada, operative paragraph 1 of the resolution says as follows. Operative paragraph 1, to authorize the director, subject to the availability of funds in the capital accounts, to use up to 15% of the capital accounts of the regional revolving funds at the discretion of the director to incentivize regional innovation and manufacturing, implement innovative procurement strategies, negotiate pre-pandemic agreements, and to develop financing initiatives, all with the aim of responding more effectively to member states' emerging health needs. That is all, Madam President. Thank you very much, Rapporteur. With that, I offer the floor to express any problem you may have. Otherwise, since there seems to be agreement, I declare this resolution adopted.
Vamos a continuar con un punto más.
With that, we can go to 7.2, where we have a report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO. I call to the attention of the committee document CE 174/IMF/2, and I call on Mr. Ronnie Massa, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget, and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. With that, I call on the chair of the subcommittee to report on this item.
Gracias. Perdón, señora presidenta.
Thank you, and I apologize. But this committee received updates on high-level strategic issues and opportunities related to PAHO's agreement with WHO. Information was also provided on the ongoing consultations concerning global issues related to health emergencies, including within the working group on amendments to the international health regulations and the intergovernmental negotiating body. The subcommittee expressed thanks to the Bureau for its efforts to facilitate effective participation by member states in various global negotiating processes. The Bureau's efforts to keep member states informed about the various issues under discussion and to help build regional consensus were also commended, as were its efforts to ensure that regional perspectives and priorities were taken into account in the discussions. It was emphasized that the new instrument and the amendments to the IHR must address the problems that arose during COVID-19 pandemic, including problems related to access to information and critical health supplies, sharing information, and dissemination of misinformation and disinformation. Delegates welcomed the increase in the WHO allocation to the region of the Americas, but noted the need to continue advocating for an equitable distribution of WHO resources. The Bureau's ongoing collaboration and communication with the WHO Secretary were applauded, as were its efforts to highlight regional successes and best practices in the region. In that connection, it was hoped that PAHO's successful joint assessment methodology would be adopted more widely within WHO. Finally, it was suggested that future reports on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO should not be merely informative, but should also provide technical guidance on the regional repercussions of global processes relating to WHO governance. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report. Thank you very much. With that, I offer the floor to Mr. Ronnie Massa.
Director, distinguished delegates,
I'm pleased to introduce item 7.2, report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO. This report provides an update to member states on the high-level strategic issues and opportunities related to PAHO's engagement with WHO. The report focuses on leadership and governance, as well as accountability and transparency matters, with special attention on key topics considered by member states at the 77th World Health Assembly that was held last month in Geneva. As we all know, it was quite an intensive year through the WHO governing bodies, and we have tried to capture a summary of those key strategic issues of relevance to our member states, but also following the guidance of the SPBA to highlight on key implications. And this is work in progress as we continue to keep up to date our member states with the most recent information that we also receive from our WHO colleagues in Geneva and through the interaction with your member states. I would like to highlight the key role that PAHO Secretariat and member states continue to play in shaping the future of WHO's governance, the global health emergency architecture, and other strategic frameworks that I will update in these highlights. The PAHO Secretariat has been supporting member states directly, and we're pleased to do so, both in capitals and through delegations in Geneva, to ensure their meaningful participation in the various governance and strategic topics. The outcome of such consultations served to guide the development of the WHO's agreement on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, advanced by the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body, or INB, as well as the IHR amendments, to which the region contributed significantly, ahead of the 77th World Health Assembly, where member states adopted a package of amendments to the IHR of 2005 based on the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. Our PAHO teams have been committed to supporting member states to build consensus, including through 2 regional virtual informative sessions and 4 regional meetings on the INB and the working group on the IHR review in 2023 and 2024. While consensus was not achieved on all topics, member states decided to continue negotiations and extend the INB's mandate until the 78th World Health Assembly in May 2025, or earlier if it's possible. That's what our member states, of course, agreed at the WHO. The implications is that this will require continued active participation of member states. Especially the pandemic accord will have, as you know, binding implications on our member states. Yeah, it's important to continue engage, and our team will continue to accompany you in that regard. During this period also, significant work was undertaken to develop the new General Program of Work, or the 14th General Program of Work, for the period of 2025-2028 that was eventually approved by the World Health Assembly in May. There were many consultations with our member states, with active participation from the Americas. Additionally, 1 regional consultation was facilitated here, and we also had a special session with our Caribbean member states to reflect upon the issues and challenges that small island development states face, especially in relation to issues like climate change and other public health challenges that represent specific challenges to such member states. Our region contributed to a more results-oriented and priority-focused General Program of Work, with the outcome indicators that will be finalized through the WHO program budget for 26-27, which is being launched, and member states are expected to continue to be engaged in this process, which should be concluded by November this year. With regards to the financing, I am pleased to note that the last biennium we saw increased funding to the region. Again, this is thanks to your continued advocacy and the call for more equitable distribution of WHO resources across regions. As of December 31, 2023, the region had received $182.4 million, $26 million more than the previous biennium, including $18 million more in flexible funds and $8 million in thematic voluntary contributions, which are more flexible and we can direct to respond to the priority programs that you have identified as part of our program budget for the biennium. Regarding the current program budget for 24-25, we are pleased to note, again, thanks to that continuous advocacy and call for more equitable distribution of funds, the Director General committed at the onset of the biennium $149 million in flexible funds. This has a $29 million increase compared to the previous biennium, of which $20 million are targeted to strengthen core predictable country presence, and which has allowed us to fund 41 positions, new positions at country office. Again, this will result, we have no doubt that this will strengthen our capacity to respond to the priorities and to drive impact in countries. And our teams are working diligently to ensure these positions are filled in a timely manner. Underpinning all this work, distinguished delegates, the PAHO's executive management, technical networks, continue to pursue strategic collaboration and engagement with member states and WHO to represent the regional identified priority areas for collaboration. Our team, the Secretariat, will continue to provide the relevant information, briefings, and regional consultations as necessary or as you request to ensure the global health agenda benefits from the valuable contributions from our member states and our regional experiences and best practices. I take this opportunity to thank the chair of the GRUA, the Group of the Americas, that convenes delegations in Geneva every time we have a governing bodies meeting, for the close collaboration with the PAHO Secretariat team to facilitate various briefing sessions, and member states for putting forward a regional position on such important topics covered by the WHO's governing bodies during the cycle of 2023-2024. The results indeed led to the advancements on the INB negotiations, the amendments to the IHR, the new GPW that has more focus on country priorities and results, and increased financing to the region. Indeed, we're seeing the results of this investment. And the implications, again, to highlight on what the SPBA requested, it goes from policy to our technical cooperation to our capacity to having the resources to respond to you, member states, to the priorities that do identify with us in the region and within the global health agenda. Thank you for your attention. I'll be happy to address any questions or provide any additional information that you may require.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Maza. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. Brazil is recognized. Thank you, Madam President.
Strategic issues between PAHO and WHO, which was just presented. Brazil commends PAHO, in particular its director, for pushing for a more equitable funding for WHO by WHO for the region. The Americas were the region most affected by COVID-19, yet it receives disproportionately low funding from WHO, the lowest in comparison with any other regional office. Fortunately, it seems that the repeated calls have been at least partially heard. In December 2023, WHO committed to an allocation to the Emerald region, $29 million higher in 2024-2025 than in 2022-2023, as the presenter has just pointed out. I would like to ask a question to our presenter. Paragraph 16 of the report informs about the future development of PAHO's own investment case. I wonder whether the Secretariat could share any details about this initiative. Madam Chair, during the last World Health Assembly, Brazil raised the issue of regulation of digital marketing of breast milk substitutes, with a view to its incorporation into the scope of the Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes. The WHO report on the scope and impact of digital marketing strategies for promoting breast milk substitutes noted that digital environments are fast becoming the predominant source of exposure to promotion of breast milk substitutes globally, and that digital marketing amplifies the reach and power of advertising and other forms of promotion, influencing parents to use their products. In this regard, Brazil would like to thank Bolivia, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Peru, and Uruguay for the support, and invite all countries of the region to join us in order to reach an agreement on a draft resolution on this topic during the 78th World Health Assembly to be held next year. Madam Chair, Brazil recognizes the proactive and crucial role of the Bureau in facilitating coordination among member states in preparation for the two main negotiation processes at the WHO, namely the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body of the Pandemic Accord and the Working Group on Amendments to the International Health Regulations. In doing so, PAHO has provided a safe and productive space for information to be shared and for convergence and consensus to emerge. Despite the profound differences between the countries of our very diverse region, it was possible to gain a deeper understanding of the perspective of all countries, as well as to agree on joint interventions on specific points of the text. We are convinced that the newly agreed provisions of the amended IHR will contribute to bring the INB process forward, and we urge PAHO to continue playing this crucial role in ensuring its successful outcome. Brazil is fully committed to contributing to the delivery of a meaningful and ambitious pandemic agreement as soon as possible, but no later than the next World Health Assembly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Brazil. I recognize the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks the Secretariat for the report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO and applauds the organization for its continuous efforts to improve governance, accountability, transparency, and collaboration in the region and connect these efforts across WHO's levels. As our colleagues have mentioned, we appreciate PAHO's efforts in convening member states to discuss and build consensus in the region, particularly on issues related to the negotiations of the working groups on amendments to the IHR and the INB. We found these sessions to be very helpful to better exchange views and concerns among delegations, and we appreciated the constructive approaches taken by all. We believe the joint positions developed on key issues have ensured our enhanced, strong, and constructive voice our region has had in these negotiations. We look forward to PAHO's continued leadership in future discussions regarding INB issues as those negotiations move into a new phase. We also welcomed PAHO's efforts to ensure regional perspectives were well reflected in the 14th WHO General Program of Work, GPW14, and the WHO Investment Round discussions, both of which will be important to member states as GPW14 is implemented and the investment round seeks to mobilize the significant resources needed to support this critical work. The United States encourages PAHO and WHO to continue to work closely together on efforts to strengthen regional offices and country-level impact. PAHO's leadership and coordination continue to be instrumental in elevating the region's priorities and perspectives in these discussions and collaborations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. I recognize Argentina. Thank you, Madam President. First of all, we wanted to thank the Bureau for all of the support, all the cooperation given to our countries, allowing us to participate in global and regional consultations. We also would like to point to the importance of the revolving fund for the region. We understand that the Americas is in a unique position to provide perspectives in terms of preparing for health emergencies, including leadership and governance. We would like to highlight the importance of the contribution of the region in the current global issues, and we appreciate the role that is played by PAHO in holding dialogue information systems events amongst the countries to discuss things happening in Geneva and their importance for the region of the Americas. Thanks to those meetings, many of our countries have been able to take an informed position in debates before the World Health Assembly. We hope that this support will help our countries, especially those that are least represented, to take an active role in these processes. And along these lines, we would again request the consideration that many of these documents that are only in English, can be translated into Spanish so that many of our technical people will be able to correctly understand what these documents say. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. I recognize Mr. Massa for him to respond to comments. Thank you very much, Madam President. Allow me to respond in Spanish. First of all, I want to thank Brazil, United States of America, and Argentina for their comments. And once again, I want to appreciate your comments. This really encourages us to continue to work so that the voice of the region can be heard and to increase the solidarity within the Americas in terms of these issues that are discussed and approved within that global forum of WHO. Now, responding to the specific question asked by Brazil, you asked about investments, and we are studying how we can put together a case for PAHO, reflecting the investments, the two versions of WHO's investments. So we are working on that, and we will be providing you with greater information in September once we have analyzed the different information scenarios, the different information that we want to analyze. Now, in terms of the allocation of funds, if you would allow me, at the end of May, there was an additional allocation of funds, and we are projecting for the biennium 211 million. That would be more than what we had at the end of the past biennium. In addition to the 149 million in flexible funds, we now have 62 million in voluntary contributions. Now, that for the core program. Now, Argentina raised a point, and we do continue to ask for documents translated into our working languages. And also we continue to try to have meetings held at a time when countries can participate.
For the Americas and for the global health topics and agenda and moving forward. Again, thank you, Member States, and we will update the document as per your comments and continue to engage you in the processes that will continue post the Assembly.
Muchas gracias, señor Massa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massa. I now give the floor to Dr. Barbosa for his comments.
I want to thank the comments from Brazil, the United States, and Argentina. I think that's very useful. Just to highlight how important has been your commitment to raise your voices to call for a more equitable distribution of funds. I think that we are progressing. I think that's important to recognize that we are progressing. Of course, that this also has been, from our side, an effort to integrate, to be more integrated and well coordinated with WHO Geneva. Just for an example, since last year, we are sharing all data about human resources with Geneva. We only asked to be, that the information needs to have a footnote stating the reality of the funds, that only 30% of our international staff is paid by WHO funds. All the other 70% is paid by PAHO's fund, but all the data we sent to Geneva, they had a problem. I don't know exactly what problem. So this was not presenting the report that they present to the executive board. But since November, we officially send the data, and every year we will update this information. We also joined the WHO intranet. So now we are part of the WHO One intranet, so every staff in all regions can see all the information that we post, and our staff also see the information from Geneva and other. It was also, I think that was very important for me. 3 days, 4 days ago, we had a dialogue in the World Bank that our colleagues from Geneva came to our region, and they specifically recognized our support to facilitate the participation of our member states in the regional consultation for the GPW 14. They thanked not only that our member states participated, but the focal points that we designated to participate with Geneva, they thanked me because they provided a very important support to the development of the GPW 14. I think that is also important to recognize that the funds that were allocated for the Americans, for the co-predictable, co-presence, we are the most advanced region in the selection process. We adopt a specific strategy to guarantee agility, so probably we will have in July and August most of these new technical advisors starting working at the country office. And with one only exception, in one country that we needed to create a position to work on logistics. All the other positions are strictly to provide technical cooperation. They are advisors that will implement the strengthening of the national capacities to the response on public health emergencies, to accelerate the elimination of communicable diseases, to work with the countries to provide better care for non-communicable diseases, so they are totally related to the priorities that were identified in each one of our country office. So I think that this was really very important. And about the discussions, I do believe that it was very important to have this platform, to serve as a platform. That is our role, to facilitate the information sharing and also the dialogue among the countries. Now, the discussions about the international health regulation, the new instrument to respond to pandemic is a completely member states-driven process. But our role was exactly to facilitate. We had 4 face-to-face meetings, and we are already organizing another meeting because the international health regulation, as you know, was approved, but the discussions on the treaty, accord, the instrument will go on until 2025. So we are already organizing a new face-to-face meeting, attending some suggestions from our member states in order to facilitate this process that is all of us recognize that is a historic opportunity to have the world better prepared to respond to a new pandemic. So thank you very much for your comments. I think that's very encouraging, and from our side, the idea is at the same time that we want to facilitate and to be better coordinated in all the aspects that we can provide this kind of interaction with WHO Geneva, but to also ask for a more equitable distribution of the fund. I think that this is very important because, to summarize the situation, we, the Americans, and we have the smaller envelope among the 6 regions, and all the other regions receive an average of 80% of the envelope. We receive only 60%. So we need to, and when I was last meeting that I had with Tedros, he said, no, but you also have PAHO's budget. I said, that is a reality, my friend, but let's think about how many thousands or millions of dollars we are saving for WHO. Because in the other regions, when they need technical cooperation for anything, maternal health, environmental health, non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases, they need to ask Geneva to send a team. In this region, we almost never needed to ask someone from Geneva to come to our region. So we can provide technical cooperation using the capacity that we have at the country level, at the regional level. So I think that we are I dare to say a perfect model, that Geneva for us keep this very important role of establishing the standards, the technical guidance, but at the operational level, to provide the technical cooperation, we should do that at the regional level and the country level. I think that this is the best way to not have this huge number of people in Geneva that sometimes my colleague in Africa knows that. For neglect tropical diseases, Afro has only 6 persons. In Geneva, they have 120. So this is the kind of distortion, I think, that we need to move to have the three levels of the organization well aligned and respecting their strongest capacity, the strongest or the perfect role that each one can provide. So I think that this has been a very productive period of conversation. I recognize the openness of Tedros and the WHO Geneva staff, and I think that we are progressing very well to ensure a better balance that respects our double situation, part of WHO and at the same time an independent regional organization, and to provide the better technical cooperation that's possible to our member states. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to let the committee know that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Having concluded consideration of this agenda item, we'll break for coffee, and then we'll come back in order to deal with the agenda items that we still have for the rest of today. Thank you.
AMTCT has always been on the forefront of our program because it's one of the ways that we as a country could verify that we had epidemic control of HIV.
So we have a very strong primary healthcare system, which is managed by our nurses and our physicians. We also strengthen the lab. We also strengthen our data collection.
The process that we went through for validation was very thorough. It shows that the validation was not only achieving the certification, but rather an opportunity to strengthen the health system.
To think that we can stop the transmission of HIV from a mother to a child is a tremendous goal that we have achieved.
The main challenges that we learn in this process is the high burden of social determinants of health. So it's not easy for families going through having a family member with HIV.
As a Jamaican, it really gives me joy just that we're able to accomplish this. Just with our team that we have here at National Public Health Lab, it was really just a good thing seeing us going through the various steps and accomplishing this.
But I think what is really critical and what really contributed to this sort of success was the fact that we moved away from sending our samples abroad. Having that instrument have now enabled us to do a lot of testing in country quicker and to have more testing done with less cost to the patient and less cost to the government. So,
personally, I think as Jamaicans, we really work together. We unite together the different entities. What we do is to get other women involved and partners involved, and also to get the participants involved as much as possible. So it's not like just giving, but they are giving, receiving,
Yes.
Collaboration, yes.
It's important for me to have this syphilis and HIV test because I don't know if I have it. So if I would know that I have it, then I would make sure that the baby is okay, because then it can be transmitted to the baby and any complications can cause complications to the baby, and that's what I want to avoid.
I felt very proud for Jamaica to achieve the status of elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
I was overwhelmed with joy and happiness, and we are proud and committed to continue the efforts.
I think the team in health is phenomenal. And I think all of these accomplishments were done as teams. And I really congratulate the primary health care and the public health system.
This achievement is a crucial step in guaranteeing children's rights to health. UNICEF extends its warmest congratulations to the governments of Belize, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And most importantly, every child has the right to born and remain free from HIV and syphilis.
Well, I think the biggest achievement is really to get people to understand the importance of the issue and to get the stigma out of the way so that we could do other work.
So I really want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica to PAHO WHO for the leadership and the collaboration, to our various stakeholders, including civil society groups, because it is through that joint effort that we're able to celebrate this a major achievement today.
Imagine a future in the Americas where everyone can access essential health technologies. PAHO's regional revolving funds support Latin American and Caribbean countries' commitment to making it a reality. The revolving funds are cooperation mechanisms that allow PAHO member states to pool their needs for vaccines and other public health supplies and procure them in volume and under better conditions. A fraction of each purchase goes to a capitalization account that provides short-term credit to speed up procurement processes. Other benefits are affordable and timely access to vaccines and medicines, countries can get life-saving supplies at fair prices through transparent processes. Improved health outcomes, more people receive preventative care and treatment. Reduced disease burden plays a critical role in controlling and eliminating infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. Increased regional solidarity coordinates countries' efforts so the benefits reach the entire region. Over decades, the funds have helped the region to achieve reduction of vaccine-preventable diseases like measles, polio, and rubella, improved maternal and child health by providing essential supplies and training, strengthens health systems throughout the Americas with the availability of essential medicines. The PAHO Regional Revolving Funds are a powerful example of regional cooperation when countries pool resources and expertise. We are stronger when we work together to achieve health for all. Learn more about PAHO's Regional Revolving Funds by visiting our website or contacting us.
Buenas. Hola, Elsa, ¿qué tal está? Dentro ahí está mami, adentro. Pero primero estamos a tomar la presión.
¿Qué tal está? Pues todo bien. En las comunidades a veces no hay luz, no hay carro, no hay cómo mover una persona para la clínica asistorial, la Trinidad, y entonces uno tiene que estar ahí al lado de la paciente. Las pacientes ya se ponen bien contentas, yo voy siempre a visitarlas, ya uno ya les dice lo que tienen que hacer, que si sienten algún movimiento de algo, otras cosas, que lo llamen a uno o que vayan al centro de salud, al médico.
Hace 19 años que yo soy voluntaria y a mí mi motivación de ser voluntaria fue cuando yo tuve mi tercer hijo, que mi niño fue muy enfermo y yo decía, yo no tengo quien nos apoye. A mí me quedaba largo, pues dije yo un día, yo voy a ser voluntaria, yo voy a apoyar a muchas madres que no tienen quien las apoye.
Aquí en Trinidad ofrecemos el servicio de telemedicina relacionada a mujeres embarazadas. Consiste primero en la captación de embarazadas que residen en estos lugares.
Se le solicita a la voluntaria de salud y a la paciente que tenga acceso a un teléfono y que tenga acceso de la red para recibir esta llamada.
Ellas tienen una comunicación directa, tenemos un grupo de chat, nos informa si hay algún signo de alarma o algún inconveniente con alguna embarazada.
Tiene como objetivo principal la detección de enfermedades del embarazo mediante la detección temprana de los signos de alarma con el apoyo de las voluntarias de salud.
Todos los meses nosotros lo estamos haciendo, les damos charlas a las madres, como cuando identificar las enfermedades.
El proyecto también les ha facilitado a ellas varias herramientas para hacer más completa esta teleconsulta.
Tenemos muchos materiales que los han dado, como son los libros, ¿verdad? De dónde va el niño creciendo, los cuidados del niño que tiene que tener la mamá y ella y uno también.
Me siento orgullosa como voluntaria y digo yo, hasta que ya Dios me diga, venga para acá, yo creo que voy a dejar de ser voluntaria.
9 meses del embarazo Desde allí estoy yo pendiente. Estoy con el celular, me llamo. Doña Pablita, vi que tengo dolor. ¿A qué hora le comenzó el dolor? A tal hora. 4 de la mañana, 5 de la mañana, 2 de la mañana, 3 de la mañana, a la hora que sea. Espéreme que ya voy a llegar.
Para mí, donar sangre es algo que no tiene precio, porque lo que está haciendo es donar vida a otra persona que lo necesita.
Cuando yo dono sangre me siento súper bien, me siento feliz, porque sé que hay otra persona que necesita y le estoy ayudando poquitito, no es mucho, pero para mí ya está, es un gran logro.
Llevo donando sangre ya hace muchos años, soy donadora activa de sangre. Realmente para mí es una causa muy importante que me mueve.
Es la primera vez que dono sangre, es una experiencia increíble. Incito a todas las personas que puedan donar, que donar salva muchas vidas.
Es la primera vez que estoy donando sangre y la verdad que ni se siente nada, súper bien.
Me parece además algo que todos deberíamos poder hacer de forma frecuente. Yo lo hago cada vez que puedo, desde que soy pequeña. Vengo de una familia donde la donación de sangre se nos inculcó desde jovencitos. Padres también son donantes y somos en general todos muy conscientes de lo necesario que es hacer esto. Es importante sacar los mitos relacionados a la donación de sangre. Es algo que se hace cada vez más rápido, de forma cada vez más cómoda. Así que nada, le diría a la gente que no le dé muchas vueltas y que si está en condiciones de donar, que se acerque, que es algo muy importante para las personas que están necesitando la sangre, pero también para que funcione nuestro sistema de salud.
Y hay que donar porque hay mucha gente que necesita.
Estoy también dando un ejemplo a mi hijo y a mi familia, y es lo que yo quiero hacer.
Acompáñenos a ver de cerca los resultados del proyecto Aumento del Acceso Equitativo a las Vacunas, el diagnóstico y la atención clínica para las poblaciones en situación de vulnerabilidad en las Américas. Cada acción en el terreno cuenta, cada actividad, cada esfuerzo, cada vida impactada. Nuestro compromiso y apoyo a las comunidades e instituciones que han formado parte del proyecto se ha orientado a trabajar en acciones para la prevención del contagio de enfermedades transmisibles, promoción de la salud mental y estilos de vida saludables. Lo anterior, alineado a las prioridades de la estrategia de cooperación de la OPS con el país.
En el área de salud de Talamanca hemos implementado ferias de salud, hemos implementado vacunatorios extramuros, tuvimos tamizajes durante todo este tiempo a nivel domiciliar, trabajando con los ATAP para tratar de encontrar esa población la cual está en riesgo social y no acuden a los servicios de salud.
Con este proyecto se realizaron actividades muy significativas como ferias de la salud, un total de 9 ferias, campañas de vacunación, talleres de salud comunitaria, de habilidades para la vida.
El principal impacto del proyecto fue promover el bienestar y la salud de la población mediante las actividades realizadas y los recursos donados.
El proyecto ha beneficiado a la comunidad tanto como en la salud y en la reducción de violencia, tanto dándole capacitación y charlas a los padres de familia y a los niños.
Con la ayuda del proyecto logramos mitigar mucho las enfermedades no transmisibles como son la diabetes y presión alta.
Los principales aprendizajes con este proyecto fue el fortalecimiento de ese trabajo en equipo de todos los que laboramos, ¿verdad?, durante este periodo de pandemia y durante este proyecto.
Creo que uno de los principales aprendizajes que dejó este proyecto es que es posible realizar comunicación adaptada a las particularidades de las comunidades.
La parte de una comunidad en pobreza, flujos migratorios de extracontinentales, el temor de la población de reunirse en grupos para poder hacer estos talleres.
Uno de los principales desafíos para la sostenibilidad de este proyecto tiene que ver con asegurar presupuesto de parte de las instituciones que formamos parte del sector social y salud en el cantón. Presupuesto que nos permita adaptar y continuar algunas de las líneas de trabajo que se lograron trabajar con este proyecto.
La OPS y sus proyectos han sido una gran bendición para nuestra área de salud, que muy agradecidos por todo esto.
Estamos en Puerto Inírida, Guainía, la triple frontera con Venezuela y Brasil, para el lanzamiento de la Semana de la Vacunación de las Américas. Buscamos reforzar la importancia de las vacunas. Las vacunas son seguras, eficientes y nos ayudan a prevenir enfermedades, así como también a salvar vidas.
Dándoles pues la bienvenida, dándole la bendición, que eso es lo que siempre hemos soñado en nuestro departamento, que llegue la salud a territorio.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud, que está conformada por todos los países de la región de las Américas, hace un esfuerzo único para poder incrementar las coberturas de vacunación. Desde su secretariado, la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, trabajamos mano a mano con cada uno de los territorios, en este caso en Colombia, para poder llegar a los municipios más alejados, llegar a esas comunidades indígenas, a las poblaciones afrodescendentes, a las diferentes etnias, llevando las vacunas y también otros servicios para proteger la salud y el bienestar de los pobladores.
Y gran parte de nuestra población se encuentra ubicada en zona rural y rural dispersa. Entonces, el acceso ya se ha convertido en una de las cosas más importantes para el programa, y es, así como los niños de las ciudades reciben la vacuna, poder llegar a esos niños tan alejados y que están en una situación, hay veces de vulnerabilidad, en donde hay mayor riesgo de enfermar, ya sea porque no se tienen una mala nutrición. Entonces las vacunas ayudan a ese sistema inmunológico para que se desarrolle y no se enferme, porque la probabilidad de que pueda morir, por ejemplo, por un sarampión y además de una persona desnutrida aumenta la probabilidad. Entonces, vacunar a esa población susceptible y que está alejada y muy vulnerable es de vital importancia para nosotros en esta jornada de Semana de Vacunación en las Américas. Hacemos un mayor énfasis en estos territorios vulnerables para que podamos de alguna manera utilizar estrategias para poder llegar a esta población que está más alejada y, como mencionaba, que vive en zona fronteriza y que vive en zona rural dispersa. Entonces, muchas veces lo que hacen las entidades territoriales y las secretarías de salud y las IPS que realizan estas actividades es realizar recorridos por las comunidades que viven cercanas a los ríos y que además están en frontera. Entonces nosotros debemos hacerles saber a la población que ellos son beneficiados por esto, que deben pedir y deben luchar por ese derecho que tienen hacia vacunar. Es un derecho que tienen los niños y deben exigirlo, deben exigir la vacunación.
Y por eso hay que comenzar desde la base. Estos equipos tienen que ir a atender las necesidades de cada una de las comunidades.
Algunas comunidades, algunas etnias pues no entienden pues lo que son las vacunas, pero ahí vamos paso a paso y pues que dejen de vacunar a los niños para que en el futuro pues no les den las enfermedades por las cuales pues estamos vacunando.
La jornada para nosotros ha sido productiva. Hemos
Muy bien, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, let's kick off this afternoon session. Let's move to item 7.3, implementation of the international health regulations. I would like to bring document CE 174/INF/3 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Sir Ugarte, Director of the Department of Health Emergencies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and present the item. Thank you very much, Madam President.
174th Executive Committee, Magister Gabriela Gomez, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, Director of the Pan American Health Organization, honorable delegates of the member states, dear colleagues. I am glad to introduce the agenda item 7.3, Implementation of the International Health Regulations, document CE 174/INF/3. Pursuant to IHR provisions, the current report focuses on acute public health events, state parties' core capacities, administrative requirements, and governance. Finally, it highlights issues requiring concerted action by state parties in the region of the Americas and by the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to enhance future application and implementation of the regulations and compliance with them. Between 16 July 2023 and 31st March 2024, all 35 state parties in the Americas, that's 100%, confirmed or updated the contact information for their national focal points. 203 users from all 35 states parties had the credentials to access the WHO EIS portal. And in December 2023, routine tests of connectivity were successful in 29 of the 35 state parties, that is 83%. In the same period, 118 acute public health events of potential international concern were identified and assessed in the region of the Americas. And 80% of that information were the national authorities at the first time. This is an important improvement in the years. In previous periods, 5 years ago or so, 40% was informed by the national authorities. And now we are 80%. The first initial information is coming from the national authorities. That is really an improvement. And that shows the commitment of the member states. 59 events affecting 20 state parties and 2 territories and regions were of substantiated international public health concern. 85% of them were attributed to infectious hazards. With respect to the core capacities, all 35 state parties in the region of the Americas complied with the submission of the state party self-assessment annual report to the 77th World Health Assembly. This is for the first time in a consecutive year. That's also another improvement in our region. A comprehensive report on the status of the 15 core capacities and 35 indicators in the region of the Americas for 2022 was presented at the 16th Directing Council, and the complete information will be available at the 61st Directing Council of PAHO to be held in September and October this year. The IHR roster of experts includes 464 professionals worldwide. Only 24% of them come from the region of the Americas. And the countries that were designated 11 of the 35 state parties in the region of the Americas: Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Canada, Cuba, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, and the United States of America. We highly encourage all member states to designate the national professionals for the IHR roster of experts. 2 IHRs of regional meetings were held in this period, one for Central America, Cuba, and Dominican Republic, together with the strategic partners to establish priorities and multisectoral action to maintain and strengthen the zoonotic diseases capacities, and one in the Caribbean for points of entry and surveillance in preparation for the 2024 International Cricket Council, Men's T20 World Cup, in coordination with CARFA and in the International Civil Aviation Organization. The resolution, World Health Assembly 77-17, strengthening preparedness for and response to public health emergencies through targeted amendments to the International Health Regulations 2005, will mark the future governance and implementation of the IHR. The resolution requests the Director General, inter alia, to give prompt notification of the amendments to the International Health Regulation 2005 adopted through this resolution in accordance with paragraph 1 of Article 65 of the International Health Regulations. WHO will communicate during the week of the 15th of July the texts of the amendments and will be invited to all states parties to review and provide input on language conformity and accuracy over a period of 4 weeks. It is expected that the Director General will then notify the amendments adopted through Resolution WHA 77-17 to all state parties during the week of 12 August 2024. It is essential that Member States continue to engage actively in the implementation of the amendments. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Ugarte. I invite the Executive Committee to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent, and I open the floor to the plenary for discussion.
Brasil tiene la palabra.
Brazil is recognized.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President.
Report presented on the status of implementation and compliance with international health regulations, providing such comprehensive and detailed information on acute public health events and our region's core capacities. We would like first to emphasize our commitment to fulfill the regulations at both technical and policy levels through a multi-sectoral approach that we believe aligns with efforts towards achieving universal health coverage and enhancing this significant legal framework. In this regard, Brazil will commence its first voluntary external evaluation using the self-assessment tool in the coming months. We appreciate PAHO's support in this important process of strengthening and monitoring our country's core capacities. From July 2023 to March 2024, the EIOS helped identify 22 acute public health signals requiring verification out of 1.64 million articles screened. And I understand that this is an opportunity we should not miss to better grasp whether or how useful or important we believe that this tool can be. I wonder if the Secretariat could share their reflections on this issue. Finally, we celebrated the successful outcome of the working group on the amendments of the international health regulations. Equity and solidarity have been added without qualifiers or restrictions to the principles governing the IHR. Crucial issues like access to health products and finance arrangements were agreed upon. We are convinced that the newly agreed provisions of the amended IHR will contribute to strengthen the preparedness for and response to public health emergencies. In this regard, we call upon PAHO to collaborate with state parties for the entry into force and full implementation of the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I give the floor to the U.S.
Thank you. The United States appreciates the report and applauds PAHO and its member states for their ongoing support in implementing and adhering to the international health regulations. We believe that the implementation of the amended IHR will yield significant positive impact around the world and in our region, and demonstrate that the international health regulations continue to be an essential legal framework for preventing, preparing for, notifying, and responding to international health emergencies. The COVID-19 pandemic and other recent global health crises highlighted the vital necessity of fully implementing and complying with IHR obligations. Our collective efforts to update the IHR regulations have made them more clear, more precise, and fit for purpose while maintaining full respect for the sovereignty of individual states. The United States remains fully committed to working together with PAHO member states and global stakeholders to implement the amended IHR in a way that operationalizes equity and more effective pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We deeply appreciate the open dialogue with our fellow PAHO member states throughout the IHR and pandemic accord negotiations. We believe that finding solutions for our region brings us closer to solutions that can work globally. These negotiations underscore the importance of regional collaboration in preventing, detecting, and responding to infectious disease outbreaks. We will continue working with member states to enhance IHR capacities and capabilities. We encourage meaningful collaboration among member states within the region and with PAHO to strengthen the prevention, preparedness, and response to international health emergencies, including pandemics. We wish to thank Regional Director Barbosa and Dr. Ugarte for organizing the PAHO regional consultations on the INB and WGHR leading to WHA 77. The value of regional cooperation in addressing the complex challenges we faced in these negotiations cannot be overstated, and we saw it translated in the successful adoption of the amended IHR at the World Health Assembly. Thank you.
I thank the U.S. and I give the floor to Argentina. Thank you, Madam President. Our country reasserts its commitment to the full implementation and compliance with the 2025 IHR as a key pillar for national preparedness, prevention, and response, regionally and internationally. Now, regarding the self-evaluation and the presentation on that, we're pleased to see the commitment of the organization to assist countries through informal meetings that would help us delve deeper into the indicators. We express thanks for the efforts made to enhance communication by way of progress made, information on national liaisons, making it possible for there to be a swifter, more coordinated response. And we also observe an improvement in the detection and assessment of acute public health emergencies. We appreciate that states members, states party in the Americas have made strides in enhancing their epidemiological surveillance capacity and emergency response. We also identify some areas that still call for concerted and ongoing efforts to ensure effective application of the IHR. Ongoing training, multi-sectoral cooperation and collaboration are key to better our preparedness in response to public health emergencies. We agree that carrying out these simulation exercises together have made it possible for us to enhance our preparedness for emergencies in a number of countries. In 2023, States Party of Mercosur worked or undertook training within the trilateral contingency plan fashioned jointly with the Mercosur countries, as well as a simulation on the triple border region with simultaneous activities in Foz do Iguaçu, Brazil, and Ciudad del Este, Paraguay, and a city in Argentina. So we continue to work on holding such activities, which are very important for us to prepare our countries for to enhance our ability to respond to emergencies. We would ask PAHO to continue offering support to countries in order for us to follow through with our work plan so that we can continue strengthening our capacities at the points of entry into our countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina. I give the floor to Chile. Thank you, Madam President. Ever since international health regulation went into effect in 2007, Chile has been working on its implementation on an ongoing basis. From 2008 on, it has become a law in our country through 230, and we have used or presented this as self-assessment tool for capacities to the WHO. Now, this has enabled us yearly to identify the gaps in the indicators that include or that are included, and we have fashioned improvement plans and established strategies for strengthening our core capacities in our countries, among which an annual simulation of public emergency exercise to make sure that all of the teams throughout the country be prepared to respond to. Well, we can laugh a little bit here too, right? We can laugh about at ourselves. 100 kilometers wide is no small matter. Now, these exercises enjoy the support and the involvement and participation of all the national authorities throughout the full length and width of our country, with working with a number of cross-sector agencies to ensure full compliance with the IHR. This is an experience that we have also shared with other countries of the region regarding the amendment process to the International Health Regulation, recently approved during the last 2 years. We have taken part actively to support any improvement that would lead to the effective implementation of these regulations when internationally important public health emergencies arise. Now, it's very important for there to be an intermediary alert process so that we can be prepared for any contingency, emergency that were to arise. Likewise, regarding an alert for pandemics that would trigger response accordingly. So we are willing to continue supporting all the processes that are necessary for us to strengthen and ensure further compliance with these regulations in our country, including support for the follow-up on negotiations for the future pandemic agreement. Without a doubt, will complement the current system. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Chile.
Thank you, Chile. I give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, Madam President. Colombia is grateful for this report and underscores the importance of the effective implementation of the IHR in order to strengthen the response of our healthcare systems vis-a-vis outbreaks that arise globally. We deem this to be very important for countries for there to be a timely exchange of information. We also think it's necessary for regionally for countries to keep up their core capacities for surveillance and response to public health emergencies, reason for which we ask PAHO to continue offering its ongoing assistance. We also underscore the need to periodically take a look at our current legislation to make sure that the legal frameworks being placed to allow the implementation of the rule of the regulations, and that the financial resources be made available to implement it and to ensure ongoing training to address public health emergencies. Our country agrees with the need to strengthen the role of the National Center of Liaison, given the role it plays for compliance of the IHR, and we also underscore the importance of the promotion of the core functions such as participation in the risk assessment, liaison with the authorities regarding points of entry, coordination and analysis of events and risks to public health, and also to make sure that the surveillance and response capacity be identified so we could find any shortcomings that can be corrected. Now, COVID-19 showed a lack of effective coordination and communication among countries of WHO to convey information about outbreaks, and also a lack of transparency in public health data undermined the possibility of bringing to bear an effective response, because identifying and notifying such outbreaks led to a slow response. And also variability in the interpretation led to ineffectual and disparate responses. And so our country has been working on strengthening its core capacities for surveillance, for prevention, control, and response vis-à-vis public health emergencies. This includes the development of laws and also the public health and social protection focal point liaison center, as well as strengthening our epidemiological surveillance center and in ports of entry, and to offer technical assistance to those countries who have requested it at points of entry and for community surveillance. To this effect, we underscore the importance for countries to enjoy the support of PAHO to strengthen their human resource capacities for the implementation of the regulation, as well as to fulfill all of the commitments for the implementation of this very important instrument. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. I offer the floor to Dr. Ugarte for him to respond to the comments made. Thank you, Madam President. I'm grateful for all the comments made, and I reiterate that our region is moving forward more quickly than other regions in the implementation of the IHR and a change of outlook. The issue of voluntary compliance has generated enthusiasm for the annual self-assessment that countries have to do, but this is complemented by the methodology. And the main issues of the INB, and we hope thereby to receive precise information about core capacities in each country, where each country stands. Now, this self-assessment, the simulations, and the other exercises do indeed lay bare these shortcomings or gaps, which have not been significantly changed or improved upon over the last couple of years. And that's why it's important in this process for there to be greater investments made by member states to close these gaps. The organization is always stands by through country offices and the technical teams that our organization makes available to offer support to countries regarding the comment made by Brazil to seek out open source information. This is something that has been done more and more throughout the region. At the same time, there are many other sources that cannot be checked soon enough. In that case, the country's responses to requests for information has also risen. As I said, 80% of the first notification of an event that are of epidemic potential now come from the member states themselves and not from open sources. This is meaningful progress, and I think it shows how the region is committed to the implementation of the current IHR and ultimately to the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ugarte, and I give the floor to Dr. Barbosa to offer his comments. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm very grateful for the comments and the suggestion made by member states. I commend Brazil for being ready to begin with the external evaluation. It seems to me that this external assessment is an essential element that comes to supplement the assessment that we conduct every year and could identify the gaps in order to improve the core capacities of the country on detection and response. Perhaps this could be used as an inspiration so that other countries in the region can also use this very important tool. I would also wish to draw your attention once again to the need of assessing what happened during the pandemic. No doubt holding simulations and drills is essential, but we had an event in the real time and in the real world, which was of an extraordinary magnitude. So I believe we have to assess what happened during the pandemic, the gaps that were identified. And I know that countries are doing it in a way, but this no doubt will greatly strengthen the capacity to identify a roadmap so that we can see where the most important needs for technical cooperation lie in the region, and at the same time also to improve the possibility itself of submitting proposals for the pandemic fund. As you know, we worked hard with member states in the pandemic fund During the first round, out of 30 proposals submitted, 4 were approved. 12 countries where Paraguay was one Suriname, another sub-regional from the Caribbean submitted by CARFA, and another multi-country that was submitted by PAHO. We worked hard for the second round. We have their good expectations, but I also believe that this is still important, and it is food for thought for those countries that have a seat in the board of the pandemic fund. And knowing that it would be important to have a broader governance in the pandemic fund. During all debates in Geneva, all the proposals of creating a new funding mechanism that is a proposal submitted by some countries in a way reflects that in order to maintain the pandemic fund as the only instrument for funding, in order to avoid duplication of efforts and overlapping, would be important at the same time that aside from having Guyana, which is the only country in a region that has a seat in the board, maybe we could have another country, maybe a country that together with Guyana could establish a better coordination with all the countries, at the same time that having greater transparency in our own criteria for the approval of proposals. It seems to me that these could be a process in order to improve the pandemic fund, which seems to be a very important tool in order to fund countries.
States, I think that it was your kind words, but the regional consultation, I think that was a commitment that I made at the beginning of my administration, and I think that it is also very important for us to think and to acknowledge the flexibility that our member states showed during this process, the fact that I think that every country, even in the discussions that were so complex and so many sensitive issues, but they could overcome some barriers and come together in many relevant aspects. So with this, I think that I can say that I'm optimistic that we will keep this spirit of collaboration and finally to have an agreement for the INB. I think that this will really be important to have the world in our region for sure better prepared. So I want to thank each one of our member states because it was a clear demonstration of the spirit of collaboration, of building consensus and coming together to provide a better response for public health emergency. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to let the committee know that this will be reflected in the final report. So then we move on to item 7.4, Plan of Action on Entomology and Vector Control 2018-2023 final report. And I bring to the attention of the committee document CE 174/INFA/4, and I invite Dr. Sylvain Alighieri, Director of the Department of Communicable Diseases Prevention, Control, and Elimination of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and present this item.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President, Director, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. I would like to present the final report of the Plan of Action on Entomology and Vector Control for 2018-2023. Vector-borne diseases such as dengue, chikungunya, the disease caused by Zika, yellow fever, malaria, leishmaniasis, Chagas disease, amongst others, represent an outstanding burden of mortality and morbidity for the region of the Americas. Therefore, one of the main purposes in the Plan of Action on Entomology and Vector Control 2018-2023, approved by the 56th Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization in 2018, included strengthening regional and national capacities for the prevention and control of key vectors, reducing the spread of vector-borne diseases, and collaborating for the elimination of diseases of communicable diseases, 30 diseases for 2030. In this final report, we see the progress made and the challenges encountered in the implementation of the plan of action. The reallocation of resources necessary in order to take care of the COVID-19 emergency affected the regular funding of vector control programs, aside from the fact that in many countries it was necessary to redistribute the activities of the surveillance and vector control staff in order to support in the response vis-à-vis the emergency, that is to say, the COVID-19 emergency. After reviewing the information of the results obtained, in keeping with the 5 strategic lines of work, we were able to see that out of the 11 indicators of the plan of action, 3 were exceeded, 6 were achieved, 1 was partially achieved, and only 1 was not achieved. The 2 last points have to do with the maintenance and strengthening of the national workforce. We saw that the strengthening of the work in networks such as the virus and mosquitoes network, the network of resistance to insecticides used in public health, the regional capacity to assess the drop in goods, and the update of technical guidelines, all of that promoted by the plan of action, facilitated the exchange of information, the training of human talent, and the support to decision makers. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic showed us that aside from the rapid adaptation and development in the use of IT and technological tools that provided member states a quality technical cooperation that was safe and timely. It is essential for vector control programs to prioritize the adaptation of their current protocols for surveillance, routine entomological surveillance for periodical vector control, and the timely response before the scenario of future emergencies of vector-borne diseases. Thank you very much, Madam President. I have concluded with my presentation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alighieri. Now the Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I will now open the floor to plenary for discussion.
No hay comentarios.
There are no comments. I don't know whether you have anything to add, Doctor. Yes, I do wish to add something. Stressing the importance of an integrated management of vector-borne diseases, taking, for example, diseases transmitted by the Aedes aegypti mosquito. We're currently going through an emergency, a regional emergency. We had outbreaks of the most significant outbreaks in the history of the Americas in countries in the Southern Cone. And regrettably, we are anticipating a similar situation in countries in the Central American Isthmus. So in fact, this comes in the last 10 and 12 years with the arrival of chikungunya in that region, the very rapid transmission of Zika, yellow fever outbreaks, and in the current context with the Oropouche disease, we're facing a situation that truly underscores the importance of the strengthening of vector control and its perfect integration into the response and prevention operations. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Madam President. Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, any comments in connection with this agenda item?
No, disculpa, Chile pidió la palabra.
I apologize, someone else is asking for the floor. Chile is recognized. Thank you, and I apologize for the interruption, Dr. Barbosa, but I wanted to share something with you. I don't have a document prepared by the experts at the ministry, but I simply wanted to share with you some information that in Chile seems to be very serious. In the Andes mountain range, in the passage between Mendoza, that is to say, between the city of Mendoza in Argentina and the city of the Andes in Chile, more or less at the altitude of 4,000 meters in the Andes, we found an Aedes aegypti mosquito. This is a situation that had not been seen never before. So we have Aedes aegypti in the northern part of Chile, on the border, on the north of Chile, the northern border. We also have some pathologies transmitted by mosquitoes in Rapa Nui in the Easter Island. However, in the central part of Chile, we had never had the risk of a transmission of diseases of this nature. Therefore, I simply make it known to you. PAHO was aware of this, but I simply want to share this information with all the countries, underscoring the severity of the issue under discussion and the importance that PAHO give us support with knowledge and strategies in order to face this situation. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much, Chile. Director, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a very brief comment that might lead to a plan of action on entomology and vector control. And it is important to bear in mind two things. First of all, it is important to acknowledge the progress made in the region. Then we can see that in several countries there was a resolution that was important at the time because it greatly strengthened the use of entomology, surveillance, and vector control actions in many countries in the region. We are still following closely many challenges, as was said by the director of the Department of Communicable Diseases Prevention, Dr. Alighieri, as he drew our attention to this year. And last year, we already had an unprecedented number of dengue cases. We surpassed that record, and now with the change of the summer that comes up to Central America and even North America, I believe that it is extremely important that we pay full attention in order to avoid outbreaks. At the same time, we have other vector-borne diseases that have a different epidemiological behavior in the region. In Oropocho, we have the presence of Zika, chikungunya. So it is an issue that, in spite of the fact that we have a plan of action, this continues to be a priority of the organization. That is to say, aside from the plan of action, we do not need a new plan of action and vector control because this is one of the mandates that is enshrined in our list of priorities in order to support countries to deal with the situation. This report provided by Chile draws our attention. The Aedes aegypti mosquito, unfortunately, is a mosquito with the highest capacity to adapt that exists nowadays. It is a mosquito that first and foremost greatly benefited from the rapid urbanization that we've had in the region. We created cities and large cities without the adequate infrastructure, without adequate access to water, without waste management. So it created very favorable conditions for a rapid development and spread that we have with the Aedes aegypti. And on top of this, the mosquito has a huge capacity to adapt. So increasingly more, we find that in very high places, altitude places where it was never found, even going south or going north, much more than what we had in the past. So I believe it is very important that we follow the processes with new strategies that we are even developing here within our department in order to support countries to undertake actions focused on the initial hotspots of spread of mosquitoes in large cities, the use of new technologies that are being tested even in some countries in our region, such as the use of the Lobakia bacteria and other technologies. Undoubtedly, this is a very important priority for all. And at the same time, we have to acknowledge the efforts made by countries in saying that this continues to be an important challenge for our region. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be noted in the final report. And with this last point, we bring today's work to an end. But before we leave today, I'd like to read out the issues that will be covered tomorrow. We will deal with 4.1, preliminary report on the end of a biennium program 2022-2023, second interim report on the implementation of the strategic plan to PAHO 2020-2025, 5.3, programming of the budget surplus, 5.4, programming of revenue surplus, 5.2, award to leadership in 2024, 3.8, appointment of a member to become a member of the audit committee of PAHO, 3.3, cooperation with non-state actors, 3.4, non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. And then after the break, we will look at the pending draft resolutions, proposed resolutions to be approved, and then we will deal with a 7.1 roadmap for the development of the strategic plan of the Pan American Health Organization 2026-2031. Then we will deal with a 7.5 plan of action for sustainability and the elimination of measles, rubella, and the congenital rubella syndrome 2018-2023. Final report 7.6, a plan of action to strengthen information systems for health 2019-2023. Final report 7.7, plan of action on human resources for universal access to health and universal health coverage 2018-2023. Final report. Then 7.8, access and rational use of medicines and other strategic health technologies. Final report. And if time allows, because you saw that we just have a couple of items for tomorrow, and as Chile said, we have to work hard. So we will deal with 7.9, progress reports on technical issues. There are several documents under this agenda item that are contained in C74/INF/9. So having shared with you these announcements for tomorrow, and this is what is expecting us tomorrow, I thank you for the hard work today, and we'll meet again tomorrow at 9. Hope you have a good evening.
Brasil.
Brazil is asking for the floor. Brazil, could you please confirm the time when the bus is leaving here from PAHO?
A las 5:45.
5:45.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.